There is nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
Jesus said, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea." Florida Citizens Alliance proudly presents Rescuing Our Children 2020, a historic two-day event packed with amazing content designed to equip God's people with ways to protect our children from the evil that's spread across our nation and in our schools. These brilliant speakers have enthusiastically joined our rescue team and will be speaking at this year's event.
We know that our schools are failing, and yet we're continuing to send our children into those schools. They're teaching our children that there are accidents of nature and that survival of the fittest is the law of the land, and then hypocritically telling them don't bully.
The kids are supposed to think, well, who do we kill? And so now what happens? Well, my pastor said we shouldn't kill people. My mom said we shouldn't kill people. My Bible says we shouldn't kill people. But obviously the only moral solution here is to kill somebody for the greater good. And so what happens? The kids think, well, maybe there is a time and place for concentration camps, for killing babies, for killing old people, right? It destroys their understanding of biblical and moral absolutes.
Or the schools that sow the seeds to normalize Satanism, pedophilia, and transgenderism. Where does it stop?
We have video games today that I saw that just came out in the last several months where you have oral sex, graphic threesomes, strip club scenes, women dancing around poles. And these are video games marketed and purchased by 10, 11-year-old kids.
It's not that hard. Once you get us on the right track, kids are able to go and do whatever, right? So we're very independent. People don't seem to realize that, which is what I kind of hope to bring into the spotlight. So that's what homeschooling's done for me.
Teachers are now in crisis. Children are not learning. You know, it's not rocket science. If teachers and parents could just get back together and take care of the kids, and the teachers unions would get the heck out, everybody would be fine.
And we must stand with courage, knowing that we are on the side of truth. We need to let our light shine. We cannot be afraid of the darkness, but we need to know it's going to cost me something. But I have to be willing to do that. For our children and our grandchildren, we have to be willing to do that as well.
The hardest thing of it all was my father, because, you know, my dad, he would do anything for anybody, and especially, you know, for me. And so he decided that he had helped me with the enrollment. So my father, you know, he got charged too, and that's the biggest thing, is that he got charged. And he fought against them so much that they gave him a year in the penitentiary, and he died. He never came home. So that is why I fight. And I fight for so many parents, because we're just moms and dads. We're just people that just want our kids to have equality, to have a great education. That's it.
Rescuing Our Children 2020 is a historic two-day event packed with amazing content. Please consider supporting our efforts by partnering with us for Rescuing Our Children 2020. By standing together and by God's grace and mercy, we can win this battle and turn the tide. Please join our rescue team today.
Because I'll guarantee you the women sitting around you will value and love you even more as they find out about the struggles and the hard times that you have actually walked through.
Family, my grandma used to cook this every weekend. I brought this pre-seasoned in because I had it marinated. And this, I think, is so important because as God's word says that we need to meditate on his word. And I look at these two words and see the similarity of it, of marinating and meditating, and meditate on his word. I believe that's where we find the peace and fulfillment at.
Because you are just you're a walking testimony of what Christ wants us to do with our life.
Thank you all so much, and God bless you all. I'm so grateful that the Lord leads me to help them. Sincerely, your sister in Christ, Sharon.
I'm Seth Ray.
And I'm Avery Arnell. We get to meet some pretty amazing people from all over the world. Now, these are people who are actually doing some pretty incredible things. They are full of faith and courage, and they push the limits, and they bravely are chasing their dreams.
And chances are you've probably never heard of them. And today we get to introduce you to someone who is practically normal.
Jesus said, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea." Florida Citizens Alliance proudly presents Rescuing Our Children 2020, a historic two-day event packed with amazing content designed to equip God's people with ways to protect our children from the evil that's spread across our nation and in our schools. These brilliant speakers have enthusiastically joined our rescue team and will be speaking at this year's event.
We know that our schools are failing, and yet we're continuing to send our children into those schools. They're teaching our children that there are accidents of nature and that survival of the fittest is the law of the land, and then hypocritically telling them don't bully.
The kids are supposed to think, well, who do we kill? And so now what happens? Well, my pastor said we shouldn't kill people. My mom said we shouldn't kill people. My Bible says we shouldn't kill people. But obviously the only moral solution here is to kill somebody for the greater good. And so what happens? The kids think, well, maybe there is a time and place for concentration camps, for killing babies, for killing old people, right? It destroys their understanding of biblical and moral absolutes.
Or the schools that sow the seeds to normalize Satanism, pedophilia, and transgenderism. Where does it stop?
We have video games today that I saw that just came out in the last several months where you have oral sex, graphic threesomes, strip club scenes, women dancing around poles. And these are video games marketed and purchased by 10, 11-year-old kids.
It's not that hard. Once you get us on the right track, kids are able to go and do whatever, right? So we're very independent. People don't seem to realize that, which is what I kind of hope to bring into the spotlight. So that's what homeschooling's done for me.
Teachers are now in crisis. Children are not learning. You know, it's not rocket science. If teachers and parents could just get back together and take care of the kids, and the teachers unions would get the heck out, everybody would be fine.
And we must stand with courage, knowing that we are on the side of truth. We need to let our light shine. We cannot be afraid of the darkness, but we need to know it's going to cost me something. But I have to be willing to do that. For our children and our grandchildren, we have to be willing to do that as well.
The hardest thing of it all was my father, because, you know, my dad, he would do anything for anybody, and especially, you know, for me. And so he decided that he had helped me with the enrollment. So my father, you know, he got charged too, and that's the biggest thing, is that he got charged. And he fought against them so much that they gave him a year in the penitentiary, and he died. He never came home. So that is why I fight. And I fight for so many parents, because we're just moms and dads. We're just people that just want our kids to have equality, to have a great education. That's it.
Rescuing Our Children 2020 is a historic 2-day event packed with amazing content. Please consider supporting our efforts by partnering with us for Rescuing Our Children 2020. By standing together and by God's grace and mercy, we can win this battle and turn the tide. Please join our rescue team today.
I love you, Lord. Oh, your mercy never fails me. In darkest nights, you are close like no other. Wake up until I lay my head. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire, and in darkest nights, you are close like no other. I've known you as a father, I've known you as a friend, and I have lived in the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause your goodness is running after, it's running after me. 'Cause your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. 'Cause your goodness is running after, it's running after me. 'Cause your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I surrender now. I give you everything. 'Cause your goodness is running after, it's running after me. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Wonderful, merciful Savior, precious Redeemer and
When peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrows like sea billows roll, whatever my lot, thou hast taught me to say, it is well with my soul. It is well.
It is well
with my soul.
It is well. It is well with my soul. And my sin, oh, the bliss of this glorious thought, that my sin, not in part, but the whole, oh yes, has been nailed to the cross, and I bear it no more. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, oh my soul. It is well.
It is well
with my soul.
with my soul. It is well.
It is well with my soul. And Lord, haste the day when my face shall be sights, the clouds be rolled back as a scroll. The trump shall resound, and the Lord shall descend. Even so, it is well with my soul.
It is well.
It is well
with my soul.
with my soul. It is well. It is well with my soul. It is well.
It is well
with my soul.
It
is well. It is well with my soul.
Let's have a word of prayer. Father, we just want to thank you for your love and your goodness. Father, we thank you for a seminar like this that can give wisdom and guidance and direction for parents, Lord. Lord, we understand there is hope, and our hope is in you. And so, Father, we just pray for every one of our speakers today, the seminars, that you'll be with them to enlighten us, to help us as we move forward, especially as a nation, Lord. Lord, we just commit this to you. Ask for your mercy on us, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Let's stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to introduce Dominique Clemens, our MC for today.
Hello, and welcome back for day 2 of Rescuing Our Children. My name is Dominique Clemens, and I'm honored to be here as your MC. Last night, we heard from Curtis Bowers, Tina Griffin, and finally Braden Sorbo, who all gave such fantastic presentations. I'm equally excited for the speakers in store for you today. This morning, you will hear from 4 speakers before a quick lunch, and then 4 more plus a panel you won't want to miss this evening, including all of today's speakers. Before we get started, a few notes. I would like to thank, once again, our sponsors, Florida Citizens Alliance, Public School Exit, Hamilton Flourishing, the Bandy Firm, Mariner Finance, the John Birch Society, Taken TV, Brawley Image Group, Lulu Bell Photography, EPS Event Photography, Teaching His Story from Dr. Brenda McManaman, and a very special thanks to Hugh McClellan for his generous support. Taken TV Network, the Active Christian Entertainment Network, which we have partnered to stream this event, will have all the individual speakers' programs on demand next week. So in case you miss anybody or you'd like to go back, share it with a family member or a friend, we encourage you to do so. And lastly, I'd just like to remind all of you, especially you online, we can't do the work that we do without your help. And so we encourage you to text 50155. You can donate any amount to help us continue what we do, rescuing our children, protecting them, and spreading the word. Secondly, today we will be discussing some very heavy and shocking topics. So we would like to inform parents watching live that some of the material discussed today is recommended 12 years old and up. Again, thank you for joining us today. Our first speaker you will hear from has a resume that is beyond impressive. Retired U.S. Army Reserve Chaplain E. Ray Moore has quite a tremendous background serving 40 years in pastoral ministry, 19 of which were for the Army. During those 19 years as a chaplain, counseling numerous troops, Moore was awarded the Bronze Star Medal. Ray currently serves as president of Frontline Ministries, Inc., and is the director of the Exodus Mandate Project. He is the author of the book Let My Children Go and is also the executive producer of the film Indoctrination. Please give a warm welcome to E. Ray Moore.
Well, thank you, Dominic. It's a pleasure to be here and among friends today. My name is E. Ray Moore. Let's see. I guess I've got to advance the slides here myself. So, my topic today is what once was can be again. So let's get the presentation. Okay. I'm sorry? I'm hitting the arrow to go forward, I thought. Yeah, keep going? Okay. That's not my presentation, though, you got up there. Huh. I think you got Alex's presentation. Yeah. No problem. Okay, great. All right. My topic today is what once was can be again, Christian education and the Reformation. And I am E. Ray Moore. And so our text is John 5:17. To encourage you when sometimes things don't seem to be going so well, we need to be reminded of this text, and this is what Jesus said, "My Father has been working until now, and I am working." So God is at work in our day, even though sometimes we think we're living in a dark moment. We are in 2020, 3 years after the epochal anniversary of the world-changing Reformation. By revisiting that time, we can gain renewed hope for the modern evangelical church, which is the rightful heir to that theology and tradition. In 1517, it was the Roman Catholic Church that needed a reformation. But in 2020, it is the evangelical church that needs a reformation. We can study that time, the 5 solas of the Reformation, but today I plan to present a forgotten ideal of that same time under the theme, "What once was can be again." For over 25 years, I have been traveling the land on behalf of the Exodus Mandate Project, and more recently on behalf of Public School Exit, encouraging and assisting Christian families to leave behind the state-sponsored public school system for the promised land of Christian schooling and homeschooling. It's also our hope and prayer that a fresh obedience by churches and families in the education of their children will prove to be a key for the revival of our families, our churches, and our culture. Further, we believe that the state or government has no God-ordained role in the education and discipleship of children. That belongs to the family and the church and private associations. I'm indebted, let's go back to, indebted to Dr. Paul Keenel, the founding president of ACSI, for his important book, A History of Christian Education, for a lot of my research. Let's look at some of the forerunners in Christian education in the Reformation. And this is our presentation outline, and we'll be going through this pretty quickly. Let's first consider the apostolic to the medieval era. From the apostolic era into the medieval era, Christian education of children and youth was an integral part of the mission of the church. It was largely informal and in small home-based schools, not unlike our homeschool co-ops today. The early church had no buildings until 250 AD, so they had no schoolhouses either. But Christians had small schools in homes, and under persecution, some of them met in the catacombs. And from this era, we learn that Christian school education is the second oldest form of education in continuous action in the Western world. Paul Keenel rightly concludes that what we call Christian education today was a universal practice of the early church until the time of Constantine. After Constantine and the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, the Roman Catholic Church began to assert itself over the churches, but the church still continued that same model of Christian education and youth. Let's take a look at point 2 on this outline, pre-Reformation Christian schools. If we move to the period of 100 years before the Reformation, we see examples of Christian schools. In the 14th and 15th century, which was much like today, a time of real immorality and cultural and moral decline. What is to be done in such a time as that? Well, Gerhard Grote, a wealthy, educated man from Holland, saw a need and founded the Brethren of Common Life schools. These schools stressed piety and Christian living, and unlike the Catholic schools at that time, they taught to educate the common people and children. They used the Bible, the classics, taught Latin and Greek, and were concerned with the social and physical lives of the students. They primarily existed in Holland and in Germany. And these schools held to the ideal that without piety, learning could be a curse rather than a blessing. They taught the scriptures in the vernacular of that time. These schools were foundational to the Reformation, which we'll get to shortly. Martin Luther, John Calvin, Zwingli, and other reformers were trained in the Brethren of Common Life schools, or ones inspired by them. John Huss, another forerunner to the Reformation, founded 300 Christian schools in Bohemia 100 years before the Reformation. Now, our main point today, our topic, is Christian education and the Reformation. Yes, the pattern of K-12 Christian education that existed before the Reformation during the time of continued during the time of Martin Luther, John Calvin, and John Knox, and other reformers. We'll examine this now. Martin Luther, above all the reformers, was a Christian educator. He wrote about his own experiences at a Brethren of Common Life school in Eisenach. His emphasis on Christian schooling was partially due to his own experience with a Brethren of Common Life school, and also to his firm belief that the Scripture was the only authority and that all people needed to be educated to be able to read the Bible. He actually published a sermon called Sermon on the Duty of Sending Children to School, and by that he meant a Christian school. In November 2003, my wife Gail and I visited Germany for our son's wedding to a daughter of a German theologian, a conservative theologian. We were there 2 weeks and visited many of the Reformation sites. One of the great moments of our visit was to Wartburg Castle on the mountain overlooking the old city of Eisenach. And there it is. This was where Luther was taken into custody, protective custody, by Frederick, Elector of Saxony, to protect him from the death warrant of Charles V after his famous statement at the Diet of Worms in 1517, where he said, "My mind is captive to the word of God. Here I stand, I can do no other. God help me." Gail and I entered the apartment in Wartburg Castle where he translated the New Testament into German and wrote other books. In the same city of Eisenach, there is a Brethren of Common Life school at the foot of that same mountain. And if I could do so, I would make that a Reformation site as well. Luther spent several years in this school, and let's see, lost my place. We need to know that there will not be a prophet or a theologian on the mountain in Wartburg Castle. There will not be a mother in Israel if we do not first have a boy and a girl training in a Christian or home school at the foot of the mountain in Eisenach. Luther sought to change both elementary and secondary education in Germany. He was largely successful. His sentiment about education is expressed as follows. He was a colorful man and used some very colorful language. He said, "For it is my serious opinion, prayer, and desire that these hog pens and Satan's schools be sunk into the abyss or changed to Christian schools." Luther made the Bible the text of the schools that he set up for the common people. Luther educated boys and girls, and unlike the Catholic system, they educated basically the clergy only. He instituted music, discipline, sciences, languages, and a rigorous catechism into every aspect of the curriculum. The catechism was central to his education model, and eventually was translated into 17 languages and used all over the Western world. That same catechism was to be taught in home and church and school. He tried to get the common people to learn Greek and Hebrew, but why did they need to? He had already translated the New Testament into German. He said, this is his famous quote on education. All right, well, let's put that back up. I'm sorry. Yeah. This is his most famous quote on education. "I am afraid that the schools will prove to be the gates of hell unless they diligently labor in explaining the Word of God, engraving them on the hearts of youth. I advise no one to place his child where the scriptures do not reign paramount. Every institution in which men are not unceasingly occupied with the Word of God must become corrupt. Now let's turn to John Calvin and John Knox, two other very prominent reformers. They did also significant work for Christian schools. Like Luther, they both were aggressive reformers committed to Bible-based Christian education. Their schools were more closely aligned with the church, however, than Luther's schools. Calvin, as a strong Christian educator, was mentored by Sturm in Strasbourg before he went to Geneva, who was a graduate himself of a Brethren of Common Life School. So when Calvin went back to Geneva the second time, he used that model in Geneva and later set up Geneva Academy. Geneva Academy was a strong Christian school, but it primarily concentrated on high school and seminary level education. Calvin presided over it and was a professor. After 5 years, Geneva Academy had an enrollment of 1,500 students, the majority from outside of Geneva. Pretty remarkable number of students for that time in history. John Knox was also a student there for a short time, and then he returned back to Scotland. Calvin was an early Christian worldview thinker who saw the church and the Christian school as a unity. He taught the principle that all truth is God's truth and that all information, that would include the language arts, sciences, physics, chemistry, all information must be informed and governed by theology and scripture. A largely forgotten part of the great Geneva story was that of the young schoolmaster Antoine Frémaux. He was the helper to the evangelist William Farel, who is called the Elijah of the Alps. Farel was expelled from Geneva for preaching the gospel. So Farel sent his 22-year-old helper, who was not a preacher, back to Geneva and said, "You go back and preach." Frémaux said, "I can't do it. I am not known, and I can't be successful." And Farel said, "You will be successful for that very reason that you're not known." So Frémaux went back to preach, 22-year-old young man, and he failed miserably. He packed up and left Geneva, a failure. But as he was leaving Geneva, a powerful hand restrained him and said, "Go back, Antoine, go back." He went back to his lodging and sat at his table and asked God for guidance. The Lord spoke to Antoine and he said, "Start a Christian school." He did so, and he taught the children of Geneva reading, writing, and arithmetic, but he also taught them the gospel. The children, the little children, converted to Christ and in turn evangelized their parents, who then asked Frémaux to preach. These same families and the civil magistrates of Geneva then invited the recently expelled Farel back to Geneva. He preached, and then he invited Calvin and Viret to come, where they later ran the famous, world-famous Geneva Academy. Geneva thus became the great citadel for evangelical and missionary activity in Europe and pretty much the world for the next 150 years. John Calvin, you may know. Perhaps you've heard of Viret and Farel, but you don't know Antoine Frémaux. A principle, here's a statement from Paul Keenel on the durability of the Reformation, why we are still talking about this 500 years later. A principal reason for the durability of the Reformation was the thorough integration of Christian education into elementary, secondary, and seminary education, thereby all aspects of church and family life. A reformation of the church without a corresponding reformation in Christian education was unthinkable to Calvin, Luther, Knox, and the other reformers. Within the text of the Great Commission itself, Matthew 28:20, where Jesus said, teaching them, and lo, I am with you always, even to the end of the world. Friends, there can be no discipleship and evangelism successfully without a follow-up of integrated Christian education. John Knox returned to Scotland from exile in 1559, where the Reformation eventually had its greatest and fullest success. In 1560, he declared Scotland a Protestant nation, and the Parliament accepted a confession of faith. He instituted Christian schools at all levels of society for boys and girls, and covered the countryside with schools from the small town to the hamlet to the major universities. It was thoroughly Christian. These Christian schools were pervasive in all of Scotland, making the Scots among the most educated and Christian in the entire Western world. As a result of this, the Reformation was more thorough in Scotland than any other nation. We might add also that the Presbyterian church movement was birthed in Scotland. Knox wrote in his famous book of discipline to the Parliament a book called The Necessity of Schools. And he said, therefore we judge it necessary that every church have a schoolmaster appointed. Our limited time does not allow us to discuss Zwingli, Melanchthon, Bucer, and many other reformers who in their time did as much to advance K-12 Christian education and higher education as Luther, Calvin, and Knox. And we can't discuss the 2,000 small Christian schools that were among the Reformed Huguenot churches in France at that time. And this was an extraordinary phenomenon given the violent persecution of the churches in France. Paul Keenel says the great church reformers, the great church reformers, Luther, Calvin, and Knox, and Zwingli, and others gave as much energy to establishing Christian schools as they gave to reforming the church. To them, Christian school education and church reform were inseparable allies. Neither, they believe, could succeed without the other. Well, where are we today in the United States looking at this model? Remember, we know that the scriptures are very clear about the responsibility for churches and families to do Christian education, but the history of the church is very rich as well. Where are we today? Well, we've not been doing very well. When we survey church history, especially the Reformation, the American evangelical church is an anomaly, perhaps barely qualifying as a fully practicing Christian enterprise. On March 2017, I visited the world headquarters of ACSI in Colorado Springs. I met with a senior official who gave me a sad report on the status of Christian schools at that time in the United States. The Barna Group did an analysis for ACSI entitled Multiple Choice, How Parents Sort Education Options in a Changing Market. This ACSI official reported to me that in the last decade, that was between 2008 and 2017 or so, 1,500 small ACSI schools had closed in the U.S., with some families choosing homeschooling, but some returning to public schooling due to financial pressures. This was a 20% decline in the student population among 5,000 member schools, and they're down now to about 3,500 over a 10-year period. Yet in this same period of time, ACSI was growing rapidly in Africa, Asia, in South America, and these were areas of extreme poverty. The Barna Group has a section on the support of evangelical pastors in the study, and this to me was the most troubling part of the study. Only 9% of conservative and evangelical pastors very aggressively and strongly supported K-12 Christian education, with another 25% moderately supportive. By that meaning they have their own children in a Christian school, or they recommend it, but they don't preach and teach on it. 28% of conservative pastors are unlikely to recommend or support K-12 Christian education at that time. This official described this to me as opposition to Christian education. In November 1970, the worst single sports disaster occurred in Huntington, West Virginia, when the charter plane carrying the Marshall University football team, coaches, parents, and booster club members crashed on a mountain near the campus with a complete loss of life. The tragedy and the aftermath is told in the classic movie, We Are Marshall. Recommend you see that movie if you haven't. Matthew McConaughey and Matthew Fox are the actors who play the role of head coach Jack Lingale and coach Red Dawson, who picked up the pieces and tried to rebuild the fortunes of the Marshall football program. Needless to say, it was almost impossible, with only one coach and one player who were not killed, and only because they were not on the flight. Marshall got a special dispensation from the NCAA, allowing them to play freshmen as they sought to rebuild their football program. For years, they lost almost every football game, and most of them by lopsided scores. In the pivotal scene in the movie, worth the price of the movie just to see this scene, Coach Dawson complained bitterly he could not continue with Marshall football program because their program, their plan defied the main rule of sports, which says, quote, winning is everything and nothing else matters. He felt that continue in the program was disgracing the memory of the team members who had died. The head coach, Lingle, who played by Matthew McConaughey, and I'll always love him for this role, he agreed with the football axiom that says winning is everything. But for us now, he said, it doesn't matter if we win or lose. What matters simply is that we take the field, that we suit up on Saturday, and we keep this program alive. One day, not today, not this season, not next season, we will be just like any other team, winning again. And when that day comes, we will honor their memories. Friends, it's as if the evangelical leadership plane with many of our pastors has crashed on a mountain in Huntington, West Virginia. And we are now left to rebuild the commitment to K-12 Christian education in all of our churches. We in the American church are not like our forefathers in the apostolic age, not like our forefathers among the reformers. We're not even like our poor brethren in South America, Africa, Asia, and even China, where Christian education is growing. For them, Christian education, homeschooling, is part of the normal Christian life. But like Marshall University, we must simply take the field and keep this program alive. In the 1970s, Marshall had the worst record of any major college football team in the U.S. In 1984, they had their first winning season in 20 years. This was followed by 8 conference titles, 5 bowl games, and 2 national championships. From the ashes they rose and they continued. But for us now, that day may have come with 55 million children at home, waiting for someone to lead them to the promised land of K-12 Christian education and homeschooling. Are you ready, my friends? This is a kairos moment, Greek word for a divine time or a divine moment. If this COVID-19 shutdown of schools had happened in 1980, we would not have been able to absorb it or process it. But today, with all the new groups, public school exit, Exodus mandate, so many new groups, the new magazine that we're looking at, indoctrination movie, we have infrastructure, we have organizations that we can absorb and process millions of children into Christian education and homeschooling. I remind you again to look at Jesus' words. My Father has been working till now, and I am working. Jesus is working for us. It's as if God reached up in March of this year and flipped a switch and said, I'm sending 55 million children home. And I'm going to see what you're going to do about it, pastors. What are you going to do about it, churches? The Lord is working for us. We have his sure promise. For us, if we believe in the clear commands of Scripture, and we look at our history concerning the education of children, and we remain faithful and do the hard work, what once was can be again. Thanks.
We now have some time for some questions. If anybody in the audience has any questions, feel free if you want to come up to this mic and ask yours. To begin, I have a question from an audience member. How bold can we as Christians confront our pastors to teach us true biblical teachings? So many pastors today are maybe afraid, especially when it comes to talking about homosexuality and these different topics that are very controversial. How can we get them to teach us true biblical teachings?
Okay, that's a very good question, and it's one that I get frequently. I've been in the ministry in some form about 45 years, and so I have to deal with the pastors and this question all the time. First of all, I think if you're in good standing in the church, you're a tithing, faithful member, and you can lovingly correct your pastor. I mean, you don't want to be harsh or rebuke him. You say, Pastor, I really think we should have a Christian school in the church. We really need to do that. We need to care for them, care for our children. I have a little pamphlet this in my table. In fact, let me hold it up here. I have a copy with me. It's one I kind of hated to write, but it was necessary. It's called Pastors Taking Cover, Moral Courage for the Pulpit. So what the problem is, a lot of these pastors have congregations filled with public school families. Years ago, I understood this really for the first time. I had a movie called Let My Children Go, and a book with the same title, and I gave it to a friend of mine who was a pastor of a very large church in my hometown. And he was a very good man. I mean, he was a faithful preacher and teacher, and I gave him the book. He pastored a church of about 2,000, and he read the book and looked at the movie, and we got together about 6 weeks later. This is what he said. And this really made an impression on me, and I realized then that we had a severe problem in the church. He said, Ray, if I tried to do what you're recommending, getting the kids out into homeschooling and Christian schooling, he said the church, they would throw me out on the street. He said, I have 30 public school teachers in my church, and they wouldn't stand for it. So most of these men, you know, they're like politicians in a sense. They particularly in the Baptist world, you know, they have to be voted on. And you get 5 or 10% disgruntled members, and you can go real quick. Now, I want to report something. This same church that I just mentioned has got a new pastor because my friend has been long gone, and they've been pretty much carrying on in that same tradition of not supporting Christian schooling and homeschooling. And we have a member of our ministry who goes there. They're a very strong homeschool family, church of about 2,000, and for 10 or 12 years, she suffered kind of mild rejection by the members of the church. They don't want to hear what she has to say about homeschooling. Since COVID-19, the shutdown, her pastor came to her, and he was not responsive either 3 months ago, and he said, we're taking our kids out and putting them at a Christian school in town. She could not believe it. And then he said, I want you to run homeschool seminars for the families in the church. She is absolutely amazed, and we're hearing that story all over the nation. We think there could be 25% of the 55 million that may elect not to go back. I have an article right here from Wall Street Journal day before yesterday, which talks about homeschooling and that the public school teachers are out on strike, and families have just had enough of it. And a lot of them are looking to do alternatives. So we may see 8 or 10 million new children in homeschooling now. But you could use this, my pamphlet, order one from exodusmandate.org, and we'll send them out. And we have them on the table in the back. But the pastors, I think, are also at a turning point. Suddenly, they've got 55 million children at home, and we're saying, what are you going to do now, Pastor? What are you going to do now? So you need to pray for them, but I think some of them are coming around.
Could you tell us a little bit more about the Exodus Mandate Project?
Sure. My wife and I started the Exodus Mandate Project in 1997, so we're coming up on 25 years. And basically, it's a Christian ministry to kind of encourage, assist, and urge families and churches to go into one of the Christian education models, either K-12 Christian schooling or homeschooling. And I'll tell you, it was a rough slog 25 years ago. We got a lot of rejection. I was lucky if they ignored me. I mean, I had some hostility from pastors and Christian leaders, but that's changing. We're in the middle of a sea change. And this situation with the shutdown of the schools with COVID-19 may be a once-in-a-100-year event. It's a little bit unknown yet because we're still waiting to see what's going to happen when and if the schools reopen. So we're in an unprecedented opportunity. It's a once-in-a-100-year event. So we started this ministry 25 years ago, and now we are being overtaken by some wonderful ministries like Public School Exit. I happen to be on the board of that. We started a group with Alliance about a year and a half ago, Christian Education Initiative, and that's christedu.org. There's so many wonderful things and so much good curriculum now that we're in a kairos moment, and that's a Greek word for a divine moment. And so please join me and take advantage of this moment. It only comes around once every 100 years. And remember what Jesus said in John 9:4. He said, work while it is today, for the night comes when no man can work. Okay?
Well, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. We now have a short little video for you guys.
There is nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
because I'll guarantee you the women sitting around you will value and love you even more as they find out about the struggles and the hard times that you have actually walked through.
Family, my grandma used to cook this every weekend. I brought this pre-seasoned in because I had it marinated. And this, I think, is so important because as God's word says that we need to meditate on his word. And I look at these two words and see the similarity of it, of marinating and meditating, and meditate on his word. I believe that's where we find the peace and fulfillment at.
Because you are just, you're a walking testimony of what Christ wants us to do with our life.
Thank you all so much, and God bless you all. I'm so grateful that the Lord leads me to help them. Sincerely, your sister in Christ, Sharon.
I'm Seth Ray.
And I'm Adriana Arnell. We get to meet some pretty amazing people from all over the world. Now, these are people who are actually doing some pretty incredible things. They are full of faith and courage, and they push the limits, and they bravely are chasing their dreams.
And chances are you've probably never heard of them. And today we get to introduce you to someone who is practically normal.
This morning has quite the shocking story. Parent and school choice champion Kelly Williams-Ballar is here today to share with you her testimony of the atrocities she experienced as a mother being targeted by the teachers union. Kelly is highlighted in Rebecca Friedrich's book, Standing Up to Goliath, and has made guest appearances reliving her experience on various news stations and talk shows. Kelly has received awards for inspiration and strength as a champion for parental choice. We are so thankful to brave parents like Kelly who have literally put their lives on the line for their children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kelly Williams-Ballar.
Good morning, and first I just want to say thank you so very much for having me come. I am so grateful and thankful. I like to go into what happened at the very beginning. I had just gotten a divorce, and I was just trying to make my way in life. I lived with my two daughters, and we lived in a city in Akron, and my parents lived in Copley, Fairlawn, which is a suburban area. And my father had suffered some medical issues, so he kind of was just at home. So he asked me, he said, would you, just bring the kids out here? Several times he asked me. And so one year, I was in school and I was working, subbing as a teacher assistant throughout the Akron district school system. So I said, okay. So this one year I decided to go ahead and enroll them. Their school was an awesome school. It was top notch. So they were there the first year, everything was fine. And then the second year, they hired an investigator to follow certain people around. And they followed me around for about 14 days. And they said that, I didn't live in a district, which I didn't. So we tried to get something called a grandparent power of attorney. Well, we were successful, we did get it. And the judge, she gave it to us and we presented that to the school. Well, we didn't know that they were fighting against it. So that June, the judge sent us a letter just saying, remove the kids. The school, they don't want your kids here, so just remove them. So I removed them. Time goes by, it's a whole year later, 18 months go by. I received an indictment. And at that time, I had never been in trouble before, so I didn't know what an indictment was. All I know is I got this postcard in the mail and it said Ohio versus Kelly Williams-Ballar, and was like, what is this? So I called my father. He was like, come over here, let me see that. He knew more than I did. So I get over there, he look at it, and I guess he kind of knew what was going on, because the same day he told me, he said, go out and check my mailbox. So I did, and he actually had one as well. So that's when the process began. And so we went to court, and yeah, it was Copley Fairlawn City Schools. And I was like, didn't know what, I was so confused. I mean, we hadn't been there in like 18 months. So I wasn't for certain what was going on. So the process began, and they had a jury, and, I wanted to plead my case to tell, that we just wanted our kids. I wanted them safe, and I wanted them educated. The school that they had been at was a very rough school. And my home had been broken into. So it was two major factors that had me to decide to, have them out there at that school. But once it all happened, I had received 3 felonies, but one was tampering with documents, and the other one was grand theft, and the other one they dropped. So during the process, you don't realize how deep it can be, like how intense it can be during a trial. I had never even sat in a trial. And so to actually be a person that's trying to defend their life and trying to, I was just a mom. I was just going to school. I had just gotten a divorce. I wasn't trying to bring any harm to anyone. Definitely wasn't trying to separate 2 cities amongst each other. And at that time, it was very thick in the air. And that was not my purpose at all. And during the trial, they just showed everything, every little nook and cranny. There's something called the discovery box. And this discovery box went back into way before I was ever even born. This is what they brought into the courtroom. It was just documents after documents. It's like, so they were trying to find anything about my dad or myself. Luckily, my father had never really been in any trouble either. At this point, he was about 65 years old. So they found me guilty. I go to jail, 10 days, 5 years. If I had done anything wrong during the probation, my probation was 3 years. And so I went to jail. It was a 10-day sentencing, but I stayed there 9 of the 10 every day. Every day. I was just distraught and just crying, reading. I had received a Bible. It was a bookshelf that you can pick out whatever, so I had a Bible by my little bed. And I would read Psalms 91, 27, and 23. And actually, I read them every day. Even now, I definitely read those because they kept me so strong. Because I just felt so small in this great big world. I mean, it was really tragic. And I know that sounds like, it's funny because my cousins who maybe veered off and maybe done some things, they knew I had 10 days, so they were like, suck it up, you'll be all right. I'm like, no, this is devastating. I've never been in trouble before, let alone now the whole world knows about it. So that was just beyond my imagination. So anyhow, so I stayed there for the 9 of the 10 days, and then I got released, and then, of course, my probation, where I had to go check in every month, that began for several years. Now, mind you, it was me and my father. I guess I was A and he was B. That's how it was presented in court. So the same scenario happened with my father. So he had to go to jail as well. But they charged him with grand theft and tampering with documents. But they had to drop both of those charges because he didn't enroll them, only I did. And that was his land, that was his home. And he paid the taxes for that. So they had to drop the charges. So my father was saying, we're being persecuted and prosecuted. And he was saying that he was sick. So when you get into the lion's mouth, they're not just gonna open up and let you go. And a lot of people had started finding out about it. So they started doing more research on my father, and they was like, oh, okay, so my father was 65. He had health issues. So they said, oh, you at a certain age, you were supposed to go from Social Security to disability. Or it might be vice versa, I don't know. I was too into my mind. I can't remember exactly how it went, but it was one or the other. At a certain age, he was supposed to go over to that, and he didn't do it. So they said, so now you stole $90,000 in health medical. So then they sent him to the penitentiary, where he's lying beside murderers and rapists. And my father had never done anything a day in his life. So he dies in jail. He never come home, a whole 100 miles away. And it was when you start getting sick and you're in a penitentiary, they have, like a penitentiary hospital. So, and then that was an issue because when I went to try to go see him, I was A and he was B. So it was like they thought we were some kind of Bonnie and Clyde. So I couldn't just see him. I couldn't just go see him. It was like they thought that, and if you don't know, like if you don't really know what's going on and the people there, they don't know. All they know if they see that I'm A and he's B, and so they don't know exactly what happened. So they think, we did something crazy. I'm like, no, it was just too much. It was so much pressure. So finally, by the time I was able to go see him the second time, and by the time I was able to go in and see him, my father was in the bed and he was shackled to the bed. And it's like, why is he shackled to the bed? Like he's hurting. And by this point, his whole body is deteriorating. He's on dialysis. He's had a stroke or many strokes actually. And he's just lying there shackled to a bed. And it's like this man didn't want anything but for his kids and his grandchildren to be safe. So I say all that just to say, that 3 minutes, okay, sorry, I gotta make this quick. So, real quick. So there was a point where the school has stated there was 47, I was the 48th, there was 47 other parents that had done the same thing, and they removed their kids. And I'm like, well, so did we, because as soon as the prosecutor said to remove them, we did. So what made it different that they came to us 18 months later, that, mind you, 18 months later, that means they had not been in that school in 18 months. And then all of a sudden we get this indictment. Because so many parents are telling me, well, why didn't you just remove them? We did. When the judge said, they don't want your grandparent power of attorney, just remove the kids. It's a little too late. So we did. And then we still end up getting an indictment. And it was just devastating. So I just try to tell people my story, and I try to make people understand that when you go through these trials and tribulations, many times it's to help other people in whatever situations that they are having in their life. Everything that I did, was it all right? No, I made a mistake, and I never should have enrolled my daughters out there. Here I am thinking I was protecting them, caused more problems than I would have ever imagined. Losing my father, John Kasich had to get involved immediately. He had to reduce my felonies to misdemeanors and make statements like, you can't send every parent to jail for district jumping. So it's so much information, and I know I would never have enough time to tell it all right now. But I do appreciate everyone's time, and I do thank you.
Wow. Such a shocking testimony to think that that's happening to parents in our country, in America, for parents who are really just trying to do what's best for their kid. I mean, I remember just reading off of Kelly's bio, and I had never heard that extent of persecution, and we're all with you, and our hearts are with you for that. Our next guest speaker is an expert when it comes to the public school system. Founder of For Kids and Country, Rebecca Friedrichs was a public school teacher for 28 years, teaching at the elementary school level. Rebecca was forced to fund state and national teachers' unions whose politics and divisive tactics degraded her profession, our schools, and our national character. Rebecca has been fighting the teachers union head on from her home state of California, where she resides with her husband and 2 sons. In 2016, she led the federal lawsuit Friedrichs v. California Teachers Association, which sought to free educators and all public sector employees from forced unionism. Poised to rule 5-4 in Rebecca's favor, the Supreme Court deadlocked after the sudden passing of Justice Scalia. However, Rebecca refused to be defeated and has continued her push towards the restoration of First Amendment rights of all teachers and government employees. Her organization for Kids and Country is a national movement of parents, teachers, students, faith leaders, and citizens uniting to restore our schools and culture. She is also the author of Standing Up to Goliath, previously mentioned as highlighting Kelly's story. Friedrichs has appeared in print, on radio, television, and local and national outlets such as CBS, Fox News, NBC, Fox Business Network, NPR, The Hill, the Orange County Register, and hosted a PragerU video on why the teachers' unions attack school choice. We are so thrilled to have Rebecca here with us today. Please join me in welcoming Rebecca Friedrichs.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am thrilled to be here, and I'm heartbroken about what happened to Kelly and her children. That should never happen anywhere, but especially not in America. Before I start today, I know that Dominique let our viewers know that the content today isn't suitable for children under 12. The content I'm about to share isn't suitable for any age. So if you have children who are viewing this right now, I would say truly under 18 shouldn't hear what I'm about to share. And sadly, I'm about to share what they're teaching in our public schools. So children are hearing this, 5, 6, 7, 11 years old, and it's not appropriate for me to even share it. Second thing I want to do this morning before I start is apologize to every gentleman who is in the room today or watching us online. I never dreamed in all my lifetime that I would ever share the kinds of things I'm going to share this morning. I never thought I'd talk about it alone, let alone in front of men. I've had to share these things in front of pastors, and I hope and pray that more pastors will learn the truth about what's going on in our public schools. What E. Ray Moore was sharing, I would love to get in front of every pastor in this country and let them know the truth and get their public school teachers in the room. If you're a Christian and you're in the public schools, you need to know what you're funding through your union, and that's what I'm about to teach you today. The scripture says that it's you'd be better off to have a millstone tied about your neck and thrown in the deepest sea than to cause one of his little ones to sin. Our public schools are leading our children into sin and actually making them vulnerable to sex predators. And that's what I'm about to share with you this morning. My presentation's long. I have a lot packed in, and so at some points I'll go really fast to try to help you to see all the information. So I'm going to start off just giving you some highlights about what I call SEXXX Ed, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. And our public schools are trying to fool people. They want you to think that the sex ed they're teaching is just biological information. That's a lie. Capital L, capital I, capital E. That's a lie. It is not just biological information. It is grooming our children to be sexualized. So I'm going to start this morning, and again, I apologize, especially to the gentleman, with just some highlights of what is in the sex ed. People think this is just in California. Oh, no. It started there and in Oregon, but it has spread across the country. I've gotten complaints from parents in Texas, Tennessee, all over the country. Doesn't matter if you're a blue state or a red state. If you have a teachers union anywhere in your state, beware. This is happening. So in 2013, I received an email from a mother in Northern California. The title of the email was "The Latest Horror." And the horror that she described to me was a lesson that she was reading in the curriculum in her child's 5th grade classroom. It was her daughter. The curriculum was written by Planned Parenthood, so you can imagine. It's called Making Proud Choices. I've read the entire curriculum. It's shocking. Every page of it is shocking. But the lesson that this mother pointed out to me on this day was the condom relay races. I'm going to describe it to you because you need to know what children are being taught in public schools. By the way, disclaimer, a teacher like me would never teach this deplorable lesson or any other deplorable lesson. Loving teachers have been completely infiltrated. The teachers' union was infiltrated, and I'll teach you more about that as we go through the presentation. But please, please, they want us to hate teachers, just like they want us to hate the police. Don't hate teachers. Loving teachers would never do this, and they have no idea this is going on. And I'll help you to understand why in my presentation. So this lesson, the condom relay races, the teacher is told, break the children into 2 groups. Do not separate the children, boys and girls, because you're not allowed to assume anybody's gender anymore, so you have to teach everything in mixed company. So in mixed company, you mix the children into 2 groups for a relay race. In the condom relay races, the teacher is told that once she has the children in 2 teams, she is to set out 2 anatomically correct, fully erect adult male penis models and set them on the table in front of these little babies. Now she's told to tell the kids that they're each, the first child in each line gets a condom. They have to run to the penis models, and they have to put the condoms on the penis models, and they have to say every step in how to use these condoms. If they miss a step, this is what the curricula says. If they miss a step, they have to repeat the steps. I'm here to say, if I was an 11-year-old little girl and I had to do that, I never would have gotten married, ever. I'd have been mortified. And that is the goal, in my opinion, from what I've seen. So the first kids do this. They run back, slap the hand of the next kid. The next kid comes. The entire classroom gets sexually abused by this lesson. And the teacher is told to say, make it a fun game. It's child abuse. Teachers in California and other states, I know them personally, have been trained that they have to teach children all of the approved methods for birth control. There are about 19 approved methods at this point that I know of. There might be more that I don't know about. My friends have been told that they have to teach little children, we're talking 11 and 12-year-olds, how to use a dental dam. A dental dam is for oral surgery. It's a piece of vinyl about this large. And our precious teachers are being told that they have to teach our adorable little children to place a dental dam between their mouth and their partner's vulva, vagina, or anus for oral on anal sex. It's not only child abuse, it's against your religion. The First Amendment in this country guarantees us freedom of religion. They're attacking it. Who's attacking it? The teachers' unions. They don't have the right to be called teachers' unions. They are Marxists posing as teachers' unions. I'll try not to give them the respect of saying teachers' unions. I might slip. They don't deserve the respect. They're also teaching our children that they should have anal sex. Why? You won't get pregnant that way. It's all about preventing pregnancy. It's not about meeting someone for a lifelong monogamous relationship called marriage and having children. It's about sleeping around with anybody, any sex, and doing anything that makes you feel good. And it's dangerous. The next thing they're doing is taking our children for abortions during the school day without parental knowledge or permission. It used to be from age 12. They're pushing for younger ages now. They're also pushing for younger ages of consent, sexual consent, and teaching our children about sexual consent. If you have an activist teacher, you're going to learn all this stuff. If you have a teacher like me who's protecting you, you're not going to learn all this stuff. But I'll show you in my slideshow how they get past teachers like me. So beware, even if you have a great teacher. You could be a preschooler now, and you'll be told, by the way, we teachers have been told not to call them boys and girls anymore, not to organize by pink and blue, not to do anything that assumes a gender, because, by the way, nobody knows their gender. None of you know your gender. We're all transgender, according to the teachers' unions and their allies. So we're now supposed to tell little children, when your parents had you, when you were born, they didn't know your gender. They just assigned you a gender, because there's really a huge spectrum of non-ending spectrum of genders, and you'll figure out your gender someday. What does that do? That attacks their very identity, because God said, I made them male and female. So now they don't even know their identity. I don't know if you know someone with identity issues. I do. People without identity issue, or with an identity issue, are lost. This is all sold as anti-bullying. Nobody wants to talk about LGBTQ, because if you do, you're a bigot, or you're a homophobe, or you're a transphobe. The teachers' unions wrote those messaging points. They write the messaging for the far left. And so now you're not allowed to say, but wait a minute, this is child abuse, to teach this to a little 5-year-old. Oh no, you're a homophobe. We need to be aware, whether we're Christians or not, we cannot allow little children to be abused in the name of protecting a special interest group. And we all know we would never bully anyone who is in the LGBTQ community, ever. So they sell it as anti-bullying to shut us all up, and also because when it's anti-bullying, now parents cannot opt out. So in California law, there's a lot of confusion. People don't know if they can opt out or not. Well, I'll tell you what you can opt out of, according to the law. You can opt out of the biological part, the part you probably wouldn't be offended by, but you can't opt out of anything about the gender identity. It can show up in any grade level, in any subject, in any classroom. If you have an activist teacher, quote teacher, an activist that's been placed there by the unions over the last several decades, look out. Your child's going to be targeted. If teachers refuse to teach this, according to California law, if a teacher is unqualified, I would be unqualified because I refuse to teach it, the experts are brought in. Who are the experts? Planned Parenthood. Many of our districts in California right now have contracts with Planned Parenthood, and they're just bringing them in to teach it. Why? Because teachers like me would never in a million years teach these deplorable lessons. So I am going to show you a slideshow, and I am going to use California as an example of what's going on. I live there, I'm an expert on it, so I won't make any mistakes. Just know this is going on nationwide. The teachers' unions work together with the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the CDC, all these different organizations to bring this into every public school in America. They would love to close down private schools and homeschooling and force all of our children into these indoctrination centers that they call public schools. They are not public schools. They are indoctrination centers. And COVID, as sad as I am that people are losing their businesses, that the people are suffering because of COVID, when I found out the schools were shut, I just said, thank you, God, for answering my prayers. Because we've been praying a long time that God would rescue our children and our loving teachers and families from public schools and legislators who won't listen. We've been out at the California State Capitol fighting against this for a couple years now. They won't listen to us. Why? Because we have a supermajority of Democrats that are controlled by the teachers' unions. That's evil. So is everything I already read. I'm going to say it, it's evil. I'll say it again, it's evil. If they want to send me to jail for that, like they did to Kelly, an innocent woman trying to protect her children, shame on them. But we can't be afraid to speak out. So, I'm going to tell you about the California Healthy Youth Act. Beware, they always call it healthy. Okay, if something comes to your state called the Healthy Youth Act, it's not healthy. They're pushing something called Comprehensive Sexuality Education, or CSE. That's what you want to be aware of. Here's my example. The bill sponsors in California for the California Healthy Youth Act were the ACLU of California. ACLU is corrupt. California Latinas for Reproductive Justice, a group called Forward Together, Equality California, and Planned Parenthood, affiliates of California. Here's what surprises most people: the coalition of supporters. California School Boards Association, California Teachers Association, and the California Parent Teachers Association, the PTA. We thought they were safe. They're not. If you're a parent on the PTA, don't get mad at me yet. I have a whole chapter in my book teaching you that in the 60s and 70s, the teachers at the state and national teachers associations bullied the PTA to such a degree that the PTA was forced to take a stance of neutrality. They now have to remain neutral to everything the teachers' unions do. That's why there's parents out at a strike. That's why parents can't do anything to stop the strikes. That's why the PTA supported child abuse. They didn't have any other choice. They were bullied into submission. Teachers' unions use mafia tactics to control people, as you heard through Kelly's story. Those were mafia tactics. If you're a teacher and you're listening and you're already mad at me, and maybe you're a local union rep, I was a local union rep for 3 years because I thought, none of my teacher friends agree with this nightmare. I'm going to fight this. I tried. I'm glad I did it because I got to see from the inside. I was bullied severely from the inside, as is every loving teacher who gets into the state or national levels of the unions and tries to make a difference. I have friends who served at the NEA who've been spit upon, who've been barred from being on any kind of a sex ed committee because they pushed back against this stuff. They've been booed off the stage or the platform for daring to speak out for what real teachers really believe and in protection of children. So the PTA is corrupt, folks. If you're at the local level, you're a great parent, you're wonderful. Your money's all going up to the corruption. Okay, so California Assembly member Shirley Nash Weber, now this is just an example from California, it's going on all over the nation. She was the sponsor of the California Healthy Youth Act, Comprehensive Sexuality Education. When it passed, it made CSE a mandate in California schools. Well, when you read CSE, it doesn't sound so bad unless you know communism speak and you can read through the lines and you realize this is a nightmare. But most people read it and go, it doesn't seem so bad. Well, CSE is now mandated in California and it's in many states. CSE is the gateway for the explicit sexual content I just shared with you and more that I'm about to share with you. Healthy Teen Network, after Shirley Nash Weber passed California Healthy Youth Act, Healthy Teen Network awarded her their 2018 Spirit of Service Award. I wanted you to know that because I'm about to share with you what Healthy Teen Network does, besides award legislators that do their bidding. Healthy Teen Network. They work with a coalition of over 180 reproductive health rights and justice organizations to bring, quote, Sex Ed for All Month. Sex Ed for All Month used to be called Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month. Well, it's not pregnancy prevention anymore. Now it's Sex Ed for All. They provide digital resources to young people. This is key because right now we're in virtual learning, supposedly learning. Our children are safe away from the school with us as long as we are not letting them do virtual learning through the public school. So if your child's doing virtual learning today through a public school, beware. I'm about to show you what they could be learning. The goal of the Healthy Teen Network, by the way, you notice they call themselves Healthy again? The Healthy Teen Network. And they say teen, but it's available to any child. It's online. Their goal is by 2020, they will work in all 50 states, U.S. territories, and District of Columbia. This is 2020. They helped write professional sex ed learning standards with Planned Parenthood, and they trained sex educators. Just what is the Healthy Teen Network teaching our children via virtual learning today? Well, this is a lesson called 5 Tips for Your Sexual Health During COVID-19. It was written by this woman, Dorval Hall, who is a 2018 graduate in environmental studies, and she's supposedly a sex ed expert. You'll notice in that top cloud there, I took screenshots so you can see it's a much longer page. I urge you to go onto the Healthy Teen Network, which, by the way, is an unsecure website, which means they can more easily get information from your child. But if you look at that light blue cloud, it says sexting feels fun, but a lot of adults tell me that I am bad or risky if I do. Sexting? Sexting's dangerous too. It also brings people down. It allows people to use things against you. The pink one, how do we enjoy intimacy when we can't be together? I miss my partner. Okay, so during COVID-19, instead of being worried about children learning, the LA teachers unions fought for teachers to only have to teach 4 hours a day during COVID. Right now, they're saying they won't open schools unless we defund police and destroy charter schools, because that's their real agenda. At least they're starting to show it, and people are starting to see it. They've been doing this for decades. But while they're doing all of that, stopping our kids from learning, they're teaching them 5 tips for your sexual health during COVID-19. You will be shocked. Here's the 5. Number 1, sexting. Ella Dorval Hall tells our children they should be sexting. And then she gives them a link to 54 different ideas. I'll show you the highlights in just a minute. Second one, solo sex. They should be masturbating. She tells them, don't know how to masturbate? Click here, I'll teach you how. There are live links in each one of these parts of the lesson where the kids can go to shocking sites. I was afraid to open most of them because I don't want to all of a sudden be getting all this advertisement on my computer. I was blown away by what I saw. If you're a man, I suggest you not look at it. Have your wife do it for you and tell you. Number 3, pornography. She is specifically telling our children to look at pornography. She leads them to sites. Number 4, date yourself. Go on a date with yourself. You don't need a relationship, just date yourself. And number 5, go online and talk to sex ed experts. And I'm going to turn around so I can read it exactly. She tells you social media is full of sex experts who are sharing resources on mental health. That's a key term. It means one thing to us, it means another thing to them. Mental health, how to use sex toys, tips for dirty talk. And then she gives them right here 4 live links to sex experts online. So you're trying to protect your kids from perverts? Our schools are sending them to the perverts. So your kids go online to these folks, and I followed it. I was shocked. And the lessons these people are teaching are unbelievably disgusting. And all of them have up in their Twitter accounts and their pages that they are CSE experts, Comprehensive Sexuality Education Experts. CSE has been pushed through the United Nations for decades. People who fight against it, you'll find out in a minute what happens to them. Here's her 54 sexting ideas. So she leads the kids through a live link to this. This website's called O School. School. So kids are going to go there automatically. She sends them there. 54 sexting ideas you wouldn't have thought of. Poor English, poor grammar, number 1. They always have poor grammar, which tells you it's not really done by teachers. Okay, I'm just going to read a couple of these 54. I cried when I opened this page. Number 3, show your partner a place on your body that tingles for their touch. These are sexting ideas they're supposed to send to their lovers. Encourage your partner to try something entirely new in the bedroom. Notice it's always partner. It's not your wife. It's not your husband. Number 9, tell your partner how much you enjoy seeing their facial expression as they climax. Do you see that picture with the blue background? Handcuffs. And then when I went to the bottom of the page, I was speechless. I've underlined the part I want you to see. Asking your partner if they want to invite a third person into the bedroom, maybe totally sexy text if you've discussed a threesome before. Whether that relationship is a casual one-night stand or a long-term thing. They are teaching our children to sleep around, to do dangerous sexual behavior, to have anal sex, which we know leads to serious illness, and then tell them, oh, no problem, if you get AIDS, there's all these pills you can take. I've met people who have AIDS and take a cocktail of pills and know they don't feel good. This is a dangerous nightmare. So what other things are the Marxists posing as teachers' unions behind? I'm going to share with you some, let me go back just so you can see that. The National Education Association, every year they have an annual meeting, it's always the first week of July, and they pass new business items. I'm going to share some from 2017 and 2018. You can go on our website for kidsandcountry.org and just click on Union Politics, and I have the last 3 years of business items there in PDF form. You'd be shocked. Give yourself half an hour and do it, because you will be shocked at what these unions are behind. It would take me 10 days to share it all with you. All right, so one of the resolutions, B53, is on sex education. It's long, so I can't read the whole thing to you, but look at the highlighted part. Teachers and health professionals must be qualified to teach in this area and must be legally protected from censorship and lawsuits. Why? Because we all want to sue them and censor them, right? Why would they protect them from that? Why? Whoops. This is a little bit delayed. Sorry. Okay, the next one, I just want you to see the highlighted part. Well, I got to there we go. Note B, diversity of culture, diversity of sexual orientation, and gender identity. So the teachers' unions are behind all of that, all the genders. This is a screenshot, California Teachers Association page. You can find this on your own. They're bragging about being the ones who work together with the PTA, states it right on there, with the PTA, to bring transgender bathrooms into the state of California. Now, here's what's really shocking. Not only is it the transgender bathrooms, but this groundbreaking oh, by the way, this is 2013. This groundbreaking legislation will allow transgender students in public schools to participate fully in all school activities, sports teams, and programs that match their gender identity beginning January 1st. And then it goes on and on that they can use the locker rooms of their gender identity, and down here it tells us that the PTA and the California Teachers Association were behind it. I don't know one teacher or one parent who's okay with transgender bathrooms. Why? Because if a man comes into the restroom of a little girl, he might rape her. That's why. Let's be honest. I don't know one single solitary American that thinks it's okay for biological boys to dominate girls' sports. I was an athlete. My dad was a booster president, and always my coach. We fought and fought and fought for girls to have access to sports. Equal access. I always played on a field with grass and holes and everything, and the boys had a really nice field. I wasn't jealous. I just wanted a nice field. So we fought for it. And now what happens? The teachers' union, I was forced to fund my entire 28-year career. My husband was forced to fund for 42 years, uses my money to destroy the work that we did for girls. How dare they? How dare they? And then they say that we're transphobes for pushing against it. No, we're not. We're not transphobes. We love children. We care about girls. We want to protect girls. We don't want girls harmed. We don't want boys harmed either. It's not advancing for me. It might just be, thank you. This next slide always takes a while to load. Just so teachers will believe me, this is the cover of Educator magazine, California Educator. I was forced to fund this my entire career as well. This is a picture of a young lady who is a puzzle. Why is she a puzzle? Because she doesn't know her gender, and because there's an unlimited number of genders according to the teachers' unions and their friends. And so it says we're embracing the gender spectrum. And on this page, it tells us that we all have to use these new pronouns. You know, if I say you're a girl, but you don't want to be a girl, I could lose my job. for calling you the wrong gender because you want to be a tree. And you can change your gender every day. I might not even be able to keep up with it, but I could be fired for not saying the right gender. Here's the heartbreaking thing. This is Lily. Lily's a biological boy. And they share Lily's story about how Lily is transitioning to become a girl. And the teachers union is telling all of us that we need to support this. And I would, of course, absolutely love and adore and protect that child, no matter what. But I am not going to participate in the fairy tale or hide from that child's parents that the child is transitioning into another sex, because they hide it from the parents too. We have kids in California who decide to transition to a different sex, and their parents find out on graduation day when the child announces it to the entire community. That's evil. They're undermining parents in a big way. When we go push back at the state legislature, we're bullied. We're bullied by Connie Leyva, who is the chairwoman of the Senate Education Committee, and by other Democrats who are pushing this agenda and totally ignoring California parents, claiming that we all love this. We don't. We don't, and neither do teachers. How do they get away with this? The NEA, this isn't a business item they adopted in 2017, and I think this is the most important one for anyone to know, because this is how they get away with not only the sex ed, but all the other stuff I'm about to share with you. They work in partnership with the Southern Poverty Law Center. This group understands that. Those online might not know about Southern Poverty. I'll explain that in just a minute. So they work in partnership with Southern Poverty Law Center, NAACP, which used to be a good organization but is now corrupt, ACLU, GELSON, which is Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network, National Center for Trans Equality Human Rights Campaign. People think Human Rights Campaign is good. No, it's corrupt. Has a nice name, but it's not what it claims to be. Typical communism. They use a name that we think is something, but it means something else to them, and that's how they get away with it. And they say they're going to with the NEA, they're going to track incidences of discrimination, racism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism. That all sounds really nice. And they're going to educate and eradicate hate and give training on unconscious bias. So I'm going to start with the unconscious bias. Teacher like me, because I was born with white skin, we're forced into, and I've never gone through this personally because I left the classroom a few years ago, but many of my friends have. And we have teachers on camera giving their testimonies through tears. White teachers sitting in a teacher training, and they are told, you are white, you're a bigot. You can't help it, you'll be a bigot your whole life. You were born a bigot. You will always be a racist. It doesn't matter. If you're white, you're a racist. And they beat this into them and beat this into them. They have to take 6 trainings if they're part of something called Courageous Conversations, which is what's in St. Paul, Minnesota. It's an organization out of San Francisco. And if your school has adopted this training, which most schools have now, because under the Obama administration, and that's something I don't have time to go into today, but most schools adopted this new program of racial equity discipline policies. So they tell the teachers, any child in your class that has any color in his or her skin, if they are disobedient and they aren't doing a good job, it's your fault because you're white, because you have unconscious bias and you're being mean to that kid. These teachers are in a puddle on the floor. I taught in a school with 42 languages, last count. Immigrants from all over. I didn't notice color. I noticed human beings created in the image of God, and I loved every single one of them. How dare the teachers' unions call me a bigot or call any other teacher a bigot? And if they're listening, shame, shame, shame on those teachers' unions. They're destroying our country. They're destroying racial relations. They're causing the racial division. So they say they're going to educate and eradicate hate. What does that mean? Well, this is a Christian community, so you need to understand this better than anyone, because you're the haters, according to the teachers' unions and their buddies. This is Southern Poverty Law Center's homepage. They used to have 954 hate groups when I took the screenshot. They now have over 1,000. Southern Poverty Law Center, working in partnership with the teachers' unions. If you go to the website, and I hope you will, go down to sort by all groups and you click on it, here's what you're going to discover. Almost all of the groups that are listed as hate groups are Christian, conservative, Republican, Catholic, Jewish. They're religious or conservative groups that are fighting for religious and conservative virtues and people. There are a few skinhead groups on there that are probably true haters. Don't believe me? Please go on and look at it. I today have time to only show you a few. These are some that are on the hate list today. Traditional Values Coalition, it's a Christian organization. Alliance Defending Freedom, they defended Masterpiece Cake Shop guy 3 times now. Alliance Defending Freedom is a nonprofit national group that defends Christians who are attacked. You probably know this guy served gay people all the time in his bake shop. He was asked to do a gay wedding. He said, that's, a marriage is a covenant between God. I can't do that because it's against my religion, but I will recommend this shop down the street to you. They sued him. You know why? They set him up. They did it on purpose. They do it in classrooms too. They put these kids in these classrooms with these parents who want to push this on everybody, and then they sue the teacher. It's on purpose. They have sued him 3 times now. Anyway, that's why they're on the hate list, because they dare to defend Christians who don't want to bake a cake for a gay wedding or do photography for a gay wedding. United Families International is an organization that has been lobbying at the United Nations for decades against comprehensive sexuality education, so they're on the hate list. Pacific Justice Institute, personal friend Brad Dacus in California, he defends Christians, so he's on there. The reason they put him on is because some parents found out that in their kindergarten class, the activist teacher read a book to the class about transgenderism, and then a little boy transitioned into a little girl right in front of his classmates. Parents didn't know about it. Parents didn't even say anything angry. They just said, I wanted to know about this. I didn't want my child to be a part of that. My child's confused. My little girl's now afraid she's going to turn into a boy. They're traumatizing our kids. So when someone defends those parents, they get put on the hate list. Conservative Republicans of Texas, American Family Association, they have about, I think, 300 Christian radio stations around the country. Dr. D. James Kennedy Ministries, San Diegans for Secure Borders, and the American Border Patrol are both on the hate list. I'll show you why at the end of the presentation, but the teachers' unions are the ones that are against having borders. They are for sanctuary cities. They're the reason that's being pushed. Nobody else wants it, just the teachers' unions and their friends. And this sounds like a really hateful group, the Pray in Jesus' Name Project. You dare to love Jesus? You're a hater to the teachers' unions. Are you a teacher funding the teachers' unions? And you believe in God? You're Jewish, you're Christian, you're Muslim? You are actually funding your own demise. This one was adopted that in 2017, that they will develop an online toolkit to assist communities and educators in combating the insidious hate speech, the actions of white supremacists, nationalists, and the so-called alt-right. Who is that? You. Me. They call us the alt-right. Okay, how did the SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center, ACLU, and teachers' unions, and all these groups work together? I'm just going to show you some samples. This is from the California Teachers Association website. They created a social justice toolkit for students. It is shocking when you go through and look at the whole thing. Here's just some highlights. On this toolkit, a child can, in several places, click on live links that go directly to Southern Poverty Law Center. On those links, they can report their parents, their teacher, their classmate, as haters. Children can report people as haters. Anyone in the room read Orwell's 1984? This is communist propaganda. It's what they always do, get the children to turn on others and on their parents. So what do you have to do to be a hater? Well, you just saw the hate map. If you believe marriage is between a man and a woman and you say it, you're a hater. If you dare to say, oh, honey, there's only 2 genders. God made you male and female. You're a hater. If you dare to say, I don't want children being taught oral on anal sex in the classroom, you're a hater. So look out. You can be reported by a child. On this toolkit, I just wanted you to see a couple of the things on the toolkit. This is a page of the posters that I, as a teacher, can hang in my classroom, or a child can get for free. well, paid for by my union dues. The union's very proud of this because the teachers' unions are the reason that the state of California is now the first state. When you go get your driver's license, which I just renewed mine, I witnessed it, you check male, female, or non-binary. We have 3 genders now in California. Non-binary means 1 of a million, not those other 2, 1 of a million. They're very proud of that because they pushed it. Resistance, okay, they're teaching teachers to do mass resistance with communist fist and everything. This is the one that concerns me the most. This poster says, "We believe Black Lives Matter." Well, of course, every human life matters. But you know, you've been watching what's going on. They're not really for Black lives. They're Marxists. They've stated, Black Lives Matter Incorporated has stated, we are trained Marxists. They're communists. They don't care about anybody. They're using Black lives to push communism. It says women's rights are human rights. Well, that means abortion. And no human is illegal. Open borders. Science is real. I'll show you later that the teachers' unions rewrote the scientific method. They are the ones behind all the fake science. Love is love. That's a pedophilia statement. And kindness is everything, which means the exact opposite of what it says. Anything the teachers' unions say sounds nice, means the opposite. Okay, now, how do they enforce these things? This is also an adopted business item. My pointer's not working. They are going to use their media to make a list of businesses and individuals who are committed to refusing services to same-sex couples. What do they do with this? They do it with Southern Poverty Law Center. Well, you already saw. They sue people. They put people out of business. They say, oh, you're a homophobe, you're a transphobe, and they put you out of business. The teachers' unions. Why are they involved in this? I thought they were just supposed to be defending teachers, getting us a break and getting us a raise. No, they haven't defended teachers in a long time. What else do? They are in opposition to conversion therapy and reparative therapy. So in other words, they don't want pastors to be able to talk to someone. If a person says, I have unwanted same-sex attraction, a pastor in California is not allowed to talk to him anymore. They're trying to make it illegal to counsel someone out of the homosexual lifestyle, even when the person wants out. And they're trying to make any book that says the homosexual lifestyle is a problem, they're trying to ban those books. Guess what book is loaded with that? The Holy Bible. They're trying to ban the Bible. How do they do all this? Well, they adopted in 2017 a new definition for the scientific method. So if you'll look at the part that I highlighted for you in yellow, the teachers' unions struck out those words in their adopted item. Then they underlined the new words they're going to use. I highlighted it for you in green, just so you can see it easily. What did they strike out of the scientific method? They struck out empirical evidence derived from valid scientific experimentation. Science, although inquiry-based, is verified through repetitive experimentation using the steps of the scientific process. Any scientist knows, even a kindergarten to 4th grade teacher like me knows, you have to use the scientific method. You practice over and 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 over until you find out something is true or not true, or a weak theory. Well, they changed it to scientific theory that incorporates empirically collected evidence, scientific methodology, and other accepted scientific processes. This entire process leads towards scientific consensus. Whose consensus? Not yours. If you're a Christian, you don't count. Only the consensus of the radical left. That's why we have children marching against climate change. The teachers' unions are behind those marches, by the way. Organize them, fund them, organize the kids, everything. That's why we have all these genders. That's why we have all this fake science, because the teachers' unions help push fake science in our schools. I have a teacher friend, St. Paul, Minnesota, who was told, you may not teach accurate science, and you must dumb down the science to the black students. I have her on camera stating that if anyone wants to challenge it. We have a movie coming out that we're working on. She'll be a part of that. Now, what happens to teachers like me inside the NEA, if we're union reps, or inside the state level, NEA's national level, and we push back? Well, I have a lot of friends like that who push back. And what happens? Well, NEA says we're not going to accept any exhibitors whose messaging is in conflict with Resolution B55, the one you just saw, changing the scientific method. If you dare to be in conflict, which my friends are, here's what they do to you. So I have friends who started an ex-gay educators caucus because they were concerned about you can't be ex-gay. According to the unions and their friends, you're born gay, you always stay gay, you can't be ex-gay. They bully ex-gays heavily. Well, I thought they were anti-bullying. But they bully me, they bully Kelly Williams-Bollar, they bully ex-gays, they bully everyone that doesn't land into their agenda. Shame on them, that's evil, and I'll say it every day of the week. If a pastor won't, pastors, will you say it? We need our pastors to step up, not a 5'4" woman. 5'4" woman saying it. Come on, pastors. Come on. Creation Truths Outreach teachers created this, and they created creation science educators. Creation, that's God, right? Ex-gay, that's God redeeming your life. What happened to these teachers? Well, the NEA passed a resolution that in 2018, that these teachers, their information would be thoroughly reviewed and evaluated by the exhibitors for materials because their information is offensive, obscene, and in bad taste. That's what they think about you if you believe in God. If you dare to stand up for true science, you're offensive, obscene, and in bad taste. I thought they were teachers. I thought they were educators teaching the truth. Well, teachers like me are. The teachers union is liars. They're liars, and they use and abuse teachers like me. They take our money. They brutalize us using mafia tactics. Okay, I'm going to help you connect the dots, and I got to start moving fast now. Connect the dots. Agencies are controlled by corrupt unions. What agencies are controlled by corrupt unions? Almost all of them. Almost all of our government agencies at state and national levels are controlled by corrupt government unions. In my opinion, if you're a legislator listening today, we need to make government unions illegal. If we can get them out of all of our government agencies in our schools, we can fix all this overnight. They're a mess. They're a hot mess, as my Southern friends would say. Who's controlled by corrupt unions? The Library Association. That's why we have drag queen events in our libraries. The School Boards Association, the Department of Motor Vehicles, the VA. You wonder why so many of our wonderful veterans weren't being treated right for so long? Unions. The Post Office, state and national local departments of education, foster care. The highest number of children abused by sex trafficking are foster youth. Why? Who's in charge of them? And the Center for Disease Control. They're unionized. I'm here to tell you, we can't trust the CDC. This is off of the CDC website today. You can go find this today. So there we go. This is a PDF. It's several, I think it's 3 or 4 pages long. HIV and young men who have sex with men. They call them, for short, YMSM, young men having sex with men. I've read this entire PDF multiple times. Not once do they say, teachers, you need to report this as child abuse. I signed a document when I became a teacher that I would report child abuse, and pedophilia was on that list. Suddenly, pedophilia is okay. According to the CDC and the teachers' unions, they're pushing for 13-year-old boys to be in these groups up to 24 years old, and this PDF tells you about it, and I circled the section that I thought was the most important because it just, and I don't have time to read it to you now, but it makes it very clear that they are endorsing this, that they are saying we need to make our schools a safe place. Of course they need to be safe for every child, and you don't judge a child. But if you find out a 13-year-old boy is being abused by a 24-year-old man, that's child abuse. Suddenly they're claiming it's not. That's evil. We need to protect our children. The NEA brought Black Lives Matter Week of Action into our schools. They've been doing it for several years. No one was paying attention until the riots started. They adopted this business item that NEA will promote the Black Lives Matter Week of Action in schools, including hiring more counselors, not cops. Who's behind defunding the police? The teachers' unions. Black Lives Matters, just anyone who is believing Black Lives Matter, Incorporated, Anyone who's believing that message, it's clever messaging, it's propaganda. No one's allowed to say that they're bad because then you're against blacks. Well, that's typical communism. No, we're not against blacks. We love everyone of every skin color. They're all made in the image of God. These folks say that we, on their page of what we believe, we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. Why would the teachers' unions be involved with pushing something that disrupts the family? Because they're not teachers' unions. They're communists, Marxists, posing as teachers' unions. Here's the proof of the business item they passed and adopted: hiring more counselors, not cops; ending zero-tolerance policies, replacing them with restorative justice. That sounds nice. Here's what it means. Our schools have become war zones. We're not allowed to discipline anymore. And I've been personally impacted in my classroom where I couldn't teach anymore because the discipline was so out of control. Because if a child had any color in the skin, the principal wasn't going to discipline them. And there's so many other details I could tell you, but my time's ticking away. All right, adopted. NEA will find way. Oh, I'm just showing you this so you'll just see that they're behind every problem in our. You name the problem, I can probably connect it to the teachers' union. Look at this one. They are for the removal of our skins, Braves, Indians, and Warriors mascots' names. I'm Native American. Doesn't bother me if you're called Redskins. I think it's kind of cool. But the Redskins just had to change their name, didn't they? Who's been pushing for that? The teachers' union. What does that have to do with defending me as a teacher? Look, you want to do that on your own time and your own dime? Great. Don't do it on my dime and tell people you're defending me. They are, this is an adopted business item, calling for a county-wide and statewide moratoria on new charter school authorizations. They are against charter schools nationwide, as is the NAACP with the teachers' unions. Okay, so our American founders told us that there are two things necessary to keep a free republic. You must have a well-educated and moral citizenry. What do you have to do to destroy our republic? Destroy our educational system and our morality. That is what the Marxists posing as teachers' unions are doing. Are we doing well in our schools? Here's the latest NAEP scores. These just came out. Civics, geography, history, 15% passed. Tragedy. That's why we're going down. How much money do the teachers' unions collect? Well, in California, average dues are $1,000. They've gone up a lot. So I know teachers that pay $1,200, $1,300, but I'm just going to give a conservative average, $1,000. How are they split up? The state gets $737, the national gets $200. This is annual. The teachers at the local level get $63. I was a local level union rep. At the local level, the teachers are caring. They help each other. That's why they all like the union, because they think their local union's great. I was great. I did great things for them. Oh, we kept $63. The rest of it goes up to the state and national, where they use it for all the things I showed you and more. They have raised those dues. When our case was heard, you heard that Scalia died a month after our oral arguments, so then we ended up with a tie. Another case came after ours and won. In June 2018, all of a sudden, all of America, if you are a government employee, teacher, DMV, whatever you are, you no longer have to pay unions. They're still representing you, but you don't have to pay them. And you go to our website, forkidsandscountry.org, click on Freedoms and Protections, and learn how to opt out today and stop paying them, and I hope you will. But the unions, since the day that case passed, they have raised the dues on teachers 3 times. 3 times. And I told everybody, that's what they'll do. They won't lose any money. People opt out, they'll just raise the dues. That's why we need to make them illegal. We need to get them out. So, how much do they collect? Here's their membership. According to their websites, we have NEA and another one called AFT, which is the smaller of the 2 national teachers unions. Together, we have a total of 4.7 times $1,000 a year. That is $4.7 billion a year tax-free, just from teachers. Added up with DMV, cops, firefighters, VA, the list goes on. You're talking hundreds of billions of dollars a year, tax-free. And by the way, you, the taxpayer, collect it in paycheck deductions and hand it to them. Plus, they get millions of educators as coerced boots on the ground because they bully us if we don't do their bidding. Where does this money go? I pulled some slides today for time's sake. All of the money goes to far-left Democrat politics. I pulled those slides, but wanted you to see how much money the union leaders make, because a lot of times teachers, they won't get mad about everything else, but they'll get mad when they find out they're being ripped off in this way. These are 2013 numbers. NEA leadership, the president at that time was making $526,000 plus, and he had a housing allowance. The VP, who is now the president, was making $447 plus with a housing allowance. The secretary was making $454 with a housing allowance, and you can see all these numbers down. Okay, what was the average teacher making that same year? And by the way, teachers do make better money than you think, but that same year, I must have pulled that slide, teachers were making about $49,000 average. And those people were living off that. I think teachers in California were averaging $69,000. But these people who supposedly represent them, you know, making $500,000. There are teachers today making a good salary. Don't let the unions lie to you. If I was in the classroom today working full-time with a master's degree and 28 years of experience, I'd be making $120,000 a year. That's working 9 months. Yes, I always worked in summers. Yes, I always worked over my vacations. I was always working because I was a hardworking teacher. Some of them aren't. It's a lie that they're not paid well. Cadillac benefits and a pension that's not funded and that's causing all kinds of trouble in our country. So it's not true that they're low paid. Every time the teachers' unions gather, they have protests. I was here for this one. I saw this with my own eyes. Here they are marching for sanctuary cities. There's my state right there. I pulled these off their website. I didn't take these pictures. They were bragging about these on their website. They want to abolish ICE. What breaks my heart the most is the way they teach our children to be crass and cruel and hateful and unpatriotic. This young lady has been taught to flip off the President of the United States. There's been lots of presidents while I was teacher that I didn't like. I never said one negative word about any of them. I taught my students to respect authority and respect the country, respect our president, and to be patriotic. That's what real teachers do. Marxist posing as teachers unions teach little kids to flip people off and to picket against our president. This is NEA 2018 Representative Assembly meeting. They give an award every year, their highest award to a teacher, called the President's Award. This is Lily Esselstyn Garcia, the president. They gave their highest award not to a teacher like me, not to a teacher who has adopted students because their parents died. I know many teachers who do that. Adopt children and care for them. We wash kids' clothes, we feed them, we do everything. We love them. No, they gave the award to Colin Kaepernick, the NFL football player who leads the Take a Knee movement. How did the Take a Knee movement get so powerful from one rude, anti-American guy being just disrespectful to our flag? Because he had the teachers' unions behind him, that's why, and other powerful organizations. Then, this was the president of the California Teachers Association at the time. They took a knee during the national anthem. In my name. And I'm here to say it. I don't care if there's a lot of people out there who are too afraid. I bow to one person, God. I bow to one person, God. I'm not bowing because somebody told me that I'm supposed to be disrespectful to my flag. I'm appreciative of this free country. I would never. I salute the flag. And more of us need to say that. This is David Hogg. He was the leader, the chosen leader of March for Our Lives. Parkland shooting in Florida. Children, of course, everyone was devastated. They wanted to do something. Well, so the children start gathering. What happened? The teachers' unions organized it. Meadow. Maybe you've read why Meadow died. Meadow was one of the children slaughtered that day. Her father wrote a book, Why Meadow Died. Wrote it with Max Eden, education expert. I talked to them. Meadow's brother, okay, his sister was slaughtered. Meadow's brother wanted to speak at their first event because kids were allowed to speak, and he was going to eulogize his sister. The Hollywood producer that was in charge of the event that the kids supposedly set up that it was grassroots, supposedly, wouldn't accept his speech and wouldn't let him speak. You know why? Because he didn't speak again for gun control. He was eulogizing his sister. That's evil. You use little kids who just have their schools shot up to push your agenda. So what do the teachers' unions do? Their opening speaker was David Hogg, the leader of the March for Our Lives movement, a young man who says the F-bomb so many times my head spins. This is the leader of, sorry guys, this gal is one of the leaders of Red for Ed, the teacher strikes. She's quote unquote a teacher. I've never known a teacher in my life who flips people off. Who's behind #NotMyPresident? You guessed it, teachers unions and their friends. This is Dawn Thacker. Thank you, ladies, for flipping us off. I don't know one teacher, teachers are loving. And she says, hey, real Donald Trump, you suck. I don't know teachers who speak that way. What else do? They get kids to march for Black Lives Matter. They get kids to march against guns. They support people like Kamala Harris, who intervened against us in our case. They're behind Occupy Wall Street. They are behind the Women in the Pink Hats, this disgusting movement that hates children. They get children out to picket for teacher strikes. That was in my town, that young lady. Are teachers really these radical leftists? According to the teacher union studies over 35 years, most teachers are conservative. They're trying to run all of us out and replace us with a bunch of radical leftists. So, in the old days, like when E. Ray Moore was talking about, when we had great education, we used to learn about Henry David Thoreau in part of our classical literature. Henry David Thoreau said, there are thousands hacking at the branches of evil to one who is striking at the root. We need to quit fighting all these branch issues and dig out the diseased root in this country. What is it? It's communism, Marxism, controlled by teachers' unions and all their billions and all their organizing and all the organizations connected to them. We need to dig out that diseased root. So, one way we can start, we started something called Adopt a Teacher. I have some flyers out in the other room. We explain it on our website. Basically, most teachers have no idea what I just told you. No idea. 90% of teachers think the union is their friend. They think the union's defending them. They think the union's getting them a raise. They think the they out there, the evil legislators, are causing all these problems and the union's defending them. They don't know the union put all those legislators in office and the union is controlling the puppet strings. The union is the guy behind the curtain. They don't know. That's your job to educate them. Adopt a Teacher. You can learn how to do that on our website. And I wrote a book, Standing Up to Goliath. Kelly's story's in it. There are about 4 dozen teacher testimonies in this book exposing the unions for a lot of things I just shared with you. Teachers don't want to believe it until they read it from another teacher. And you can go to our website, and we have all kinds of information there. Teach a teacher how to opt out of the union and stop paying them today. Information on the sex ed. We lead you to other organizations that know more than we do. The time is now, especially with COVID. Parents are finally awakening. They're finally realizing there's a problem in our public schools, and I think teachers are waking up too. But how are they going to know what to do if they don't know who's behind it? They don't realize. They're under deception. They have a veil over their eyes. We have to open their eyes. So that's my goal. If you have a church, invite me. Invite every teacher in your church. Don't be afraid. Invite them. Don't let the teachers union control your church or our country or our kids anymore. Thanks for listening to me today.
Thank you, Rebecca, for your exceptional research. We are getting questions coming through online, so stay tuned. We're going to come back to those at the panel at the end of our day today, and we can we have some questions for E. Ray Moore as well. Right now, we're going to be taking a 15-minute break, and we'll see you all back at 10:45.
There is nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
Jesus said, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea." Florida Citizens Alliance proudly presents Rescuing Our Children 2020, a historic two-day event packed with amazing content designed to equip God's people with ways to protect our children from the evil that's spread across our nation and in our schools. These brilliant speakers have enthusiastically joined our rescue team and will be speaking at this year's event.
We know that our schools are failing, and yet we're continuing to send our children into those schools. They're teaching our children that there are accidents of nature and that survival of the fittest is the law of the land, and then hypocritically telling them don't bully.
The kids are supposed to think, well, who do we kill? And so now what happens? Well, my pastor said we shouldn't kill people. My mom said we shouldn't kill people. My Bible says we shouldn't kill people. But obviously the only moral solution here is to kill somebody for the greater good. And so what happens? The kids think, well, maybe there is a time and place for concentration camps, for killing babies, for killing old people, right? It destroys their understanding of biblical and moral absolutes.
Or the schools that sow the seeds to normalize Satanism, pedophilia, and transgenderism. Where does it stop?
We have video games today that I saw that just came out in the last several months where you have oral sex, graphic threesomes, strip club scenes, women dancing around poles. And these are video games marketed and purchased by 10, 11-year-old kids.
It's not that hard. Once you get us on the right track, kids are able to go and do whatever, right? So we're very independent. People don't seem to realize that, which is what I kind of hope to bring into the spotlight. So that's what homeschooling's done for me.
Teachers are now in crisis. Children are not learning. You know, it's not rocket science. If teachers and parents could just get back together and take care of the kids, and the teachers unions would get the heck out, everybody would be fine.
And we must stand with courage, knowing that we are on the side of truth. We need to let our light shine. We cannot be afraid of the darkness, but we need to know it's going to cost me something. But I have to be willing to do that. For our children and our grandchildren, we have to be willing to do that as well.
The hardest thing of it all was my father, because, my dad, he would do anything for anybody, and especially, for me. And so he decided that he had helped me with the enrollment. So my father, he got charged too, and that's the biggest thing, is that he got charged. And he fought against them so much that they gave him a year in the penitentiary, and he died. He never came home. So that is why I fight. And I fight for so many parents, because we're just moms and dads. We're just people that just want our kids to have equality, to have a great education. That's it.
Rescuing Our Children 2020 is a historic two-day event packed with amazing content. Please consider supporting our efforts by partnering with us for Rescuing Our Children 2020. By standing together and by God's grace and mercy, we can win this battle and turn the tide. Please join our rescue team today.
Because I'll guarantee you the women sitting around you will value and love you even more as they find out about the struggles and the hard times that you have actually walked through.
Family, my grandma used to cook this every weekend. I brought this pre-seasoned in because I had it marinated. And this, I think, is so important because as God's word says that we need to meditate on his word. And I look at these two words and see the similarity of it, of marinating and meditating, and meditate on his word. I believe that's where we find the peace and fulfillment at.
Because you are just, you're a walking testimony of what Christ wants us to do with our life.
Thank you all so much, and God bless you all. I'm so grateful that the Lord leads me to help them. Sincerely, your sister in Christ, Sharon.
I'm Seth Ray.
And I'm Avery Arnell. We get to meet some pretty amazing people from all over the world. Now, these are people who are actually doing some pretty incredible things. They are full of faith and courage, and they push the limits, and they bravely are chasing their dreams.
And chances are you've probably never heard of them. And today we get to introduce you to someone who is practically normal.
Hi, I'm Patrick Hampton.
And I'm Doug Doherty.
And I'm the millennial.
And I'm the baby boomer.
And we've decided to come together to engage, educate, and empower Hamilton County citizens in good government and civic virtues. We're asking that you text Flourishing to 66866 to join our email list. And also go to our website at www.hamiltonflourishing.org. Thank you for joining us.
The summer of 1787 proved to be one of the most significant times in the United States history. Delegates from each of the 13 colonies, also known as the Founding Fathers, gathered with great urgency to revise and reconstruct the ineffective Articles of Confederation. Spending many critical days in the suffocating heat of the Pennsylvania State House to discuss and debate the creation of a new system of government. By September, the debates had finally settled and the Constitution was ratified. However, the fires of controversy had not been completely put out. The Federalists, who were in favor of the Constitution, and the Anti-Federalists, who did not approve of it, quarreled in search of a compromise. The Anti-Federalists feared the Constitution favored a large, central government that had the potential of resulting in tyranny. Finally, the two sides came together to draft the amendments to the Constitution. Out of the 12 originally proposed, 10 were ratified. These 10 became what we now know to be the Bill of Rights. Their purpose served and continues to serve as a safeguard for liberty and protector of basic civil rights. These amendments were created to guard we the people from abuses that a centralized government might potentially exercise. In a government made of the people, by the people, and for the people, a constitution that would hold the natural and inalienable rights of each citizen as the foremost priority only seemed fit, and thus the Bill of Rights was born. There is nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
Welcome back. We have 2 more speakers for you this morning before a quick lunch and the remainder of our program. Before I introduce the next speaker, I would like to inform parents tuning in that these next 2 talks will be on sensitive and shocking material that is only recommended for ages 12 and up. I would now like to introduce a man who is fearlessly fighting for our children on the battlefront of sex trafficking. Toby Overdorf is a Treasure Coast business owner and community leader, and currently the Florida representative for House District 83. As a state representative of Florida, Toby has become more aware and knowledgeable about the extreme and serious crime of sex trafficking that is plaguing our country today. Overdorf's concern for how this crime destroys our culture and terrorizes the lives of the victims, the children, is what led him here today. Toby brings much needed information to the public through his speaking engagements to try and stop this horrific tragedy. This is a heavy topic that is pushed to the side far too often, and we are thankful to Toby for joining us and sharing his knowledge. Please enjoy this video.
Well, thank you very much for having me here and being a part of this great event for rescuing our children. I can't thank you enough for tuning in right now. I wish we were doing this in person, but of course, at this point in time, we aren't going to be able to do that. So you got the second best thing, and that's you've got me electronically and all the other guests that are out there and lecturers that are really helping out with this event. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to be here today. And just thank God for the opportunity to address you and be a part of this. As we move forward and looking at overall rescuing our children, what does that mean, and what does the event really mean? It broke down into many different categories for me, and the first one is education. You know, as we look out there, it is important for each one of you, and I think that's one of the reasons that you're here today, is to really break down that self-education and understand all of the parameters that are affecting our children today, as well as those that are around our children. And we really need to look at that self-education side and making sure that we're using all the resources possible out there, that we're really delving into those areas that we need to get better at. Myself, I read all the time. I look at various other options that I can be out there and learning to just really understand what it is that is in my environment and how I can use that effectively. And then you really need to be educating those that are in your care. You know, in my earlier years and with my daughter at home, we certainly would spend the time around the kitchen table at night. My wife was fantastic about having that dinner time of discussing things and looking at roles and spending that time and really understanding where is it that my daughter was learning, where wasn't she learning. And it was important for her and for her development to have that education and be moving ahead. And so I'm probably telling you a lot of the things that you may already know, but these are the things that are such a core, and how she turned out so well is that now she's able to be that person that can educate others, and I know that she'll be passing that on. So that core family unit of education, of having those discussions and learning how to literally have a discussion regarding education is something that I think is really important. So education is number one. You know, number two is really to ask questions. And some of those questions are not always going to be the easiest questions to ask, and sometimes you might have that butterfly in your stomach when you ask those questions, but I think they're really important. The first of which is you have to ask, where does the money go? Where is the money trail for a lot of these things that we're now looking at in our lives? Is there somebody that is potentially making some money off of this? And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but are there areas that this money is going that is driving whatever this force is that is in front of you? And so the second part of that on looking at this is another question to ask is, who drives the curriculum that is dealing with your children out there? Who drives that learning process? Is it a conservative learning process? Is it a liberal learning process? Are the items that are being taught to our children today, are they items that are either based biblically? Are they based in history? Are they based in truth? Or are they based in feelings, innuendos? So you've got to ask those questions as to what the curriculum is. And even if that curriculum is being taught, by you understanding what the curriculum is, you can then go back to item 1 and have those discussions, have those talks with your children to really base what it is that they're learning and be able to ask the various certain questions associated with that. Then, what are the other side of this? What are the safety protocols associated with this? So when we're looking at the safety protocols of to ask questions, is your daughter, is your son being taken care of in a safe manner? Is their school okay? Is there the process that they're going through, is it okay? So these are some areas that we need to look at in the safety protocols. Who are the people that they are around? Who are the people that are allowed to be in the building with them and that are teaching them? If something happens in that school system or happens around them, is there a protocol for them being safe? So those are all different items that we really need to look at and for the asking question side of it. Now, an area that obviously is incredibly large and unfortunately has been an effect most certainly throughout our nation today is human trafficking. It's an area that if we actually start to ask the questions, we educate ourselves, you're going to find out that it is literally all around us. And it is such an unfortunate thing that it is, but it's truly all around us. And so as you look into human trafficking, some of the things that come across, if you come to a child and something doesn't feel right, it doesn't pass the straight face test. If the child is just jittery and is feeling as though they can't answer any question, there may be something wrong there. I'm not saying that in every instance that's the way, but it's something to keep your eye on. And so many times, children are rescued just because somebody asked those questions. Somebody is observant out there. Somebody is looking at a situation and say, as a parent, that just doesn't seem to add up. So I just would ask you to really be observant when you're out there. Look at children, look at those folks that are around you, and just ask yourself, do all the pieces fit together? And so as we move forward on the human trafficking side, I'm not suggesting anybody here that's listening to the sound of my voice should be responsible for breaking up a human trafficking ring. But you have the ability to observe and to maybe bring in a professional that actually can understand and see this a little bit more. And so I would suggest that they should be the ones that would be getting involved in something like that. And you never know, you may actually truly be rescuing a child associated with that. So another part of, as we look at rescuing our children overall, it's personal responsibility. How many people out there today can see and look and see some of the things that are happening in our world right now, and how many of those folks are actually taking personal responsibility for their actions, or are they blaming it on everybody else? Is that the example that we want to put out there? Is that the example that we would want our parents to put out there by saying, you know what, it's not my fault, it's their fault over there because they were doing that, so I'm doing this? Well, that causation doesn't always fit here, folks. I make it a choice that I wanted to appear in front of you today. That's my personal responsibility. I'm personally responsible for the words that are coming out of my mouth right now and the things that I'm saying to you. I'm okay with that. Nobody is making me say those things. So the personal responsibility side for what I say is tremendous. Now, I'm also responsible for where I go and what I participate in. Is that the kind of thing that I want my children or the people that are watching me to see? Do I want to be part of something that maybe moralistically isn't right in my morals, in my thoughts? Maybe it's an area that as I go into, it's wide open and I'm saying, look, I want to be here to understand more of what the opposing side is saying or things like that. That's, again, a personal responsibility for where I go. If I constantly avoid everything that makes me feel uncomfortable, then I'm not learning either. So I have to be responsible for not going to places and potentially putting myself out there so I can actually learn something and learn something from an opposing viewpoint, an opposing side. One of the things that I do in my office with the state representative is I meet with anybody. I will meet if you absolutely like what I have to say, or if you don't like what I have to say, I meet with you because I can only grow better by knowing all sides of an argument and all sides of an issue. So again, take that personal responsibility by going out and meeting with those. And I need you to also remember that it is perfectly fine for somebody to ask for help. You are out there, not everybody, including myself, even though I hate to admit it sometimes. I love when people ask questions. An old professor of mine, he used to say to me, Dr. Carl George, he would say that, Toby, I can gauge the best students out there and their understanding for something by the questions that they ask. And as the questions get more and more intense, you have a much better understanding for the overall issue. So never be afraid to ask a question about something that you do not know. The final point that I'd like to look at is the respect side. And as we go out to go in this world, you cannot make your point. You cannot get out there in a position to be able to work with children, to be able to bring them back to center, and to really have that person out there without that respect. And I mean the respect of not only demanding respect in the way that you are, but respecting those around you that you do not agree with. It is so important for you to be able to understand, not necessarily understand what they're thinking, but to understand that respect mechanism that allows for you to feel safe, for them to feel safe as they talk to you, etc. I think that is just a tremendous thing that we don't necessarily have in this world anymore. So I'd really like you to think about that and how you respect those around you. So why do I say all these things? Looking at education and looking at all those different, and taking personal responsibility. It's really because there's people watching you. There's people watching how you conduct yourself every day. And those are your peers. Those are the people that you may look at as the opposite side. Dare I say your enemy. But those are the people that are going to be watching you. But most importantly, the people that we're trying to rescue out of this mission, rescuing our children, they're really watching you. They're really watching how you conduct yourself. They're really watching how you interact with others. They're learning how you learn. And they are really the ones that are going to be really the folks that learn the most about how you do the things you do and watching you. That is the most tremendous part of this. You know, excuse me one second here, one of my most favorite people out there in the world is a gentleman named Theodore Roosevelt. I'll tell you a little secret. My grandfather is named Theodore Roosevelt Overdorf. Yes, it's true. Huge Teddy Roosevelt fans were his parents. Well, one of the greatest quotes that he ever said is something that I try to live my life by a little bit. And so bear with me as I go through this from Teddy Roosevelt. Quote, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasm, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement? And who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." So, I challenge you today, get in the arena. Use the tools, take personal responsibility, and ooze respect to those around you. And know that you will make a difference in the children's lives that you are interacting with today. Thank you very much. My name is Toby Overdorf. I really appreciate being with you today. God bless you.
The First Amendment in the Bill of Rights was created to protect the heart and core of democracy: freedom of religion, speech, the press, and peaceful assembly. It states, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances." In 1791, when this amendment was written, the Founding Fathers considered it to be one of the most critical elements of a truly representative government. It was evident and vital that the land of the free, protect people's right to have a voice. George Washington wrote, "If freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led, like sheep to the slaughter." This amendment has been debated throughout American history, but has maintained its position as a cornerstone of democracy. The Founding Fathers intended the role of government to protect our natural rights, and through establishing the rule of law, prevent people from hurting one another. The First Amendment continues to serve the American people, allowing citizens to express their valuable ideas, promoting democratic change, and inspiring healthy debate.
Our next speaker, Kelly Ruiz, as well as Toby Overdorf, for those of you online, they are live on the chat. So if you have any questions, we welcome you to ask them, and they will be able to directly answer them on there. Kelly Ruiz holds a master's degree in educational leadership and administration with over 10 years in the education field. Mrs. Ruiz, in addition to being a teacher, leader, and school principal, has been a political consultant on 2 high-profile campaigns at both the state and national level. Her many managerial and organizational skills bring her to the public speaking arena. And with her exceptional writing skills and human resource management, she has acquired proficient knowledge in the dangerous underworld of human trafficking that is destroying our children. She is the former co-host of News Behind the News TV show with John Michael Chambers, and she recently decided to dedicate her time towards this presidential campaign. With her research and background in education and the knowledge of these issues surrounding human trafficking in our schools, Kelly has taken a special interest to join forces to eliminate this crime against children. Kelly could not be here today, but she will be able to answer any questions afterwards in the live stream chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Kelly Ruiz.
Welcome to the Great Awakening. Hello, my name is Kelly Ruiz, and I was the St. Lucie County Donald J. Trump for President Chairman in 2016, and I have been an educator in one capacity or another for the past 20 years. Homeschooler, teacher, school principal. Today I'm reaching out to you to discuss the atrocities against children that are being committed on a daily basis, only miles away from my home and yours. Undoubtedly, it has always been God's plan for my life to be the voice for those most vulnerable in our society by exposing the darkness and shining a big bright light for all to see. Make no mistake about it, human trafficking and abuse have infiltrated every institution in our society. It has resulted in slave labor in the form of sweatshops right here in America and around the globe, so that we could have cheap products such as clothes, purses, and electronics. The so-called elites in our society have glamorized the professional athletes that we cheered on, the musicians, as well as business and internet icons such as Jack Dorsey of Twitter. Many, like Jack Dorsey, have provided platforms promoting pedophilia and crimes against humanity, all while silencing the voice of the good people through censorship, AI manipulation, and predicative programming. How about what's going on in our religious institutions, with hundreds of thousands of child sex abuse cases committed at the hands of rabbis, priests, ministers, imams, or the schools that sow the seeds that normalize Satanism, pedophilia, and transgenderism? Where does it stop? Make no mistake about it, you stumbled on this video event and you are here for a reason. Let that sink in for 1 minute. You were divinely guided by the hand of God to be here in this moment in time for a very special mission. This message and the things contained in this video were meant for you. Perhaps you may have been a victim of sex abuse. You may have known someone who was trafficked, or have your suspicions about an organization or entity involved in crimes against humanity. Again, there are no coincidences, and we need your help to expose the atrocities and to bring peace and love to the world for everyone, but most importantly, to the defenseless who have no voice. Will you help me be their voice? We're now going to move on to talking about the human trafficking, so this message is for you. We're going to talk about it on a global level, international, with various government entities involved. In 2000, the 106th Congress passed the first comprehensive federal law to protect victims of sex and labor trafficking, to prosecute human traffickers, and to prevent human trafficking in the United States and abroad. But I want to give you a little bit of a different perspective when it comes to human trafficking. What happens when government officials, the same people that were creating the laws, the same people who were enforcing the laws, what if they were the ones that were actually committing the crimes against children and humanity? What if the so-called global elite that were involved in buying and selling of children? And now we're going to play a short video clip on President Trump talking about the criminal corporate elite.
Replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation. And this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda, and the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, 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 and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever's necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented. And the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew.
On June 25th, 2020, the United States State Department actually released the Trafficking in Persons report. And there's a couple tweets that I'd like to read for you now. This year's Trafficking in Person report highlights governments that have failed to fulfill their commitments to protect victims and instead are actually acting like traffickers themselves.
No other nation. As our Commission on Unalienable Rights will elaborate on its upcoming report, America was founded on a promise to uphold unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the Trump administration's work to end human trafficking is an important part of that noble tradition. Last year, President Trump restricted certain types of assistance to the governments of 15 countries that were ranked at Tier 3, the lowest possible designation in the 2019 TIP report. In January of this year, the president hosted a White House summit on human trafficking. He signed an executive order to combat human trafficking online child exploitation here in the United States. This administration has ensured that nearly $500 million is dedicated to the global fight against both sex and labor trafficking. Today we continue this good work. I'd like to share just a few highlights from this report, starting with some really good news. 22 countries received upgrade this year, 13 of them from sub-Saharan Africa. Namibia received a Tier 1 rating, the best possible. It is the first and only African country to do so since 2012. Congratulations on that good work. I also want to recognize Singapore, the report's other newly ranked Tier 1 country, and Bolivia for their progress to increase convictions and identify victims, among other significant improvements. Unfortunately, the report also calls out a group of nations whose state-sponsored pattern of forced labor have designated them in the Tier 3 category. Among them are China, where the Chinese Communist Party and its state-owned enterprises often force citizens to work in horrendous conditions on Belt and Road Project. Then there's Cuba. Up to 50,000 Cuban doctors have been forced by the Castro regime into human trafficking situations in more than 60 countries around the globe. They are the regime's #1 source of income. And in Central Asia, sub-governments have a long-standing history of compelling people to work in the cotton industry and other sectors. Uzbekistan's significant efforts to address this are setting a new standard for others in the region. We take government-sponsored trafficking very seriously. It's a perversion of any government's reason for existence, to protect rights, not crush them. The United States will not stand by as any government with a policy or pattern of human trafficking subjects its own citizens to this kind of oppression. We will work tirelessly in the United States to free those who are still enslaved. We will help restore the lives of those who have been freed, and we will punish their tormentors. And now it's my honor to have joining us for the 4th year in a row to honor some of those doing this heroic work is a truly passionate advocate.
It doesn't get any clearer than this, folks. This is the State Department Trafficking in Persons report, and it defines severe forms of human trafficking in persons. And I'm going to read this to you because this is specifically from the Department of State. So number 1, they define sex trafficking in which a commercial sex act is induced by force, fraud, coercion, or in which person induced to perform such an act has not attained the age of 18, or the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of subjection to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt bondage, and slavery. A victim need not be physically transported from one location to another in order to fall under these categories. So people think that they actually have to be moved from one location to another. This is incorrect, okay? They can be a debt slave and they can be a sex slave or in bondage in a specific location, even coming home to a specific house every evening. I don't want to get too much into details on the different tiers of the government-sponsored human trafficking, because the fact that it is being recognized by the U.S. government as an issue should be very concerning to everyone. So by the very fact that the State Department is acknowledging that governments are complicit in child and human trafficking and bondaging, this is what's very troublesome. And this is what I ask you to really make a point of listening to, keeping your eyes and ears open. Because as we know, China was mentioned as one of the top perpetrators when it comes to child and human trafficking. Keep in mind, China is the one that has the one-child rule, forced abortions, organ harvesting, the prosecution of Christians and other groups, originating out of the Wuhan, was we seen recently, the COVID-19 virus. And we need to also differentiate between the communist Chinese and the Chinese people, because again, this is coming out of communist China. The communist Chinese are actually exploiting their own people. So we need to keep this in mind as well. I recently co-hosted a show where we brought a guest on by the name of Mitchell, who was on the Vietnamese and Chinese border. He was trying to report on organ harvesting that was going on among the Falun Gong people. This is a very peaceful group of people, the Falun Gong. They were often seen meditating and praying out in public for world peace, and yet they were treated to such atrocities, human harvesting of organs, where they were actually pulling the organs out of the people live, holding them down. It's brutality. Again, according to the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, 25 million people around the world live in bondage. This is one of the main reasons why we have to stop illegal immigration in the United States. Many children, especially in the state of Florida, are trafficked from a myriad of countries. Many brought in internationally to work in the as agricultural workers by day and sex slaves at night. A few years back, I had the pleasure of meeting Rosa Castillo, a girl who was sold into sex trafficking in the child trafficking market and brought to the United States. Rosa was from Nicaragua, and she had hoped to come and reunite with her family in the United States. So she, at 12 years old, was trying to get over the border. The coyotes picked her up. She was trafficked at age 12 and lived for 14 years. 14 years, I'm telling you, in a cage, in captivity. This is very sad what Rosa had to go through. She basically was fed just a couple times a week. She was used as a human ashtray. She was branded in her privates, actually belonging to somebody. Rosa was beaten on a regular basis and shot in the head before making her escape with her young daughter. She actually showed me and had me feel on her head where she was shot. Can you imagine being shot at such a young age, trying to escape? And if she didn't bring in a certain amount of money, I believe she was up to bringing in roughly $1,800 a day. So she was taken, brought in, put in the cage, and then at night she was released into the seedy business of child sex labor. Horrible. And here is a picture of Rosa Castillo that I wanted to share with you. Because Rosa came to Florida, she spoke out before Congress. She's been an advocate. She's actually supported President Trump. That's how I met her, through one of the Trump sign waves out in front of Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach County. And now she's still residing in the area. But let me tell you, Florida ranks number 3 in the nation when it comes to human trafficking. It should come as no surprise to you that the D.C. swamp ranks very high, with some of the statistics saying that Washington, D.C. ranks number 1 in human trafficking. Let's throw in a really quick quote from President Trump on human trafficking. This is what he said recently. Human trafficking erodes personal dignity and destroys the moral fabric of our society. It is an affront to humanity that tragically reaches all parts of the world. And we're so blessed that President Trump has tried to stop this scourge, this plague on humanity, because it is a plague, make no mistake of that. 20 years ago, when the first TIP report was put out, minimal explanation was provided as to what became of the scope and breadth of human trafficking. In other words, they basically were just putting out some words, a report. However, it is currently involved with concrete themes and current trends in child and human trafficking. President Trump has really made it a point of making sure that he's not just doing the talk, he's doing the walk. He's keeping his promises to the American people. And in doing so, in this TIP report, he's holding people accountable, not only in the United States, but around the world. Once again, let's go back to Rosa Castilla and imagine being brought from a foreign country at age 12 to live in servitude. Think about what your children are doing at age 12. Maybe you have some children that age, and you can't fathom seeing your child work 12 hours a day with minimal food, locked in a cage at night like an animal. It's really sad because, you know, when I was 12 years old, I had a really good life. I remember, coming down the, slide in the wagon, riding the wagon at my grandmother's house, going fishing in Pennsylvania, all these great thoughts, picking raspberries, playing tag with my brothers. This is what I was doing at 12 years old. And I just can't imagine. I can't imagine what Rose has been through. And as a middle school teacher at one point, I worked with children that were 12 years old. They would play and they would laugh and they would go to the movies. And that's what children should be doing. Here's a quote from a girl named April, who was a victim of human trafficking. "You have to know your self-worth. It's okay to ask for help. They don't know they are a victim. They feel it's their fault, like we are the victims. You can have the worst past, but that doesn't mean that you can't have a successful future." And that's so enlightening coming from somebody who was actually a victim of child trafficking. And that really, it means something to me. It gives hope for me. In some parts of the world, and even in the United States, children are forced to work slave labor jobs, which make them prone to human trafficking. Traffickers around the world force children to beg in the streets, and if they don't bring home a set amount of money, then they are beaten or even killed. And nobody ever really knows what happens to these children. Again, some have to work. It's a shame because it places immigrant families are forced to hand over their children in order to make sure that their debts are paid off. And traffickers, they charge these fraudulent rates or exorbitant fees, and in doing so demand that the parents enlist their children in paying off the family debts. And this is especially happening in, countries such as India, China, Bangladesh, and also Hollywood. Hollywood has been complicit in creating a market for child trafficking, especially as they glamorize pedophilia in the movies through their predicative programming. Do you remember the 1999 Kevin Spacey movie, American Beauty? I remember it, actually. I never saw the movie, but I remember it being advertised in the clips. Incidentally, that film grossed $350 million worldwide. The movie plot was about how a middle-aged man was having sexual fantasies about his 16-year-old daughter's best friend. And here's a slide based off of the American Beauty. How about the 1997 movie Lolita? We do have one actress by the name of Blake Lively who recently called out child trafficking.
I believe if we all knew this, we would dedicate much more of ourselves to stopping it. So when I asked what child pornography entailed, yes, it's nude images of boys and girls under the age of 18. But now because of high-speed internet, it's also videos very prominently. And videos of kids, and by kids I mean prepubescent, visibly prepubescent. And they make the distinction because of the internet and there's so much content, these pedophiles are desensitized. Because of that, the kids are getting younger and the content is getting that much more devastating. So when this law enforcement officer told me this, I asked him how young are the young kids he's seeing. And he told me infants. And I have a 6-month-old baby. So I said, what does that mean? You know, like what does an infant mean? And he said, with the umbilical cord still attached. I know it's so devastating to hear this, and I'm really sorry to share this.
Now, in this video with Blake, she was talking about the child traffickers and how the police had actually told her when she asked, what was the youngest victim? Do you know what the police responded? You heard it from the video. The umbilical cords were still attached. That's what's going on, folks. That's the truth. It's an ugly truth, but it needs to come out. Or let's look at slide number 6. Ukraine busts human trafficking ring that sold babies to China, particularly to single men of certain orientations. So they're taking babies, newborn babies out of China and selling them via the Ukraine. We know there's a lot going on with the Ukraine, folks, and so much more to come out. There's also a patent. Why do we have a patent on cement and blood? It's just beyond what we can even imagine. The conditions are set in our society for child trafficking. We have 1,700 cases of credible sex abuse in the Catholic Church. They all turn a blind eye. It's not only the Catholic Church, but many others that engage in child sex abuse, including those migrant children brought through organizations such as Catholic Charities. And I want to bring this up right now. Let's bring up slide number 7 with the 1,700 priests accused of sex abuse. And let's just stop there for one moment and think about this. These priests, and in this article, you can go and retrieve this article, but if you look at it, it says that many of the law enforcement, they just let it go. And these same priests, these priests that were responsible for child sex abuse, are actually working as teachers, nurses, and even counselors for at-risk youth. That's the seriousness of all of this. We look at slide number 9. Illinois, 400 priests accused of child sex abuse. And Pennsylvania, hundreds more. We see shows like Toddlers and Tiaras that sexualized our youth. And even recently, Sheriff Grady from Polk County was talking about how one of his arrests was made of a teacher, a middle school teacher, who basically, she was 20-some years in the field of teaching middle schoolers, and it stopped to say she was at a graduation party and went to smoke pot with a 15-year-old and they had sex, and then went back and told the parents. These are the things that are going on. Or how about the same sheriff from Polk County, Florida, who was actually talking about an EMT who was taking blood from his girlfriend and selling it for art projects. I mean, you cannot make this stuff up, folks. It's a sick society we're living in. What monsters believe in, taking a newborn baby with Planned Parenthood and selling off baby parts? That was just a few days ago in the news, in Life News, where the person testified that yes, Planned Parenthood was taking children with beating hearts and removing them for profit. Or let's even look at JonBenet Ramsey. Do you remember that case? Many of you may remember JonBenet. She wound up killed. She was a young girl, little, I think 7 or 8 years old. I'm not exactly sure what age, but she was very young. She was sexualized in these pageants that people think, oh, it's no big deal. It's a little beauty pageant for little people. No, it's not. It's sexualizing children. Or how about stores like Victoria's Secret selling thong underwear to tweens? It creates a culture in which children are sexualized and life is not valued. Let's look at slide number 10, Katy Perry. Picture of body parts covering her album. Or slide number 11 with Tony Podesta's artwork, symbolizing Jeffrey Dahmer, the most horrific child killer, serial killer that our United States history has ever known. Or we can look at Les Wexner, who actually has connections with Epstein on Epstein Island. Les Wexner runs Victoria's Secret. Richard Branson, Virgin Airlines, Virgin Train. What is he transporting? Because he was the one that was transporting from Epstein Island. Or how about Harvey Weinstein and his inversion? Because there was a Fox News article saying that Harvey Weinstein actually had female parts. Or how about slide number 13, Patton Oswalt's tweets on promoting pedophilia. And then we can also look at John and Tony Podesta. We see Tony Podesta in slide number 14 with his red shoes symbolism. And then we have to ask ourselves, why are we allowing this? Even Christina Aguilera, the singer, look at her album, Bionic. It's like they want to just make us into a soulless being. Let's take a step back now and go back a little bit to the U.S. State Department on human trafficking in the Persons Report. Trauma bonding is a name given to children who suffer what is something similar to Stockholm Syndrome. If many of you might remember, some of you might be a little older to remember Patty Hearst and the Stockholm Syndrome. But it's also been called other names, MK Ultra mind control, which goes along with what's known as satanic ritual abuse. However, there is no medical standard for diagnosis for either, nor any agreed upon definition of trauma bonding. In addition, there's really no definite understanding of trauma bonding's prevalence within trafficking situations, and not all trafficking victims experience it. It's very limited right now in research in the United States. In other words, we really don't know the scope of this trauma bonding on a global scale. It has to do with intense fear coupled with kindness. So what they do is these traffickers, they take the children and they may beat them, they may take away, the basic necessities. They may take away health care, or they may take away food, like as in Rosa Castillo's case where they limited the amount of food that she was getting. They traumatize them. And in return, what happens is the victim will try anything to protect the attacker at any cost. They don't want to see anything bad happen to their attacker now because they're traumatized. And I'm going to leave you with a quote on this one, because this is a quote actually from the State Department. During a single incident of trauma, the limbic system, the brain's emotion center, overactivates, and the prefrontal cortex, the brain's logic center, shuts down. The repeated abuse causes the victim to shut down, and the victim will only connect with the trafficker. The younger the child, the more control they have over the individual. Folks, I just want to take a minute to talk to you. Our minds are very precious, and in general, we need to protect ourselves and what we are exposed to, because there's so much programming going on, and you don't really realize what's going on. You might say, oh, it's a simple television show. I'm just watching this show, or I'm just listening to this music, or I'm just taking my children to this event. It's no big deal. We're watching this Disney show. No biggie. It's Disney, for Pete's sakes. But there's something more sinister going along with this, because every time we say it's just this, or it's just that, or it doesn't really matter, or we sell a little bit of ourselves, we give away a little bit of our soul. Every time we do that, every time we excuse a behavior, every time we're, at an organization or a function, or maybe it's somebody at work. Maybe we work for a government agency and they say, oh, it's okay. it's no big deal. This happens all the time in foster care. Or maybe we work for the court system and we see it over and over again. We're bombarded by this happening in our own neighborhood. Incidentally, I spoke to somebody just this past week who worked for the court systems in St. Lucie County, and she ended up leaving her job because she couldn't handle, she was having nightmares with what was going on in our community. And if you think it's not happening in your community, you're sadly mistaken, because it is. Again, our minds are precious, and in general, we need to protect what we expose ourselves to and what we expose our children to. They form a psychological cohesion with no medical care, no basic needs being met, and these poor children have a loyalty to their abusers. Can you see how this is a problem with child trafficking is suspected? Leaving the trafficker, and that way the life can be devastating for the child. It brings up so many emotions to the surface, pain, fear, and sadness. So in other words, the child, it's very hard to identify human trafficking because the children don't want to tell the truth. Even if you brought a child in sometimes and you did questioning, because of that trauma, that mind control trauma, that MK Ultra mind control, it's hard for them to sell out their abuser. This is, and especially when they're young. Some 2, 3, 4, 5 years old, that's all they know, people. That's it, folks. Organizations need to be careful, or they can replicate human trauma bonding, either intentionally or unintentionally. So think about that for a minute. Sometimes there are organizations that are there to truly help people. There really is good organizations, but sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're fronts, and they're really not good organizations. They can come in the form of different things, art studios, nonprofit organizations, even some organizations in the past that we trusted. There's some diabolical things going on. And I'm going to make a point of talking about this right now with the UN peacekeeping troops in the past that have been involved in human trafficking. And again, this is coming from the State Department that just put this out June 25th of this year. And the U.S. peacekeeping troops in the past have been involved in human trafficking. All this information can be found right there in that TIPS report. Are you beginning to see how government entities and quasi-government organizations at the top are involved in human trafficking? Are you beginning to see the level of trafficking even in the United States with our own government agencies being complicit? I have a really good friend. Her name is Valerie Dirksen. When I was co-hosting a show recently, I spoke with Valerie Dirksen extensively about child trafficking. She was fighting child trafficking in the Caribbean, in Haiti, in the Dominican Republic, and talking about how people in our own government, the DEA officers, including, she mentioned them by name, were turning a blind eye. Their hands were getting greased, and that was it. They just ignored what was going on and just figured, hey, that's life, what can I do? And Valerie really worked on exposing a lot of this and ended up adopting 2 children that were child trafficked, and she advocates for them. I'm going to put a link and a website where you can get in touch with Valerie Dirksen because she's really a hero. Let's look again back to the TIPS report. Another statistic, and I'm going to quote this. Between 2007 and 2019, the United Nations received 1,033 allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse, including instances of sex trafficking by UN peacekeeping mission members. Can you imagine? I mean, think about this again. Can you imagine that the UN peacekeepers who were sent to your area, areas of the world where there's turmoil, are actually the ones complicit in human trafficking? And then we go back and we see the UN and we ask them about that, and they say, well, this is not our problem, it's a local level. And then the local level police don't want to get involved, and nothing ever gets done. So again, the UN rarely holds the peacekeepers accountable. They throw it back and forth, and it becomes a vicious cycle. How does this impact the U.S., you're probably wondering? Well, children from foreign countries are trafficked to the United States. Who is the wealthiest country in the world? The United States. Where do you think the children are coming? They're coming every day via the Mexican and Canadian borders. as well as through underground tunnels. This is why President Trump and the Trump administration put money towards the military for subterranean fighting, because they're all over in these tunnels. Drug running, sex trafficking, bringing children over. Reuters just talked about, just in the past couple days, investigations about how thousands of judges in the United States violated their oath and broke the law. They handed out harsh penalties to people, but they kept their jobs. Do you know what they were doing? Because there's one case here that we're going to look at, Marquita Johnson. They were actually putting these harsh penalties mainly in minority communities. So say, for instance, somebody might have had a minor traffic violation or, something minor, and then they're thrown in jail because now they can't pay for a bond and they're in there for 5 months. And guess what happens when they have children? Single moms, the children go to foster care. And that's exactly what happened. So we're going to look at slide number 16, Reuters judges. And let's skip on to slide number 17 with Marquita Johnson, who actually had one of her children removed and put into the foster care system in the United States. And the girl has suffered tremendous sexual and regular abuse, damage to this girl. She will never be the same. Just this past weekend, actually, I spoke to a very good friend of mine who was also in the foster care system, her and her sister. She's a great woman, and she talked about the sex abuse that went on there. And a vast majority of children who are in our foster care system have been sexually abused by the very same people running the foster care programs. Again, not all the people are bad people, but there are some that are, and we need to really take note of that. So what exactly can be done, you're probably wondering, to combat child trafficking in the United States and around the globe? Well, I'm going to tell you this. Thank goodness we have President Trump in office in the Trump administration, because he has put forth a couple executive orders, and we're going to put those up right now. Slide number 18. Blocking the property rights of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. Now, that was one of his first orders. That order was done in 2017. And do you know why it was done so early on? Because he was stopping the assets, the money flow. He cut the flow of all of the money coming in, even from large corporations. And let's look at slide 19. Combating human trafficking and online child exploitation in the United States. That's another one. People tend to be very dismissive, including parents, who really need to be on their guard of what their children are doing online. Because we see right now, even Jack from Twitter, @Jack, we like to refer to him as Jack Dorsey, but he was actually allowing huge amounts of pornography and child trafficking videos of children in sex acts. And this is what Jack Dorsey was doing. The same Jack Dorsey. And we as taxpayers, we fund these institutions, the social media platforms. Okay, so a couple things that we can do is a new position that has been created in the White House. This is what the Trump administration has done to address the human trafficking and child trafficking. It was specifically, this position was set up to address human traffic and response efforts in different departments. So again, President Trump is actually, setting this person up to work with departments to root out any of the deep state that's in there, human trafficking. Secondly, the White House is creating a website and a document to track all cases of human trafficking in the United States. In other words, President Trump is taking action. He is being transparent and accountable, and not just writing up a document or not just creating a website. He is actually providing actual information. So he also wants to expand housing for victims and programs in U.S. schools to prevent online exploitation. And this will most likely include media platforms like we were talking about with social media, Twitter, Facebook. The bottom line, folks, is we need to take our power back. We need to stop expecting other people to do things for us. We need to remember that we are sovereign beings, and our power comes from God, not government, not organized religion. Keep in mind that there's some organized religions that believe girls can marry at age 9. They believe in female genital mutilation, which is actually happening in the United States. Not schools. Schools are indoctrinating children into accepting everybody, and in doing so, that includes pedophiles. Not Hollywood, and not music. Be careful and use your gift of discernment. Practice it. Don't rely so much on your logic. Use this, your heart. That's what you need to do. Start conducting research. Don't buy communist Chinese goods that use child slave labor. Start researching political candidates. You want to end the swamp? Don't just take somebody for face value. Do your homework. Where did they come from? What do they believe? Where was their family from? What are their business connections with their spouse? Start there. It might surprise you. You might also want to consider homeschooling. Homeschooling is the best. I was a homeschooler. Let me tell you, this is the best for your child. You don't know who's getting into your schools. Anyone can enter the schools. Listen to me, anyone. They don't need a birth certificate. You can look it up under the DOJ. They do not require documentation. There are people that have entered our high schools with more gray hair and wrinkles than the average person. This is happening, and in your school district. Don't tell me, not mine. Mine's a really good school district. Sorry. Go to your superintendent and ask. Prove me wrong. That's what I ask you to do. Prove me wrong. Have one parent stay home with your young child. It's not a big deal. Make the sacrifice. You don't need the extra car. Trust me, you don't need it, and you're just going to end up paying for it and causing yourself extra stress. Be there for your child. Nurture your child. Support building the wall. We need to stop illegal immigration. That's how the child traffickers, that was their into the United States. It was a free-for-all. Support our military who is fighting the border agents, the subterranean underground tunnels that are where the army is down there rooting out these pedophiles and these child traffickers. Turn off the brainwashing mainstream media. Remember what we talked about with how much you're allowing into your mind? What are you allowing in? Turn it off. Most of it's lies. They don't work for you. They work for the global elites, and we know where the global elites are and what they're doing, the deep state swamp. Avoid places of high trafficking, such as Orlando and Miami. Orlando, Florida is a big hubbub. It's ranking really under the top 5 for cities involved in child trafficking. And you can very easily see how this is possible. It's international, Disney World. Oh, it's supposed to be Disneyland, Disney World. It's not Disney World for many children. Let me tell you that one. Talk to your children. Know what they're doing online. There used to be a program that was called Club Penguin, and all the kids were on it. This was like in 2007, 2008, that was bought by Disney or controlled by Disney. And a lot of pedophiles were going on there and talking to your children. Let me tell you this. I know that. I have an FBI friend who spoke to me about that. Teach your children that all lives matter. If you suspect or possibly suspect that there is child trafficking going on, demand a follow-up. Go with your gut instinct. Don't trust that, oh, I called the sheriff or I did this. Follow up yourself. Where is that child? I want to know. Consider volunteering. Be the eyes and ears of an organization. It might surprise you. And stop illegal immigration. U.S. immigration needs a $1.2 billion bailout. Just recently that came up. And President Trump is actually using that as a negotiating tool with the Democrats. Finally, and this is the most important of all, never underestimate the power of prayer. Pray for our president, our country, our loved ones, those who are being abused. Because faith without works is dead. Volunteer. Get out and vote. And when I mean get out and vote in person. No vote by mail ballots. Go to the supervisor of election office in your county on election day, on November 3rd, and demand that your vote be counted. Do not do vote by mail. And you can do everything as far as helping people to get to the polls, because President Trump has been the most pro-life president that the United States has ever seen. So get out there and vote. God wins. And I'll leave you with this one final little message. A society that fails to cherish, honor, and respect all life is a world that's headed towards extinction. Where we go one, we go all. I love you, folks.
Wow, I was shaking. I don't know if any of you are shaking, but this just makes me so angry. And to hear Blake Lively on there talk about the babies who are being trafficked, I actually wanted to mention that the World Health Organization has come out with sex ed in Europe and Africa, and they're promoting ages 0 to 4 to start grooming them to this comprehensive sexuality education so that they can learn how to masturbate 0 to 4. And I just got really fired up with her talk, but Rebecca, you can start to see how all of this connects. For the audience, you can see what we're talking about: sex trafficking, education, the unions and that Healthy Teen Network. You can connect the dots. They're grooming students through education. They're sending them to porn websites. They're telling them to start sexting. Well, porn websites are telling them, hey, why don't you come here? We'll pay you to do this. That's trafficking. The schools are literally sending the children into an atmosphere where they can be trafficked on there. They are targeting your children, and they're going after them. We really have to protect our children. Look at what your children are looking at online. There's so many online chats where kids are talking to adults that are grooming them and targeting them. Parents, beware. And the second thing I just wanted to say quickly was that she mentioned the Catholic Church and the just horrific tragedy that's going on there. With priests abusing children. I just want to say, what does the devil do? The devil finds good things and he perverts it. And we really need to pray. We need to pray. That's the one thing you can do right now. If you're wondering what you can do, pray. Pray about it. So thank you. We will now have a 30-minute lunch break. We'll see you here at 12:30 for our last 4 speakers of the program. Stay tuned to hear from actress and author Sam Sorbo, the founder of Moms for America, Kimberly Fletcher, journalist and author Alex Newman, and a video by Florida Citizens Alliance on the history behind progressive education in America. We look forward to seeing you then.
There's nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
because I'll guarantee you the women sitting around you will value and love you even more as they find out about the struggles and the hard times that you have actually walked through.
Family, my grandma used to cook this every weekend. I brought this pre-seasoned in because I had it marinated. And this, I think, is so important because as God's word says that we need to meditate on his word. And I look at these two words and see the similarity of it, of marinating and meditating, and meditate on his word. I believe that's where we find the peace and fulfillment at.
Because you are just, you're a walking testimony of what Christ wants us to do with our life.
Thank you all so much, and God bless you all. I'm so grateful that the Lord used me to help them. Sincerely, your sister in Christ, Sharon.
I'm Seth Ray.
And I'm Ariel Arnell. We get to meet some pretty amazing people from all over the world. Now, these are people who are actually doing some pretty incredible things. They are full of faith and courage, and they push the limits, and they bravely are chasing their dreams.
And chances are you've probably never heard of them. And today we get to introduce you to someone who is practically normal.
Jesus said, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea." Florida Citizens Alliance proudly presents Rescuing Our Children 2020, a historic two-day event packed with amazing content designed to equip God's people with ways to protect our children from the
The Second Amendment of the Constitution states, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." The Founding Fathers saw it crucial that free people be able to protect themselves in situations all the way from unlawful intruders such as burglars to more extreme situations like self-protection from an imposing government. Our founders had first-hand experience combating the tyrannical government rule of Britain. They understood that the abuse of power is part of human nature and history. The Second Amendment was put in place to keep the power in the people's hands to prevent tyranny in America. The Founding Fathers had valid reasons for making this principle one of their top priorities. They understood better than anyone the danger of centralized power and had a vision of freedom and liberty for all. We can thank the American founders and our American veterans for the freedoms that we enjoy today at the cost of many lives lost to tyrannical governments. Without the Second Amendment, the America we know and love would not exist. There's nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
because I'll guarantee you the women sitting around you will value and love you even more as they find out about the struggles and the hard times that you have actually walked through.
Family, my grandma used to cook this every weekend. I brought this pre-seasoned in because I had it marinated. And this, I think, is so important because as God's word says that we need to meditate on his word. And I look at these two words and see the similarity of it, of marinating and meditating, and meditate on his word. I believe that's where we find the peace and fulfillment at.
Because you are just, you're a walking testimony of what Christ wants us to do with our life.
Thank you all so much, and God bless you all. I'm so grateful that the Lord used me to help them. Sincerely, your sister in Christ, Sharon.
I'm Seth Ray.
And I'm Ariel Arnell. We get to meet some pretty amazing people from all over the world. Now, these are people who are actually doing some pretty incredible things. They are full of faith and courage, and they push the limits, and they bravely are chasing their dreams.
And chances are you've probably never heard of them. And today we get to introduce you to someone who is practically normal.
There's nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you. The summer of 1787 proved to be one of the most significant times in the United States history. Delegates from each of the 13 colonies, also known as the Founding Fathers, gathered with great urgency to revise and reconstruct the ineffective Articles of Confederation. Spending many critical days in the suffocating heat of the Pennsylvania State House to discuss and debate the creation of a new system of government. By September, the debates had finally settled and the Constitution was ratified. However, the fires of controversy had not been completely put out. The Federalists, who were in favor of the Constitution, and the Anti-Federalists, who did not approve of it, quarreled in search of a compromise. The Anti-Federalists feared the Constitution favored a large, central government that had the potential of resulting in tyranny. Finally, the two sides came together to draft the amendments to the Constitution. Out of the 12 originally proposed, 10 were ratified. These 10 became what we now know to be the Bill of Rights. Their purpose served and continues to serve as a safeguard for liberty and protector of basic civil rights. These amendments were created to guard we the people from abuses that a centralized government might potentially exercise. In a government made of the people, by the people, and for the people, a constitution that would hold the natural and inalienable rights of each citizen as the foremost priority only seemed fit, and thus the Bill of Rights was born.
Hi, I'm Patrick Hampton.
And I'm Doug Doherty.
And I'm the millennial.
And I'm the baby boomer.
And we've decided to come together to engage, educate, and empower Hamilton County citizens in good government and civic virtues. We're asking that you text Flourishing to 66866 to join our email list, and also go to our website at www.hamiltonflourishing.org. Thank you for joining us.
There's nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
There was a lawyer once. His name was Francis Scott Key. He penned a song that I'm sure you're aware of. You've seen it. It's in most hymnals throughout our churches. It's called the national anthem. It is our song as an American. We go, however, to a ball game. We stand in our church services and we sing the words of that song, and they float over our minds and our lips, and we don't even realize what we're singing. Most of us have memorized it as a child, but we've never really thought about what it means. Let me tell you a story. Francis Scott Key was a lawyer in Baltimore. The colonies were engaged in vicious conflict with the mother country, Britain. Because of this conflict and the protractedness of it, they had accumulated prisoners on both sides. The American colonies had prisoners and the British had prisoners. And the American government initiated a move. They went to the British and they said, let us negotiate for the release of these prisoners. They said, we want to send a man out to discuss this with you. They were holding the American prisoners in boats about 1,000 yards offshore. And they said, we want to send a man by the name of Francis Scott Key. He will come out and negotiate to see if we can make a mutual exchange. On the appointed day, in a rowboat, he went out to this boat and he negotiated with the British officials. And they reached a conclusion that men could be exchanged on a one-for-one basis. Francis Scott Key, jubilant with the fact that he'd been successful, went down below in the boats, and what he found was a cargo hold full of humanity, men. And he said, men, I've got news for you tonight. You're free. He said, tonight I have negotiated successfully your return to the colonies. He said, you'll be taken out of this boat, out of this filth, out of your chains. As he went back up on board to arrange for their passage to the shore, the admiral came and he said, we have a slight problem. He said, we will still honor our commitment to release these men, but it'll be merely academic after tonight. It won't matter. And Francis Scott Key said, what do you mean? He said, well, Mr. Key, he said, tonight we have laid an ultimatum upon the colonies. Your people will either capitulate and lay down the colors of that flag that you think so much of, or you see that fort right over there, Fort Henry? He said, we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. He said, how are you going to do that? He said, if you will, scan the horizon of the sea. And as he looked, he could see hundreds of little dots. And he said, that's the entire British war fleet. He said, all of the gunpowder, all of the armament is being called upon to demolish that fort. It will be here within striking distance in a matter of about 2.5 hours. He said, the war is over. These men would be free anyway. He said, you can't shell that fort. He said, that's a large fort. He said, it's full of women and children. He says, it's predominantly not a military fort. He said, don't worry about it. They said, we've left them a way out. And he said, what's that? He said, do you see that flag way up on the rampart? He said, we have told them that if they will lower that flag, the shelling will stop immediately. And we'll know that they've surrendered, and you'll now be under British rule. Francis Scott Key went down below and told the men what was about to happen. And they said, how many ships? He said, hundreds. The ships got closer. Francis Scott Key went back up on top and he said, men, I'll shout down to you what's going on as we watch. As twilight began to fall, and as the haze hung over the ocean as it does at sunset, suddenly the British war fleet unleashed. He says the sound was deafening. There were so many guns that there were no reliefs. He said it was absolutely impossible to talk or hear. He said suddenly the sky, although dark, was suddenly lit. And he says from down below, all he could hear the men, the prisoners, saying was, tell us where the flag is. What have they done with the flag? Is the flag still flying over the rampart? Tell us. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours into the shelling, every time the bomb would explode and it would be close to the flag, they could see the flag in the illuminated red glare of that bomb, and Francis Scott Key would report down to the men below, it's still up. It's not down. The admiral came and he said, your people are insane. He said, what's the matter with them? He said, don't they understand this is an impossible situation? Francis Scott Key said he remembered what George Washington had said. He said the thing that sets the American Christian apart from all other people in the world is he will die on his feet before he'll live on his knees. The admiral said, we have now instructed all of the guns to focus on the rampart to take that flag down. He said, we don't understand something. Our reconnaissance tells us that that flag has been hit directly again and again and again, and yet it's still flying. We don't understand that. But he said, now we're about to bring every gun for the next 3 hours to bear on that point. Francis Scott Key said the barrage was unmerciful. All that he could hear was the men down below praying. The prayer, God, keep that flag flying where we last saw it. Sunrise came. He said there was a heavy mist hanging over the land, but the rampart was tall enough. There stood the flag, completely nondescript, in shreds. The flagpole itself was at a crazy angle, but the flag was still at the top. Francis Scott Key went aboard and immediately went into Fort Henry to see what had happened. And what he'd found had happened was that that flagpole and that flag had suffered repetitious direct hits. And when it had fallen, but men, fathers, who knew what it meant for that flag to be on the ground, although knowing that all of the British guns were trained on it, walked over and held it up humanly until they died. Their bodies were removed and others took their place. Francis Scott Key said what held that flagpole in place at that unusual angle were patriots' bodies. He penned the song, "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Or the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet fly and wave?" or the land of the free and the home of the brave. The debt was demanded. The price, it was paid.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets spread clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Jesus said, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea." Florida Citizens Alliance proudly presents Rescuing Our Children 2020, a historic two-day event packed with amazing content designed to equip God's people with ways to protect our children from the evil that's spread across our nation and in our schools. These brilliant speakers have enthusiastically joined our rescue team and will be speaking at this year's event.
We know that our schools are failing, and yet we're continuing to send our children into those schools. They're teaching our children that there are accidents of nature and that survival of the fittest is the law of the land, and then hypocritically telling them don't bully.
The kids are supposed to think, well, who do we kill? And so now what happens? Well, my pastor said we shouldn't kill people. My mom said we shouldn't kill people. My Bible says we shouldn't kill people. But obviously the only moral solution here is to kill somebody for the greater good. And so what happens? The kids think, well, maybe there is a time and place for concentration camps, for killing babies, for killing old people, right? It destroys their understanding of biblical and moral absolutes.
Or the schools that sow the seeds to normalize Satanism, pedophilia, and transgenderism. Where does it stop?
We have video games today that I saw that just came out in the last several months where you have oral sex, graphic threesomes, strip club scenes, women dancing around poles. And these are video games marketed and purchased by 10, 11-year-old kids.
It's not that hard. Once you get us on the right track, kids are able to go and do whatever, right? So we're very independent. People don't seem to realize that, which is what I kind of I kind of hope to bring into the spotlight. So that's what homeschooling's done for me.
Teachers are now in crisis. Children are not learning. You know, it's not rocket science. If teachers and parents could just get back together and take care of the kids, and the teachers unions would get the heck out, everybody would be fine.
And we must stand with courage, knowing that we are on the side of truth. We need to let our light shine. We cannot be afraid of the darkness, but we need to know it's going to cost me something, but I have to be willing to do that. For our children and our grandchildren, we have to be willing to do that as well.
The hardest thing of it all was my father, because, you know, my dad, he would do anything for anybody, and especially, you know, for me. And so he decided that he had helped me with the enrollment. So my father, you know, he got charged too, and that's the biggest thing, is that he got charged. And he fought against them so much that they gave him a year in the penitentiary, and he died. He never came home. So that is why I fight. And I fight for so many parents, because we're just moms and dads. We're just people that just want our kids to have equality, to have a great education. That's it.
Rescuing Our Children 2020 is a historic 2-day event packed with amazing content. Please consider supporting our efforts by partnering with us for Rescuing Our Children 2020. By standing together and by God's grace and mercy, we can win this battle and turn the tide. Please join our rescue team today.
Thank you and welcome back. This next segment we have for you, we're going to be kind of talking a little bit about Florida Citizens Alliance, which is one of the sponsors for today's event, Rescuing Our Children. I'd like to start with sharing a little bit of my story. I am the operations manager for Florida Citizens Alliance. I've been interning for them for 3 years, and through that time, my eyes have been opened to what's going on in the school system. So we have a 30-minute video that we'll show in just a few minutes here. First, we have a video on who FLCA is and what we do, and then you'll hear from our founder, Keith Flaw, and then we have a 30-minute video where I'm gonna share my research on the past 50 years of education reform in America. I began this research as a senior in high school because I was in a public school that had implemented Common Core, and I started to realize what was going on and the lies that were being told, which actually I can trace back to when I was in 6th grade and they were teaching us about Margaret Sanger as an American hero. So my senior year of high school, I got out of the public school system, and I was challenged. Before I could graduate, I had to do a research thesis, and I decided to research the past 50 years of education reform. And since then, I then went on to go to Hillsdale College, and I just graduated with my degree in economics. And over the past 4 years, I've added to that research every chance that I could, every class that I could kind of incorporate what I was learning into what has been going on in the education system in America. So I'm really excited to share with all of you the history behind Common Core. It's been going on for a really long time. But first, a video on FLCA, who we are, and then you'll get to hear from Keith Flaw. Thank you.
The work is nowhere near done, but you can count on Florida Citizens Alliance to continue fighting for Florida students and the best education possible. So who are we and what do we do? Florida Citizens Alliance is a 501c3 grassroots organization dedicated to educating parents, families, and community influencers regarding the horrendous state of public education in Florida. We promote parental school choice, knowledge-based learning, the best standards and curriculum for K-12 students, and financial transparency. And we are against political, religious, and pornographic indoctrination in our public schools. To us, it's about the students and the future of America. We have 3 focus areas: The first is informing parents, teachers, grandparents, anybody who will listen of the materials being taught in public schools through our marketing and social media campaigns. Our second focus is developing education watchdog groups in counties across the state who consistently engage with local school boards and legislators. Our third focus is educating parents so they can take positive action to improve their child's education through state scholarship funds and other programs. 2019 was a great year for Florida Citizens Alliance, and I'd like to share with you some of our achievements. Because of our work, the state of Florida's back-to-school reading list, which previously consisted of strictly pop culture books, has now been replaced with the classics. Also, thanks to Commissioner Corcoran, the failure of Common Core has been discontinued, and Florida Citizens Alliance provided the Florida Department of Education with 3 experts to come up with the newly announced best standards. The Department of Education also asked Florida Citizens Alliance to create a statewide awareness and participation in the Hope Scholarship. The Hope Scholarship is amazing. It gives students who have been bullied a school voucher that they can take elsewhere and find a healthy learning environment. These are just a few of our achievements, and there's still a lot of work to be done. And I say this from experience as a former public school student in Collier County. We can't do this without you. My name's Dominique Clemens with Florida Citizens Alliance. Thank you.
One of 2 founding directors of Florida Citizens Alliance. We got started back in 2012, so we've been at this for 8 years. You'll hear in the video that you're about to hear both Dominique and the history of education and how we've gotten to where we are. But you'll also have an opportunity to meet Pastor Rick Stevens, who's the other founding director. Before I get started, I really want to take an opportunity to do a special thank you to Ronnie Moore. Without her vision and her tenacity to put this event together, you would not be able to enjoy the level of content that you're getting from all these excellent speakers. A few comments about education in Florida before we get into the video. Florida Citizens Alliance works now with well over 100 grassroots groups throughout Florida. We have over 60,000 people in our active database. Florida has 2.8 million kids in government schools. 2.8 million kids. 50% of them cannot read or do math at grade level based on national test results. And yet, if you listen to the Department of Education and the schools themselves, they will tell you that 56% of those schools are A and B schools. And yet half their kids, half their kids cannot read and do math at grade level. And we graduate over 85% of our kids. How can that be? Well, in Florida, we have this really deceptive grading system. In Florida, a school gets graded on 8 different factors: reading, math, science, history, and several other factors. 62% or better is an A. 62% or better is an A. How can that be? I'm a lot older than many of you, but for the grandparents in the audience listening, when we went to school, 75% or better was an F, or lower was an F. 40% or better is the difference between a C or a D. So what we have is a whole system that's built on a false set of grading systems. And again, half of our kids can't read and do math at grade level. And what are we teaching those kids? We've done some extensive work documenting the socialism, the pornography, the undermining of religious values, and most importantly, in my mind, the undermining of our constitutional and Judeo-Christian values. So I'm going to... You've heard from a number of speakers today and last night that You know, I hope many of you are convinced, or at least you've heard several times, that our public schools are government-driven, union-driven government schools. So I have a really critical question for you to ask you to think about. How do you possibly reform a monopoly? I'm going to say it again. How do you reform a monopoly? The simple answer is you can't. The simple answer is you have to break it. And how do you break it to protect these kids, to rescue these kids? Parents, grandparents, get your kids out of government schools. And you could do that through a number of ways. In Florida, we have some great scholarship programs. So I encourage you to look at those. And there are opportunities to get your kids into private schools. But I will also tell you that the real answer is homeschooling. We work closely with a number of different groups. You've heard Dominique mention them, Classical Conversations and Freedom Project Academy. I usually say that in reverse. But there are a number of great schools, alternative schools out there. You heard several leaders, Tina mentioned Becca the other day. So please take the opportunity, parents, to look at these opportunities, get your kids out of government schools. With that, let's go to the film.
The future of America depends on children receiving an education that develops the full potential of the individual through academic knowledge coupled with a proper understanding of the human person. Unfortunately, the education reforms of the past 50 years, ending in what we now call Common Core, have put us in a complete shift away from traditional academic materials and values of previously successful generations. Historically, knowledge has been conveyed through amassing facts, using the building blocks of language, beginning with phonics, studying classical literature, mastering sequential math, following scientific reasoning, and studying history. But today, this is not the case in American public schools. Many blame this on Common Core, but I'm here to tell you that the story starts about 100 years earlier. Common Core is just the latest in a string of education reforms beginning in 1906 with the book The Principles of Teaching Based on Psychology, written by Edward Thorndike. These reforms were brought to the education field by behavioral psychologists in order for schools to condition children to behave and think in certain ways. These methods were focused on the socialization of the child rather than academics and the intellect. Development of individual abilities and potential would give way to social conformity of the conditioned child. The founder of experimental psychology, Wilhelm Wundt, was born in Germany in 1832. He focused mainly on studying the brain and central nervous system. He redefined psychology as having to do with the body rather than the immaterial soul, and he also worked to redefine education. Originally, education meant the drawing out of a person's talents and abilities by imparting the knowledge of languages, scientific reasoning, literature, history, and rhetoric. To an experimental psychologist such as Wundt, education became the process of exposing the students to what they called meaningful experiences to ensure desired reactions. I could go into more depth on Wundt's influence, but for the sake of time, I will only scratch the surface. Wundt taught a man by the name of Raymond Cattell, who was a believer and advocate for eugenics and selective breeding. He held a position at New York Columbia University, was president of the American Psychologist Association and the National Academy of Sciences. He also invented the sight reading method, which has replaced phonics, resulting in lower literacy rates, as we see with Common Core. He discovered that preventing fluent reading could impair logical thought. Another student of Wundt's, Edward Thorndike, spent 30 years at Columbia University's Teachers College and said that every child should have as much high school work as the common good requires. The last student I will mention was G. Stanley Hall, who organized the Johns Hopkins University Psychology Lab, where he taught and influenced John Dewey. John Dewey, known as the father of modern education, published the first American textbook on his new psychology and was permitted by Johns Hopkins to apply his experiments to education in 1895. He taught at the universities of Michigan and Minnesota, the University of Chicago, and Columbia's Teachers College in New York. Dewey was an avowed socialist and co-author of the Humanist Manifesto. He was quoted as saying, "You can't make socialists out of individuals. Children who know how to think for themselves spoil the harmony of the collective society." Free market economist Friedrich Hayek backs up this quote by Dewey in his book, The Road to Serfdom. He says, "The tyrant will be able to obtain the support of all the docile and gullible who have no strong convictions of their own, but are prepared to accept a ready-made system of values if it is only drummed into their ears sufficiently loudly and frequently. It will be those whose vague and imperfectly formed ideas are easily swayed, and whose passions and emotions are readily aroused, who will thus swell the ranks of the totalitarian party." Psychologists Cattell, Thorndike, and Dewey began what would be known as progressive education, and would soon be in every major city in the country. To these experimental psychologists, education became not the drawing out of a person's potential through knowledge, but the measured process of exposing students to certain emotional experiences to ensure desired reactions, to shape attitudes and beliefs. Wundt's followers established themselves at Princeton, Johns Hopkins, Wesleyan, New York University, University of Cincinnati, Yale, University of Chicago, and Columbia University's Teachers College. By 1953, the Teachers College had produced approximately 20% of all public school teachers, with 50,000 having been trained at Teachers College. In the aftermath of World War II, Columbia University's Teachers College assisted in the creation of UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. In 1952, UNESCO circulated a pamphlet that states, "As long as the child breathes the poisoned air of nationalism, education in world-mindedness can only produce precarious results. The school should therefore use the means described earlier to combat family attitudes." I mean, come on. When I was in high school, the vast majority of students remained silent during the Pledge of Allegiance. You can see that our young people today have a very anti-American attitude, and that attitude is a direct result from what they are learning and not learning in American public schools. In 2016, the James Madison Institute did a study on how 18 to 25-year-olds voted in the 2016 presidential election, and the results were shocking. All but 5 states were blue. The reason we should be concerned is because many of these young people favored Bernie Sanders, who was the first candidate in American history to run openly as a socialist. This reflects what's being taught in our schools across the country. Textbooks have been pushing progressive ideas in schools for years, and I can attest to that because I'm a product of the public school system. We were taught that socialism is fair and capitalism is essentially evil. This indoctrination is not just in American history class, but all classes. In Florida, only about 50% of public school students can read and do math at grade level. Florida Citizens Alliance saw this problem and decided to refocus their mission towards helping students in Florida get the quality education they deserve by promoting school choice, scholarships and vouchers, and parental control. Pastor Rick Stevens, the co-founder of Florida Citizens Alliance, is here to tell you more about the organization.
Well, thanks so much for joining us today. We're really glad to have this opportunity to tell you a little bit about the Florida Citizens Alliance, what we do, where we came from, why what we do matters to you and to your students. Florida Citizens Alliance really came out of some early meetings when some frustrated people gathered in a community center in Estero, Florida. And it was largely an event session. People just let them know this is the way they felt, this is what they were upset about, how come this didn't happen, how come that happened. And so we listened a lot to each other, and out of that came the realization that we really ought to get together and do some things, because if we don't unite and work together, we can't accomplish what we care about. And so over time, we began to work on several things, and one of the things, of course, that came out of that was the whole emphasis on Common Core. And so that's a long story, but we finally accomplished some things in Florida. Now, even before that community center event took place, I was involved at our church in helping people learn about the United States Constitution. And we had a number of times when people came through this course material and we talked about it, and it seemed to really resonate with people. As a consequence of that, I was invited to speak to a group at our library in Northwest Cape Coral. And I went there just expecting to give them a presentation on the Constitution, some of the things we had talked about. And to my surprise, somebody else was there that I hadn't met yet. His name was Keith Flaw. And that started a conversation and some involvement over a period of a couple of years before we ever got to the Florida Citizens Alliance. But here we were, Keith and I, in the same room with a bunch of other people who were talking about how upset they were. And so we decided we needed to put something together and try to pull ourselves together so we could accomplish something. And so we listened a lot. We began to write some principles down, some things we all cared about. We began to surface the issues that we cared about. And we put together some remarkable foundations that helped us build from. But as it all turns out, it wasn't anything spectacular. The Florida Citizens Alliance is people like you, people who care about their children, who want something good to happen for them in their education, who realize that if the children don't have a chance to learn, that it makes it a huge barrier for them to have a better life. And so we started working on education because, again, as I mentioned earlier, Common Core was a big, big deal. And we started to talk to the people that could change that, the people in Tallahassee. We met with senators in the Florida Senate. We met with members of the House of Representatives in Florida. Every time we talked to them, it was as though they were allergic to the whole subject. They didn't want to talk about Common Core. They didn't want to think about Common Core. That was a settled issue. We're just thinking about other things. Well, we came to realize what was going on better as we kept working at it. We changed our strategy. We continued to meet with representatives and senators. Grassroots people all across the state continued to express their concerns for their children. They just didn't feel like the children were learning what they should learn. And they could see that their students were smart. That wasn't the problem, but something wasn't connecting and they weren't learning in the way they were expecting them to learn. So we kept working on it and working on it. We developed strategies that would chip away at it. We began to understand it better and help people understand it better. And we had some success at that because finally the people in Tallahassee were listening and they were beginning to realize that people all across Florida really cared about this business of Common Core. In the process of that, we had some events to try to help people understand that. The very first event we had was in Naples, Florida with Dinesh D'Souza. He came and a bunch of people filled the room. We were really kind of surprised, and he made a great presentation that helped people realize that education mattered. That caused us to consider some future events to help people understand what's going on. And so we planned another event and did that the following year. We wanted to help people understand education, its challenges. So we sponsored an event that featured a panel of experts, and they came and joined us. One of the leading ones was Larry Arnn from Hillsdale College. And they began to help us understand what was going on in education and how it mattered and what we could do about it. And some of the things they said were just so insightful. Like Dr. Arnn said something that I've always remembered, and it really helps us know how to approach this. He said, it's not complicated to teach a student. All you need is a skilled teacher, an involved parent, and a well-disciplined child, and the children will learn. And I thought, isn't that remarkable that it's not as complicated as we make it, and we really can help our children learn. But before we did another event, we were in Tallahassee in January, and we met with Education Commissioner Richard Corcoran. We had met Richard Corcoran in the House when he was the Speaker of the House a couple of years earlier, And so we had followed up now that he became Florida's education commissioner, and so we met with him in Tallahassee. We had a few things on our mind, and we expected to hear from him. We knew he would listen to our concerns because he consistently had. But he surprised us in a way we couldn't have imagined. Well, just before that January meeting, Florida had had an election where we elected a new governor, Ron DeSantis. And so we thought some good things would happen in education because we had met with then candidate DeSantis, and he had listened to us and seemed to understand the concerns that Floridians were expressing. But we had no expectation. We were completely stunned when Commissioner Corcoran announced to us that in just a short time, the governor was going to issue an executive order that would instruct the Department of Education to get rid of Common Core in Florida schools, to rewrite the standards that we then called Common Core, and to put world-class standards in place to get rid of what people found so objectionable. Well, we were just kind of amazed by all of that, because what we and other people around the state had been working for so long was coming true in a way we never could have imagined. We expected, from everything we had learned up to this point, that it would require a big legislative turnover. But with the signing of one executive order that was later announced about a month later in my hometown, Cape Coral, the governor instructed that Common Core was gone, and we were going to replace it and repair, fix, improve education in Florida. Well, that changed everything, and we were glad that it did, so we began to work on that. We continued to work with the commissioner. We continued to work on what does it mean to get rid of Common Core? How can we ensure that we have new, better standards? We found experts around the country that we connected to the Florida Department of Education. They worked together very well, and in that year, crafted the new standards that Florida is working from today. There's still work to be done. There's still materials to be written. There are still textbooks to be adopted that reflect the new standards. But there is huge, enormous hope and progress on that front. And one of the things that you may find interesting is that included in the standards that are now adopted and official in Florida are reading lists that help the students know what textbooks can tell them, but also what literature can teach them. And one of the experts that we talked to along the way, and that talked subsequently to the Florida Department of Education, said to us, he said, one of the ways you'll know if these standards are really good is if they include on their reading lists the King James Version of the Bible. Well, that got our attention, because most of the time what you hear from people is, oh, you can't have the Bible in school. You can't read the Bible. And he insisted you can read it, and he said the students must, because so much of early American thought was shaped by the King James Version of the Bible. And leading politicians, from presidents to others, would quote from the King James Bible, so our students needed to understand it, needed to have exposure to it, needed to actually read the King James Version of the Bible. So we continued on working. We had another event later that same year that featured Dan Bongino, and he came and he spoke to our crowd at Naples and gave us some insights of how school choice had really helped him. And he said quite bluntly that without the opportunity for him to go to a different school, he would never have been able to accomplish what he accomplished. He was a New York City police officer. He later was on the Secret Service for many years. Now he has one of the nation's leading podcasts. Well, during that event, we wanted to let people know that something really important had happened in Florida that people weren't aware of. In 2018, when Richard Corcoran was the Speaker of the Florida House, they worked and passed, and the governor signed, amazing legislation called the Hope Scholarship. When it was going through the House and through the Senate, it was popularly known as the bullying bill. And we are all aware that bullying goes on in schools. And in case you aren't aware, it's not what it used to be. It's not just kids learning to get along and having their dust-ups now and then. It can be some serious things that really upset students and make school very difficult for them. Well, one of the things we wanted our audience to understand at that Dan Bongino event was something about the Hope Scholarship, its promise for students, and our concerns that people didn't know about it. So to help us make that case, now Florida Commissioner of Education, Richard Corcoran, made a video that we shared with that audience, and we want to share it with you as well. Take a look.
Good evening. I'm Commissioner Richard Corcoran, but I also want to take a second to thank you guys for the great work you're doing for Hope Scholarships. Hope Scholarships were literally conceived on the concept that we got to give children a hope and a chance at that world-class education, and they're never going to get it when they're being physically bullied in schools and literally in many ways mentally tortured. And so we came up with the Hope Scholarships, and these go to these kids. You guys are out there on the front lines helping us find these children, grab hold of them and saying, wait a second, we got great educational opportunities for you, and here's what you can do with that Hope Scholarship. And it's really amazing to think here in Florida, the third largest state and the greatest country in the history of mankind, and we have children in Florida who are being diagnosed with PTSD. The same thing that happens to our soldiers when they go over and see war-torn, just human slaughter. It's amazing that it's happening to our school children. But the Hope Scholarship is the pathway to give that hope, deliver them from that type of an environment, and give them that world-class education. And as Frederick Douglass says, we say it here all the time, and education is freedom, and education is the uplifting of the human soul to the glorious light of truth. And the Hope Scholarship gives those children that opportunity to literally lift up their soul to the glorious light of truth. And it's all being out there, grabbed hold of, and pushed and furthered by the great work of the Florida Citizens Alliance. Thanks, Pastor Rick. Thanks, Keith, for all the great work you guys are doing. And we look forward to continuing to work for you to transform kids' lives in education. Thank you.
Well, the Hope Scholarship, to give you a little bit more details, could be a model for you in whatever state you are in. It is absolutely a solution that works for Florida children. We'll talk to people and explain to them that if your child is harassed or intimidated or what we often call bullied in school, and there are a number of things the law is very specific about, it qualifies those students for a scholarship paid for by the state of Florida to the school of their choice. And people will hear us say that, and they will look at us funny, or they'll say something to us like, no, that can't possibly be true. Well, it is most amazing. In an era when we kind of wonder if government can get anything right, they got the Hope Scholarship right. And it really is too good to be true. It is so good that it helps lift Florida students from a bad educational situation to a good one. It covers in Florida events that take place at school, at a school-sponsored activity, at a school-related activity, on the school bus on the way to school, or even at the school bus waiting for the bus to arrive. If a student is intimidated or harassed, threatened in any way, that automatically qualifies them for the scholarship. Well, people hear that, then they say, well, what if the school disagrees? What if I go in and talk to them and tell them this happened and they disagree with me? Well, I told you earlier that the state of Florida got this right, and this is what else they got right. Nobody but the parent has to agree that it was a bad situation. When a parent goes to a Florida school and says, my child was bullied, harassed, intimidated, they are obligated by law to fill out a report, and immediately that starts the process of qualifying that student for the Hope Scholarship. The school district has some time. They can work, that school can work to solve the problem for the parent and satisfy them. That's a good outcome. But if they don't, at the end of that 15-day period, that student qualifies for the Hope Scholarship. The principal doesn't have to agree. The teachers don't have to agree. No one has to agree. It's the parents' responsibility to take care of their children. And when the parents said this happened and shouldn't have, that qualifies for the Hope Scholarship. If we can help you, contact us. We can give you some more information about that and help coach you on how you might bring that to your state and help your students avoid some of these terrible situations. So the Florida Citizens Alliance foundationally cares about students. We work very hard to let parents know about the opportunities Florida makes available for them. We work very hard to identify the problems parents struggle with. And one of the things that we always want to do is we always want to remember that a solution is what makes the difference, because we want to help students learn, we want to help their parents learn, and we want to be those kinds of people that provide solutions to the problems that make a difference for our schools, for our teachers, for our students. We think you want to do that too, and we hope you'll do that in your state.
Florida Citizens Alliance has done such an amazing job here in Florida by removing Common Core and replacing it with best standards. As Pastor Rick said, Florida Citizens Alliance has been able to pair the Department of Education with 3 of the top education experts to be able to come up with better standards that will give us better outcomes. I became involved with Florida Citizens Alliance about 4 years ago when I started to realize what was going on in the public school system. From kindergarten into 8th grade, I was public school the whole way through. But it was high school that really started to open my eyes to the failure of the public school system. My freshman year, because my family had moved abroad, I was homeschooled. And during that year, my education flourished. It wasn't until the following 2 years, sophomore and junior year, when my family moved to Naples, Florida, that I realized how far ahead I was just because of that 1 year of homeschooling. I started to understand that there was a lot of progressivism in the public schools, but I didn't realize the history. I was taught by my parents to think critically, so I was able to look at my public school textbooks and pull what was true from what was false, and much of it was false. I remember in my US history textbook, we spent probably 2 chapters talking about how America is based on oppression, and everything that America has done since its founding is just different forms of oppression. This is what I was taught as a junior in high school. This was in 2014 and 2015 when Common Core was really being implemented into the public schools. I remember being taken out of the classroom multiple times a week to be tested in a computer lab on various subjects. None of this testing was actually graded. It was just to get some information about the students to be able to put into a database. I remember one test in particular that struck me as very strange. I had to sit at a computer and listen to a woman speak gibberish into my ears, and then I would type what I thought those words meant if I could come up with my own definition. So she wasn't speaking any language, and what they wanted me to do was assign definitions that I had come up with to those words that she spoke. None of this makes any sense, but it was a psychological test to see how I think and how I would react. What did that have to do with my high school education? My junior year of high school, I started looking into colleges, and Hillsdale College was sending me some letters. So I decided to take a road trip up with my mom and visit the school. I didn't know a lot about Hillsdale College, but as soon as I arrived on campus, their mission really struck me. I had never heard my teachers or administration talk about education the way that Hillsdale did. Dr. Larry Arnn gave a speech that I still remember. He was talking about truth and pursuing liberty and critically thinking. I had never heard this kind of vocabulary used before. I was so taken by Hillsdale College that I decided I needed to move from a public school to a classical academy in order to prepare for Hillsdale College. It was the only college that I applied to, and I was lucky enough to be admitted, and I just graduated with a degree in economics. My senior year of high school, I went to Donahue Classical Academy in Ave Maria. As a senior, before you can graduate, you are assigned with a thesis. Part of that thesis is a long research paper, and the other part is presenting it to the community of Ave Maria, anybody who would like to attend, and then do a Q&A afterwards. I decided to do my research on the past 50 years of education reform in America. This was when I really understood what was going on in the public schools. And this was when I became so thankful that I had parents who were invested in my education. Many parents are sending their students to school 8 hours a day from kindergarten to 12th grade, trusting that the school is teaching them academic knowledge. But they have no clue that your child is being indoctrinated to believe in anti-American values and believe that this country was never great. Not only that, but when we at Florida Citizens Alliance did a little bit of research by looking at the difference between the national test scores in Florida versus the grades that the state assigns these schools, there's a huge difference. Although many parents are told that their child is enrolled in an A-graded school, Florida is actually 45th out of the 50 states in the lowest ACT scores. This is why Florida Citizens Alliance is important, because many parents really don't know what's going on. Like I said, I was lucky enough that my parents were starting to wake up to the indoctrination going on in public schools just in time to pull me out and help me receive a better education. The founder of Florida Citizens Alliance, Keith Flaw, frequently asked the question, how do you get rid of a government-run monopoly? His answer is that you can't, you have to break it through competition. So here at Florida Citizens Alliance, we are focused on helping parents find alternatives to government-run schools or the public schools. Many parents don't know of the opportunities through scholarships and vouchers that are available to them and could really turn around their child's education for the better. That's why we created a new website tailored towards parents called Liberty Scholar. We invite you to check it out. I am speaking to you on behalf of my generation and generations to come. We need you to get involved and help turn American education around now. Help us by spreading the word and visit our website, goflca.com. You can also help us by liking and sharing our Facebook and Twitter pages. If we want to save this country, we need to rebuild the institutions that have been slowly eroded by progressives over the past 50 years, starting with education. Thank you.
Thank you. We just have a few minutes for questions. Does anybody in the audience have any questions? If you do, you are more than welcome to come up to this mic. I'm just so thrilled that I can finally share the research that I've been doing for the past 4 years. So I majored in economics, and so I every semester would have these research projects where I was supposed to write on econ, something with economics, and I would go up to my professors and say, can I please do something on education? Can I kind of tie them together? And so now I have 4 years of just more and more research, and hearing from you, Rebecca, it goes so deep. It's really everywhere.
Hi. I had a question with the new influx of homeschoolers due to COVID-19 in America. Do you worry at all about the government becoming more interested in homeschooling and increasing regulation?
Yes, for sure. We often, you've heard us talk about the different scholarships that are government funded. We often get into a strategic discussion. Anytime the government gives you money, the strings are attached. So when we've been advocating for the expansion of these scholarships or vouchers, we're always very careful to work with the homeschool folks to keep them out of the game. We see in other states where the homeschools have been included and the regulations come. So it's a clear concern. It's a strategic concern in our mind. The problem that we're dealing with today is so adverse. 50% of our kids can't read and do math at grade level. You have to break the monopoly. If we don't break the monopoly today, the strategic concern won't be of any concern because we'll be living in tyranny. So we're making a tactical versus a strategic decision to fight this. So it's a real concern. I'm not underplaying it at all.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's definitely scary to think about, okay, let's push a ton of parents towards homeschooling, then all of a sudden there's going to be regulations, there's going to be somebody checking in on your household, all that kind of stuff. But we have to be careful not to let that hold us back because there's so much potential there. And then if they start doing that, these parents are resilient. We'll find another option. We'll find another way. We'll start doing co-ops and all that kind of stuff. They really can't, unless we lose all of our freedom, they can't be watching us 24/7, So we have to take charge of our child's education. So I think that it's definitely a concern, but I think right now we all just need to focus on getting the kids out of public school.
Thank you.
If we have time for one more, Karen, you asked me a question yesterday that I'd like to respond to. The question, if you're welcome to state it, or I'll paraphrase it for you. The question was, we have these new best standards in English language arts and math in Florida. They're really a great foundation. And I say that for several reasons. If you're familiar with Common Core, they were almost unintelligible in and of themselves, right? If you try to sit down and read them. And there was no foundation from one grade level to the other, to the next, and obviously no phonics and terrible math. These new standards have a very solid foundation. We're actually teaching kids in kindergarten some of the principles of algebra, and then it leverages itself or plays at every level going forward. In the ELA standards, if you remember the Common Core, there was no content or curriculum included. In Florida's ELA standards, they've actually included the curriculum, the content, into the standards. Classical content. I urge you to go read those standards. Go read the content that's now embedded into the standards. Now, Pastor Rick mentioned on the video that there's still a lot of work to be done. We have a process in Florida where every year they replace the textbooks one subject at a time. They're not even replacing the math until next year. They're not replacing ELA until the following year. They're not replacing social studies until 2023. So there's going to be and so that means we're stuck with Common Core textbooks between now and then. We're going to be developing new tests. They're going to start the tests for grades kindergarten through 3, because those are the kids who are going to get the new standards first. So it's going to take a while to get teachers retrained. It's going to, which just frankly drives me nuts. Common Core was so bad. Why can't we just throw it out, burn the books, and start over? So we're making progress. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Thank you. I'll move on to the lines. Thank you. We have a quick question here, Keith, that I'll mention. I think it probably comes from online. I'm not positive. What does it take for a group of people to start an organization like FLCA in their state? So I'll let Keith primarily answer this question, but you saw up there we have a new website. We're still not completely done, but you can go and check out kind of the outline of it. We have the first, we have the bones up, so you can go and check that out. But one of our goals is to be able to come up with kind of a model so that other states can follow in what Florida Citizens Alliance has done with Common Core, with these different scholarships, and get students vouchers. But Keith, if you want to.
Yeah, I don't want to be too long-winded here, but it takes a lot of energy and perseverance. We started with Southwest Florida Citizens Alliance, grew it into Florida Citizens Alliance, built this coalition, and it's taken us 6 years. You cannot expect to have it happen overnight. Part of what we do is, we made 7 trips to Tallahassee during the last fighting for legislation, either that we had written or that we were supporting or fighting against. So it takes people to be willing to do that. When we started with 6 people in my living room. Then we got together. You heard Pastor Rick talk about us getting together. We got about 55 of us together in the community and decided to work together. We're nonpartisan. We worked with all parties, and we agreed to check our party at the door. Our current business model, if you will, is a legislative pillar. We're also working very hard to build watchdog groups in as many counties as we can, and they're starting with 5, 6 people, and then growing their reach within their community. So happy to share any of that with any of you in other states that are interested in learning more about that effort. So thanks.
And just the last thing I'll say on that, the watchdog groups are parents and anybody who's interested in education holding the school boards accountable, looking just in their community. That's something that you can do right now in whatever state you're in. Be there at the meetings where, they have these agendas that nobody really knows what they're doing, and they're in the middle of the day when you're probably at work as a parent. So figure out when those are and make it an effort to be there. Kimberly Fletcher is the president and founder of Moms for America, a national movement of mothers to reclaim our culture for truth, family, freedom, and Constitution. The threefold mission is to empower moms, promote liberty, and raise a new generation of patriots. Moms for America has been recognized as the fastest growing movement of women in America, giving voice and value to the silent majority of women in America who love God, respect life, revere family, and cherish freedom. Kimberly is also an author and columnist. She is the wife of a retired officer in the U.S. Air Force and mother of 8 children. Kimberly has appeared on numerous national media outlets, including Fox News, Sinclair Broadcasting, and Breitbart. She is the author of Women, America's Last Best Hope, and a contributing writer for townhall.com. A truly amazing woman. Please enjoy this presentation by Kimberly Fletcher.
Hi, everybody. I'm so sorry I can't be there with you in person, but I am really grateful to Ronnie for allowing me to at least be there virtually. And just know that there is no place I'd rather be than with you guys right now, because this is such an important event, and gathering families and moms together to talk about where our country is and where it's going and how we can protect our children is a really important conversation that we're having. So I'm grateful that I'm able to be a part of it virtually, if not in person. I just want to start out by telling you a little bit about who I am. My name is Kimberly Fletcher, of course. I'm the president and founder of Moms for America. I am the mother of 8 children, and we now have 5 grandchildren. I am an Air Force wife. My husband retired from the Air Force in 2016. And the life that we led through the Air Force really led me on the path of where I am. I think we all come to a point in our lives where we realize that things aren't the way they're supposed to be, and they need to change, but we don't know how to do that. And for me, change is just going back to the good, the true, and the beautiful of what America was about, and being able to raise our children in an environment and culture that was supportive to families. And there was a time when everything in society supported us, from the media to entertainment industry, churches, everything, even schools. Everything was about supporting those foundational principles that we were teaching in our homes. It was kind of just like going with the grain. But today, we're like going completely against the grain. And everything that used to support us is now seemingly going against us. And it's really hard for moms in today's world to kind of get a grasp of, first of all, what's going on. I mean, the first thing we need to do is help parents understand what is going on, what our children are being taught, and the influences that are pummeling them every day. Because once moms find out what those things are, it's like deer in headlights. Oh my gosh, what do we do? And that's the point in time where we either find some way to get empowered, or throw our hands up in the air, hide our head under the pillow, and say, how can I get up and face another day? And I think a lot of us are at that place right now. But I want to just share a little bit about my own personal experience of late to help give us a little perspective on where we're at and where we, especially as moms, have the power to take this country. So for those of you who don't know, the reason I'm not able to be with you is because I was in a very serious ATV accident 2 weeks ago. And over the course of the last 2 weeks, I have had surgeries, I have been in and out of the hospital, and I have these lovely scars all over my body now, pretty bruised and banged up. But I'm doing really well right now. But I wasn't. Right after the accident, the night that I was admitted into the hospital, I was in a lot of pain. My shoulder, my collarbone had been shattered. I had hematoma. I had fractured ribs. I was just a mess. And I remember just sitting there in the hospital, just beating myself up. And I kept thinking, why? Why did I just not get on the ATV? And I was thinking of all the people that were relying on me and counting on me for Moms for America, for speaking at this event, for many projects that we're working on. And I'm the spokesperson for our organization. And as I'm dwelling on all of this, I have all the faces of all the people that are counting on me coming before my eyes. And I'm thinking, if I was them, I'd be like going, what was she thinking? How irresponsible. So that whole entire night, I mean, I couldn't sleep. I was under enormous stress and pain. I felt vulnerable because I couldn't have my husband with me because of COVID. And I'm sure there were other times where I might have felt that out of control in my life, but right at that moment, I mean, looking back, I really can't think of a time when I felt more vulnerable, more scared, more angry at myself, and I just really was at the depths of despair. And at that moment, I remembered calling out to God, and I just said, please, just help me get through this night and help me figure out how I go forward. So the next day, I had my surgery, and following my surgery, my husband called me. Again, he's not allowed to be in the hospital. I was in the hospital alone for 3 days. No support system, which is really awful. But so he called me and reminded me that I'm never alone and miracles still exist. That's something I believed in, but I had my own. My husband told me that my oldest son had the GoPro going when I was driving the ATV, I guess, because, mom's cool, she's driving an ATV. And so they got the whole entire accident on camera. And my husband said, when he watched it, he said, it was unbelievable. He said, Kimberly, it was literally like the hand of God just came down and lifted that ATV over you. It could have been so much worse. If that ATV had landed on me, I probably wouldn't be here. I may be paralyzed. As it was, I got pretty banged up, but wow, it could have been so much worse. And from the moment he told me that, literally, the ATV bucked me off, threw me on the ground, and then flipped over top of me and landed on its wheels on the other side. That just doesn't happen. I mean, everybody I talk to, all the doctors, everybody in Idaho seems to have an ATV, so they have their ATV stories. They all said, I was lucky to be alive. And from that moment forward, instead of me focusing on all the things wrong and what I should have done, what I could have done, I just was incredibly humble and grateful that the Lord would have protected me in that way. And as I was preparing for my presentation today, that thought just kept coming back to me, that we as moms feel so overwhelmed and frustrated and even angry about what's going on. We have no idea what to do about it. But God is in charge, and he's still there. And as long as we put him first in our lives, he will fight those battles for us. And we can stand there right with him, and he'll guide us in where we need to go and what we need to do. And today I want to give you some ideas of what we can do and how we literally, as Gandhi said, can be the change that we want to see in the world. I want to tell you a couple of stories of some things that I have witnessed in the last couple of years of where our education system is going and what our children are being exposed to. You'll hear a lot of speakers over the course of the next 2 days as we talk about these things, but I just want to give you a couple of my own examples. Those of us who are on the front lines and know what's going on tend to be that source that people come to for support, and I am willing to give it in any opportunity I have. A couple years ago, one of the moms from our church came to my door, distraught, crying. She had just had a horrible experience and she was looking for help. Her daughter was in 5th grade, barely 10 years old, and the teacher at the beginning of the year had sent out an email to all the parents, letting them know that the children in her classroom were at a higher reading level. And because the school library didn't have higher reading level material to meet the needs of her students and their children, that she was going to create a classroom library with that higher reading level material. So this little 5th grade girl came home one day completely upset. Luckily, her mom had multiple conversations with her saying, listen, honey, if there's anything that ever makes you feel uncomfortable or even violated in any way, come and talk to me and we'll work through it. So after dinner, they went and found a quiet place in the house. And her little girl told her about a book that she had pulled off the classroom library and how it had incredibly disturbed her. So her mom looked up the book and read the passages that the daughter was talking about. And it was a lot of adult kissing and petting, and she was mortified. She couldn't believe that that was in the classroom. So she scheduled a meeting with the teacher and went and talked to her about it. Initially, the teacher was like, oh, but your daughter's so smart. She's a higher reading level. And she tried to dismiss it. And the mom just kept pushing and saying, no, this isn't okay. Now, the thing is, this mom was a teacher. And she left teaching to be a full-time mom. And so she told the teacher, I came to you first out of respect to let you know that, this is not appropriate. But obviously, I'm not getting anywhere. So I'm just going to have to take it to the principal. At this point in time, the teacher rolled back and said, oh, no, I'll take care of it. I'll send out an email to the parents. And so she did. She sent out an email to the parents, and it basically said, some parents have expressed concern with the books in our higher reading level material in our classroom library. So going forward, if your child would like to check a book out of our classroom library, you'll just need to sign a release saying that that's okay. Now, what that makes it sound like is there's a bunch of helicopter parents going around saying, I don't want my child reading Black Beauty or whatever. And you're just like, what? So, of course, the parents are just going, whatever, and signing it off and saying they can read it. What she did not say was that the parent in question was concerned about the book because it was loaded with sexual content that was completely inappropriate for 10-year-olds. But my friend thought, she'd done her due diligence. At least her daughter wouldn't be exposed to these books. Well, a few weeks later, her daughter came home literally in tears. She was so upset. And she went to her mom and she said, Mom, I had a really bad day. And she said, what happened? And she said, well, what do you call it when a man makes a girl do something about sex? And she said, what do you mean? And she said, it's a word and I can't remember the word. And what she was trying to describe was rape. And her mother was like, what? And it turned out that one of the boys in the classroom pulled another one of the books off the classroom library, higher reading level, and started reading it out loud to some of the kids in the back of the classroom. And they were all laughing about it. What he was reading was an excerpt of a book of a man trying to rape a 12-year-old girl. What in the heck do our kids need to have that information for? This little girl was absolutely traumatized, and the mom was obviously upset. So after already talking to the teacher and not getting anywhere, and then this happened, she came to my door crying, what do I do? And I said, I'll tell you exactly what you need to do. You need to go to the next school board meeting. You need to take that book with you. You need to open up that passage and you need to read it in front of them. And you need to let them know that that's the book in the children's classroom. And she did just that. And the school board was mortified, thank goodness. So they said no more classroom libraries. The books have to be approved, and they're approved to go into the school library through a specific process to ensure that the content is appropriate for elementary age children. This was just one mom who took a stand and said, this is not okay. In 2016, when Black Lives Matter first came on the scene, there was a lot of talk about race relations and how we can get along. And I really wanted to have a better understanding of what this was all about. And there was a program that I found out about that our public school system was promoting and even paying teachers to be able to go. It's a program created by Minnesota Humanities, and it's something that they do around the country. And when I found out about it, I thought this is a great opportunity for me to go and find out, more about what it is that they're teaching our kids about in the classroom about these complicated issues. So I just showed up that day and I hadn't registered. I went straight back to the woman who looked like she was in charge and I said, listen, I'm a homeschool mom. I didn't find out about this in time. Is it okay if I sit in? And she said, oh, of course, because you know what? You need to know these things too. And I said, great. So I sat there through a whole entire day of a professor from University of Nebraska, Omaha, teaching racism. I was absolutely floored. He was talking about white privilege and black kids trying to be white. And I mean, the whole entire thing, I was just like, what? Why wouldn't we be teaching our kids how to get along and the beauty of who we are and that we're one human race coming together? And that's not what was being taught. And I was so frustrated that at the lunch break, I went up to the professor who teaches Black Studies at University of Nebraska, Omaha, and I asked him, what about common ground? And he said, what common ground? And I'm like, right and wrong, common decency? And he said, there is no common ground. There is no common ground. And after listening to what they were saying throughout the day. And boy, I could go on about that. Finally, I went up to him at the end of the day and I said, let me ask you this. If every single white person in the country just happened to get inflicted with a disease that only infected white people, and every white person on the planet suddenly killed over dead, would racism then be over? And he said, no, it will never be over, because black and brown people will always compete for who's more white. What? This is what they're teaching in the classrooms. This was a setting where this professor was teaching teachers basically how to teach and promote racism in the classroom. And now we have the 1619 Project, which goes even further, completely disparaging the discovery of Columbus, the Pilgrims, the Founding Fathers, and everything that American story is about. There was a point in time during that training day where I was being introduced to some of the teachers who were attending. And the woman in charge was so excited. She brought me over to these two teachers and she said, oh, you have to meet these two. They're just amazing. They have created this curriculum that everybody just loves. They're promoting it all across the school district in 4th grade classes. And I said, wow, that sounds great. What's the curriculum? And she said, well, it's called Putting Christopher Columbus on Trial. And I said, on trial for what? Well, did he discover America or did he just enslave an indigenous people? What? This is what we're teaching kids in the classroom? These are just two experiences that I had that helped me realize that what's going on in the classroom is monstrously different from when I was in school. And even when I was in school, I wasn't given a full civics education or even a robust history or heritage education. I also remember the sex education classes that started when I was in middle school in the 70s and how absolutely mortified I was by being in those classes. And the boys are laughing and making fun of the whole thing. And there's a movie that they showed about, you got the VD blues. I still remember that. And I'm like, what is this? And why do I have to do this? So I went home and I told my mom about the class. And I said, I don't want to be there. I feel very uncomfortable. Everybody makes fun of it. I don't want to be there. And so my mom said, no, I don't want you to be there either. So she pulled me out. You know, all the kids are razzing me. Oh, she doesn't want to be there. I didn't care. I sat in the office for that whole entire classroom. But today, in many cases, children aren't able to opt out. And parents aren't even aware of what's going on or what's being taught. And that's one of the first things we need to do. We need to be at the crossroads of our children's lives. When they come home from school, asking them how they're doing. What did they talk about? Look at their school books. Visit their classroom. There's this idea that there's this big iron gate in front of the schools. And we're granted the opportunity to send our children into those iron gates at the beginning of the day. And then we're to collect them at the end of the day. But we're not allowed to know what's going on inside those walls. We can't ask any questions. That is so not true. We as parents, and even if you don't have children in the school, you have a right as a citizen of the community who's funding those schools to go in and monitor a classroom, to check the books in the library, to ask questions about the curriculum. There are children. We have a right to do that. Do it respectfully. You go into the office, you sign the book and say, I'm just going to come monitor this classroom today, and you have every right to do so. They'll try and stop you. They'll tell you, they don't want you to disrupt the teacher or whatever, but you just do it respectfully because it's absolutely your right. Wear the visitor badge, and you can even ask them, hey, have someone from the office come and accompany me, but I'm going to go and sit in that classroom. And it just seems like more and more the school system is trying to separate us from our children. So we need to know what our rights are, and we need to know how to exercise them. Second thing, know what your options are. And with everything going on right now with the COVID guidelines from the CDC, and why in the heck has the CDC become the be-all end-all for decisions in our country and our culture today, and for our children, how they're going to be educated? There are so many things going on that you guys may not even know about. If you are a mom and you're going into labor, they're going to rapid test you. You're going to have to wear a mask through labor. You might, if you're lucky, get to have your husband in with you. When your baby's born, they're going to rapid test that baby. This is just kind of the ridiculous things that the CDC is promoting. So if they can do it on that level, imagine what they can do when they're the ones controlling the schools. When you've got the teachers' unions and the CDC lining up against teachers and parents. It's our children who are suffering the most and the parents who are the least involved. Can you imagine your kindergartner, first, second, third grader going to school, sitting every other seat, every other row, going to school every other day with a teacher who treats you like a walking contagion? That's not only a bad environment for learning, it creates an enormous amount of undue anxiety, separation, and isolation for our children. And you have the power to do something about it. You have a couple of options. You can go to the school board meetings and express your concern, write letters to your school board representatives, write letters to the principal. Be heard. Your voice needs to be heard at least as much as the CDC and all of those people trying to convince these principals and administrators that to protect everyone from the pandemic, we have to do these things. Many places have discontinued band, sports programs have been put on hold. These are the kinds of things that give our children something to hold on to and build from and express themselves. Those things are taken away. What are they going to fill their time with? So go and have your voice heard. Another option, and it's a really good one, is homeschooling. You absolutely have the right and the ability to teach your children at home. And there are so many resources out there to help and support you. And you can do it in your own individual way for each one of your individual children and what fits best into your own family. So let's go over our list again. First thing is we need to educate and inform ourselves. Secondly, we need to respectfully express ourselves and our concerns. Third, we need to recognize what our options are. And fourth, one of the most important things that we can do right now is vote. I know we're not talking a lot about that, but ladies, do you know that the vast majority of conservative women of faith in this country aren't voting? Most of us aren't even registered to vote. Do you realize that's why we keep losing the culture? Why we keep losing the conversation? Because our voice isn't being heard. We think our husbands are voting, so we've got the family taken care of. But here's the problem. You've got one person going to the polls to represent your family and your values. There's a minimum of 2 people going to the polls every election to vote against those values and everything you hold dear. How's that working for us? It's not. And then we think, well, I don't do politics. Well, let me tell you, ladies, politics are doing you. And you're seeing it right now. Everything that's happening in our country, our culture, our schools, it's because our voice is not being heard. Voting isn't politics. Politics is what happens when we don't vote. There's a difference between civic responsibility and politics. I mean, I don't want to do politics either. What it's become from Kavanaugh hearing to what we see going on today, it looks like a bunch of kids fighting in a sandbox. We spend all day long teaching our children not to behave that way. Why would we voluntarily engage in it? But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about civic responsibility. That duty which every American has as a citizen of this country to respect the law, preserve the U.S. Constitution, be involved in our communities, safeguard the Republic, watch over our government, and seek out and elect good leaders to represent us. Politics is the result of what happens when not enough of us fulfill that duty. It's our duty as mothers, as women of faith, to make sure that our voice is heard and our values are represented. And that's the whole reason Moms for America created Mom Vote. It is your resource for everything you need to know, from where to register to vote, where you go and vote, what all the changes are going to be with COVID, and who the candidates are on your ballot, so you can vote your values with confidence at all levels of government. And please understand, I know we're looked to Washington and the president and Congress, but you know what? They're supposed to be the furthest removed from our lives. And the more we look to Washington to fix our problems, the bigger Washington gets and the more problems are created. The Constitution was a beautiful document set up so that all government was local. We don't get in a car, a plane, a train, and drive or fly to Washington, D.C. to vote for anything. We do it in our own backyard. And the most powerful elected office in the country is not the President of the United States. It's the school board. And we need to start paying attention to it because that's where these things begin and end. And we need to know how to interact with our school board because there's a lot of crazy things going on. I remember a few years ago, I went to an Omaha public school meeting where they were talking about introducing comprehensive sex education. And the parents got up one after another, said, no, we're not supportive of this, and we don't want Planned Parenthood curriculum. And they're like, oh, you just don't understand. 1,800 parents showed up to a school board meeting to protest comprehensive sex education. They had to move them into the auditorium because they couldn't fit fit them in. And finally, at 10 o'clock at night, they said, you know what? We're just going to end this. No more speakers. And then the chairman of the school board said, you know, I just want to remind everybody that this isn't a public meeting. This is a private meeting that we allow the public to watch and participate in. I was like, what? When you have that many parents show up, it's like, whoa, what's going on? Here's the problem, though. What we don't realize is that by the time we have our deer in headlights moment and we realize that something like comprehensive sex education is coming down the pike, we show up at the school board meetings and we're like, you're crazy. What are you doing? This is nuts. Because of course it is. The problem is for 3, 4, 6 months prior to that, Planned Parenthood, ACLU, and all these other organizations are coming in with their nice suits and their impressive titles and business cards and flowery language talking about how this is so wonderful and tying it into the money the school district's going to get if they do it. So by the time we show up, the decision's pretty much already made. And if we show up angry and frustrated, yelling and crying, then we're not going to be heard. They'll completely dismiss us. So we need to know how to interact with the school board. Whether your children are attending public, private, or homeschooling, you still need to be a part of those school board meetings because they're making decisions on your child's education no matter where they go to school. And you don't have to go to every school board meeting. That's the beauty of uniting together in your local community with other moms. The school board only meets once or twice a month. If you get 9 or 10 moms together, then you're only having to go to 1 or 2 school board meetings a year, and then you just come back and report to the others. But here's the thing. If these school board members start to see you coming to these meetings, they're going to realize that you have a vested interest. And instead of them dismissing you when you show up at the last minute upset and angry, they'll start coming to you and asking what you think about it, while they're still formulating the decision in their mind. Cultivate a positive relationship with these board members. It will go a long way if you do. So I just want to leave you with one final anecdotal story. A few years ago, right after moving to Nebraska, there was a bill that was being put forth to make homeschooling in Nebraska even more draconian than it already was. I mean, when I first moved here, you had to sign like 5, 6 different pages, both you and your husband. They had to be notarized. You turned it into the state. I mean, it was just crazy. And it's gotten a lot better. And the reason why is because when they put this bill forth that was going to require even more measures for homeschoolers, one of the homeschool moms caught wind of it and sent it out to everybody else. And we pulled in HSLDA, Homeschool Legal Defense Association, and asked them to help us create a legal brief contrary to the bill. And then HSLDA tracked the bill to see what the progress was. So by the time it went to hit committee, HSLDA let the state homeschool group know, who then sent it out to every homeschool group in the state. And with just a couple of clicks on the computer, hundreds of homeschoolers were alerted to this committee hearing almost overnight. And we encouraged each other to come and show up. If you can speak, great. But if not, just come and be there. So the day of the committee hearing, I'm in there and I'm sitting in the second row close to the front. And all of these moms just start massing into the room. And it was jam-packed. In fact, there was overflow. Moms were out in the hallway and they brought their strollers, their Cheerios, their babies, everything. And there was even a mom in the back that was nursing her baby with a blanket and everything. But I think that kind of unsettled some of the committee members. And so I'm sitting there and they're watching as all these moms are coming in. And one of the guys sitting beside the chairman reaches over to the chairman and says, "What's on the docket today?" And the chairman leaned over and says, "I don't know. All I got to say is whatever they want." Whatever they want. And you know what? We left with everything we wanted that day. Because those of us who got up and spoke respectfully as we addressed our concerns. And even the moms that didn't speak, they were there. They were there present and showed this is what we care about. And as each mom came in, there was a clipboard at the front where you wrote your name and for or against. So they could see 200 plus moms were against this bill that they were trying to pass. And then the next committee hearing, we were able to push through the bill that we wanted passed. And so now we don't have to have notarized paperwork when we fill out our annual report to homeschool. And I keep hearing the chairman's words echo in my mind. Whatever they want. Ladies, that's the power that we have. You can't mess with moms. And when we unite together as moms across the country, then we can stand up for those things that we know to be right and true and have the courage to do so and be able to do it respectfully in a way that we're heard and have a positive outcome. So let me run through those points again. First, educate and inform ourselves. Second, be heard, be assertive. Go into the classroom, find out what your children are learning. Read their books, check out the books in the library. It is your right to do so. Third, find out what your options are, know what your rights are, and make decisions for your children's welfare and education based on what you feel is in the best interest of your children. Because you have a fundamental right to teach, nurture, and raise those children. And all those other resources out there are to support you, not replace you or dictate to you how you're going to do it. Finally, vote your values. Your vote is your voice for your values. Come to Moms for America, get the resources you need through Mom Vote. We're redoing our whole entire Mom Vote page with all the great resources you'll need. We've partnered with iVoter to give you all the information on your own ballot simply by putting your zip code in. I mean, just great resources out there. Get registered, ladies, and have your voice heard, and we'll start turning this culture. The two places where our voice has the greatest influence and impact is in our home and through our vote. We teach these principles and values in our home. We need to secure them with our vote. And one final thing that you can do, get on your knees and ask for God's help, because He is there. I know He is, and He will support you when you call upon Him, because there's no one who knows and loves your children better than you do, except God Himself. And when you're struggling and you need to know, what do I do for my children? What decisions do I need to make? Do it with Him, and He will not lead you astray. When Alexis de Tocqueville came to the United States in the 1800s to find out what was the greatness of America, he found it with the mothers of America. And because of what he saw, he knew the powerful influence of women. And he said righteous women in their sphere of influence, beginning in the home, can turn the world around. Please remember, there is nothing going outside our homes that can't be healed, countered, or curtailed inside our homes. What we create and nurture there will literally be the foundation for future generations. And as we unite together across the country as mothers, fathers, parents, family, we will be able to reclaim our culture for truth, family, freedom, the Constitution that protects our divine inherent rights as mothers. We will be able to raise a new generation of patriots and heal America from the inside out. And that is my wish and my prayer for you. Thank you for having me, and may God bless you and your home and your families. And may He, together through our concerted efforts, continue to bless America.
There's nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you. The Second Amendment of the Constitution states, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." The Founding Fathers saw it crucial that free people be able to protect themselves in situations all the way from unlawful intruders such as burglars to more extreme situations like self-protection from an imposing government. Our founders had first-hand experience combating the tyrannical government rule of Britain. They understood that the abuse of power is part of human nature and history. The Second Amendment was put in place to keep the power in the people's hands to prevent tyranny in America. The Founding Fathers had valid reasons for making this principle one of their top priorities. They understood better than anyone the danger of centralized power, and had a vision of freedom and liberty for all. We can thank the American founders and our American veterans for the freedoms that we enjoy today, at the cost of many lives lost to tyrannical governments. Without the Second Amendment, the America we know and love would not exist.
Jesus said, "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea." Florida Citizens Alliance proudly presents Rescuing Our Children 2020, a historic two-day event packed with amazing content designed to equip God's people with ways to protect our children from the evil that's spread across our nation and in our schools. These brilliant speakers have enthusiastically joined our rescue team and will be speaking at this year's event.
We know that our schools are failing, and yet we're continuing to send our children into those schools. They're teaching our children that there are accidents of nature and that survival of the fittest is the law of the land, and then hypocritically telling them don't bully.
The kids are supposed to think, well, who do we kill? And so now what happens? Well, my pastor said we shouldn't kill people. My mom said we shouldn't kill people. My Bible says we shouldn't kill people. But obviously the only moral solution here is to kill somebody for the greater good. And so what happens? The kids think, well, maybe there is a time and place for concentration camps, for killing babies, for killing old people, right? It destroys their understanding of biblical and moral absolutes.
Or the schools that sow the seeds to normalize Satanism, pedophilia, and transgenderism. Where does it stop?
We have video games today that I saw that just came out in the last several months where you have oral sex, graphic threesomes, strip club scenes, women dancing around poles. And these are video games marketed and purchased by 10, 11-year-old kids.
It's not that hard. Once you get us on the right track, kids are able to go and do whatever, right? So we're very independent. People don't seem to realize that, which is what I kind of hope to bring into the spotlight. So that's what homeschooling's done for me.
Teachers are now in crisis. Children are not learning. You know, it's not rocket science. If teachers and parents could just get back together and take care of the kids, and the teachers unions would get the heck out, everybody would be fine.
And we must stand with courage, knowing that we are on the side of truth. We need to let our light shine. We cannot be afraid of the darkness, but we need to know it's going to cost me something. But I have to be willing to do that. For our children and our grandchildren, we have to be willing to do that as well.
The hardest thing of it all was my father, because, my dad, he would do anything for anybody, and especially, for me. And so he decided that he had helped me with the enrollment. So my father, he got charged too, and that's the biggest thing, is that he got charged. And he fought against them so much that they gave him a year in the penitentiary, and he died. He never came home. So that is why I fight. And I fight for so many parents, because we're just moms and dads. We're just people that just want our kids to have equality, to have a great education. That's it.
Rescuing Our Children 2020 is a historic two-day event packed with amazing content. Please consider supporting our efforts by partnering with us for Rescuing Our Children 2020. By standing together and by God's grace and mercy, we can win this battle and turn the tide. Please join our rescue team today.
We have two more great speakers this evening and then a panel. Get ready for Alex Newman and Sam Sorbo. We're so excited to hear from them. First, we have a 10-minute break.
to protect the heart and core of democracy: freedom of religion, speech, the press, and peaceful assembly. It states, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. In 1791, when this amendment was written, the Founding Fathers considered it to be one of the most critical elements of a truly representative government. It was evident and vital that the land of the free protect people's right to have a voice. George Washington wrote, "If freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led, like sheep to the slaughter." This amendment has been debated throughout American history, but has maintained its position as a cornerstone of democracy. The Founding Fathers intended the role of government to protect our natural rights, and through establishing the rule of law, prevent people from hurting one another. The First Amendment continues to serve the American people, allowing citizens to express their valuable ideas, promoting democratic change, and inspiring healthy debate.
Hi, I'm Patrick Hampton.
And I'm Doug Doherty.
And I'm the millennial.
And I'm the baby boomer.
And we've decided to come together to engage, educate, and empower Hamilton County citizens in good government and civic virtues. We're asking that you text Flourishing to 66866 to join our email list, and also go to our website at www.hamiltonflourishing.org. Thank you for joining us.
The work is nowhere near done, but you can count on Florida Citizens Alliance to continue fighting for Florida students and the best education possible. So who are we and what do we do? Florida Citizens Alliance is a 501c3 grassroots organization dedicated to educating parents, families, and community influencers regarding the horrendous state of public education in Florida. We promote parental school choice, knowledge-based learning, the best standards and curriculum for K-12 students, and financial transparency. And we are against political, religious, and pornographic indoctrination in our public schools. To us, it's about the students and the future of America. We have 3 focus areas. The first is informing parents, teachers, grandparents, anybody who will listen of the materials being taught in public schools through our marketing and social media campaigns. Our second focus is developing education watchdog groups in counties across the state who consistently engage with local school boards and legislators. Our third focus is educating parents so they can take positive action to improve their child's education through state scholarship funds and other programs. 2019 was a great year for Florida Citizens Alliance, and I'd like to share with you some of our achievements. Because of our work, the state of Florida's back-to-school reading list, which previously consisted of strictly pop culture books, has now been replaced with the classics. Also, thanks to Commissioner Corcoran, the failure of Common Core has been discontinued, and Florida Citizens Alliance provided the Florida Department of Education with 3 experts to come up with the newly announced best standards. The Department of Education also asked Florida Citizens Alliance to create a statewide awareness and participation in the Hope Scholarship. The Hope Scholarship is amazing. It gives students who have been bullied a school voucher that they can take elsewhere and find a healthy learning environment. These are just a few of our achievements, and there's still a lot of work to be done. And I say this from experience as a former public school student in Collier County. We can't do this without you. My name's Dominique Clemens with Florida Citizens Alliance. Thank you.
because I'll guarantee you the women sitting around you will value and love you even more as they find out about the struggles and the hard times that you have actually walked through.
Family, my grandma used to cook this every weekend. I brought this pre-seasoned in because I had it marinated. And this, I think, is so important because as God's word says that we need to meditate on his word. And I look at these two words and see the similarity of it, of marinating and meditating, and meditate on his word. I believe that's where we find the peace and fulfillment at.
Because you are just you're a walking testimony of what Christ wants us to do with our life.
Thank you all so much, and God bless you all. I'm so grateful that the Lord used me to help them. Sincerely, your sister in Christ, Sharon.
I'm Seth Ray.
And I'm Avery Arnell. We get to meet some pretty amazing people from all over the world. Now, these are people who are actually doing some pretty incredible things. They are full of faith and courage, and they push the limits, and they bravely are chasing their dreams.
And chances are you've probably never heard of them. And today we get to introduce you to someone who is practically normal.
There is nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I now have the pleasure of introducing a truly remarkable woman. Sam Sorbo is the author of They're Your Kids, an inspirational journey from self-doubter to homeschool advocate. Filmmaker, screenwriter of Let There Be Light, talk radio show host on Talk America Radio, and international model. She is fluent in 5 languages and studied biomedical engineering at Duke University before pursuing her career in modeling. In 2015, Sam won Best Supporting Actress from the Utah Film Awards in her role in Just Let Go. Sam is married to Kevin Sorbo, actor and writer in the movie God's Not Dead, Part 1 and Part 2, among many other films. They have 3 children whom Sam homeschools, one of which we heard from yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Sam Sorbo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, the mic? Okay, good. Oh my gosh, so we've just had some interesting technical challenges, so this should be fun. I can't wait to see what happens now. First, I have to thank Ronnie so much for putting this on. Ronnie, you've done an amazing job. This has been a long-awaited thing. We were pulled away by COVID and postponed and moved and everything. And Chris, you've been amazing, especially the last 10 minutes. Okay, here we go. I also want to thank the Florida Citizens Alliance just for existing. This is a project, right? Because they have, there are people who want our children, and we have to stand in the breach. And so this is an emotional thing for me. This is something that I've been engaged in for quite a while. And I want to thank all of our presenters, Tina, especially Curtis, Rebecca, Kimberly, so far, I know Alex is coming after me. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. They've done such an amazing job of sort of laying the groundwork, and I feel like, in a sense, I'm sort of batting cleanup a little bit, so you're going to hear a little bit of maybe a conglomeration of what we've already been hearing, but also I'm going to try to tie it up for you guys, and to that effect, to that end, I'm going to blow things up a little bit, and I'm hoping that I'm going to challenge you, specifically parents who are watching this, maybe specifically parents at home who just accidentally tuned into this, and they're seeing this maybe for the first time and they're not used to this, because the people that are speaking at this event, we've been following this for a long time, and so when we see things happening in our culture and in our environment, it's sort of like, oh yeah, of course, that now. They're burning they're burning Bibles in Portland. Yeah, of course they are. Like, it just seems like, yes, it is sort of the natural progression of the Marxist movement. And it is a Marxist movement. It's not a Marxist movement. So we might as well call it what it is. But what I want to try to do today is change the way you think about education. I want to challenge your definition of education. And the reason that I want to do that is because you have no idea what education is. You're not educated. You've been schooled, but you haven't been educated. You think you want an education for your child, but you're sending them to school where they will be schooled and not educated. And I know that in your head you're going, what is she talking about? This is sort of ridiculous. I don't understand it. So before I get into all the nuts and bolts, little story, little Bobby, little homeschooled kid. He was a little bit of a misfit. And every day after school, he was homeschooled, so he would, he'd wait, he'd hang out. And after school, he'd go to the Five and Dime, and he'd wait for the kids from school to walk by. There's a little gang, little boys, and they'd go up to him and they'd say, Bobby, you're homeschooled. And then they'd play a game with him. And they'd put down a dime and a nickel. Which one do you want, Bobby? And he'd be like, oh, I'm going to take the nickel because it's bigger. And they would laugh at him, and they'd laugh and laugh. And they played this game often. And one day, the owner of the bodega came out and said, Bobby, I don't understand it. I've seen you count money. You know that the dime's worth more than the nickel. Why are you doing that? And Bobby says, shh, I've saved $20 so far. Because Bobby was homeschooled. All right. So, you know, I'm a mother. I've got 3 kids. My oldest is 18. He spoke here yesterday. Very proud mom here. I have a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old. I'm a homeschool advocate, and now I've really become an education activist. I'm a radio talk show host. I'm a filmmaker. I've done a lot of things. Most things that I would tell you I would not ever have done if I hadn't started homeschooling my children. And you go, but taking on home education is like a big responsibility. Why would you say that allowed you to do all of those other things? And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about that story. I'll also tell you that I went to Duke University. I studied biomedical engineering, and I thought that I was incapable of teaching my children. So I know that many of you are sitting there going, yeah, that's me. I'm not capable of teaching my children. And I'm here to tell you, of course you think you can't, because that's what you've been taught. You haven't been educated, you've been schooled. And part of your schooling involved teaching you everything that you couldn't do, because unless you learned it from a teacher standing at a blackboard or a whiteboard lecturing you, you think you can't do it. By the way, all evidence to the contrary. Because if you really think about it, and you go through all the things that you do in your life, then you will know that you do a lot of things that you haven't ever learned to do. I probably should start the PowerPoint. There we go. Okay. All right. Sorry, nope, that's too far. Here we go. Okay. So my mission is actually to empower parents to home educate, because I understand that they feel inadequate and they feel that they can't. And I want them to feel like they can, because home education is not just about your kids. It's about you also. And I just did a whole video series. I started doing videos when COVID first came down because I recognized, oh my gosh, the whole nation is homeschooling now. This is like awesome. Except that they weren't really, because you were homeschooling during COVID, which was like homeschooling under duress. It was like the worst sort of storm to be trying to homeschool in and trying to learn how to do this. But I've done a number of videos that are available for free on my website. Just go to samsorbo.com, and I did a whole series on homeschooling is easy, parenting is hard. Homeschooling is easy. It's the parenting part that's difficult. And so we'll get into that. There's a lot of pushback to this idea that you should home educate your children. Nobody thinks they can do it, least of all the people in charge of educating us. Have you noticed that? Teachers don't want you to home educate. You can't do it. So you really ought to ask yourself, if a goal of education is to learn something well enough to teach it, why do you feel inadequate? If you graduated high school, and even if you didn't, but let's assume that you graduated high school, why do you feel incapable of teaching a second grader or a third grader? You think it's rocket science? You think you're teaching them something that you don't actually know? What are you teaching a second grader that you don't already know? So why do you feel so inadequate? Because you've been schooled. That's job security. I mean, you got to hand it to the teachers and the teachers' unions, right? They've convinced all of us that we're stupid, that we can't educate a third grader? Are you kidding me? Come on, folks. I had a friend visit, and she was contemplating home education because, my goodness, what they're going to do to kids in school now, okay? With the masks and the gloves and the no touching and the no talking and the desks being farther apart and no leaving your desk and no going to the lunchroom. And by the way, of course, the one question that everybody says after they say, well, I can't, they say, well, what about socialization? And I always say, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about education. You want to talk about socialization? That's a completely different thing. And you shouldn't be using socialization as a way of justifying sending your children into an educational institution. But if you want to talk about socialization, yes, homeschool kids are much better socialized than school children. So we could have that discussion. I don't think you want to. All right, so my son was in second grade. There were 5 problem children in his class. 5 behavioral problem children. I remember one of them swearing cuss words, second grade, at an adult, one of the other parents who was in the class. And one day I went in to pick Braden up, and the teacher said, oh my gosh, your son was such an angel today. I sat Matthew down next to him, and Matthew's really problematic. He was the cussing one. And Braden just kept him occupied for 45 minutes. Is that education? Because I'm going in my head, not his job. And then there's the thing about the book reports, and I was the guilty parent, so I helped out in class all the time, and I taught art, and I took the kids to the library, and I helped grade papers, and I would help clean up the class after school a couple times a week, and I was in constant contact with his teacher. And after 5 months of turning in book reports, 5 book reports, I'd never gotten one back graded, so I asked her, I said, how are Braden's book reports? And she said, quick as a wink, she said, oh, not very good. And I said, what? She said, no, not very good at all. And I said, that's so weird because I never heard anything from you. Does everybody hear that clicking? Is that my earring? Okay. Well, at the cost of beauty, the earring has to go. Hopefully that's better. It sounded like my jaw was clicking. I'm like, that sounds weird. Okay. So I started doing book report with them every day after school. Parents, if you do homework with your children after school, you are homeschooling. Okay? It's that easy. It literally is that easy. So don't give me, oh, I can't, I don't know how to do this. So we're going to talk about where education is today. We're going to talk about how should we define education. And then finally, what are your goals for your children? What are you hoping for from your kids' future? Where are schools today? It's a 12-year-old. She stabbed another student because of a family dispute. Multiple times. She's 12 years old. That's our schools today. There's a story about two young teenagers in a bathroom in a public school in Delaware. This happened a few years ago. And I was doing my daily 3-hour talk show on the radio, and I remember covering it. And these two young girls in middle school beat a third young girl to death in the bathroom. Horrible, right? And I'm just covering it, and I got the news flash. Within an hour, the superintendent of schools was making a statement. And do you know what she said? She said, "Our schools are safe." All evidence to the contrary. Our schools are safe. You haven't been educated, you've been schooled. If you believe that, you're not trusting your eyes. You're not trusting your ears. You're not trusting your instincts. This is out of the UK. There's a dad who's now being called a racist and a bigot. He opposed the daughter's homework assignment. Her homework assignment was to write a letter to her family about converting to Islam. Dear family, I am converting to Islam. They literally want to put words in your children's mouths. That's not education, that's schooling. Kindergarten teacher, Rebecca talked about this, having the transgender ceremony. I had the mother on my radio program. She said her daughter had nightmares for months. Her daughter stood out of the tub in the bathroom, kindergarten, and her hair was slicked back. She started screaming, "Mommy, I'm turning into a boy." And this was a ceremony that the teacher had organized for the last day of school, so that there would be no pushback, because then it's the summer and the parents are like, ugh, okay, whatever, it happened, there's nothing we can do. No, there's something you can do. You can choose to home educate. I don't like calling it homeschooling anymore. It bugs me. All right, Miss Kentucky's sexting scandal. She's a former Miss Kentucky. She's got 2 years in prison. This just came out. Sexting with her students. This is not one story. This is many, many stories. There's the story of the kindergarten teacher up in Seattle, and he manipulated so that he would get the classroom that had the private bathroom. And then he installed cameras. Kindergarten teacher. They only discovered it because they went to his place for a drug bust. And they found all the porn photos on his computer. But we don't call those porn photos when they're children. Those are crime scene photos. And then there's the story of the 10th grader that I recently had on my radio program. She was assigned a homosexual, pornographic, violent imagery poem by her 27-year-old teacher. The whole class was assigned the poem. It was a famous poem. They were supposed to be discussing controversial things. They were all assigned the poem. The publisher had seen fit to eliminate all of the swear words in the poem and replace them with ellipses. And so the teacher stood in front of the classroom and told them all the 4-letter words that they should write into the poem so that they could get the full effect. And so she told her dad, and her dad said, "That's an outrage." And he went to the school board, and he brought a lawyer, and they asked for an apology, and they said they wanted the poem stricken from the curriculum, and the school board said, we'll give you an apology. So they made the teacher write a sorry, not sorry letter, but we're not going to strike this from the school curriculum because we think that it's appropriate for 10th graders to be exposed to homoerotic, violent imagery. And I asked the young girl about her experience, and she said basically that she had felt violated, that she was unprepared to see what this poem forced her to see. And then I said to her, okay, I understand that we had to schedule the interview to work around your school schedule. Is that true? And her dad said, yeah, we're so proud of her because we allowed her to make the decision. She's 16 years old. We allowed her to decide to go back to school. She's talking to an atheist girl in her class, and we feel so good that she has that opportunity. Parents, where are you? Why is the dad not standing up for his young girl who said, I felt violated? Where's the parent in this? And why is he allowing her to make this decision? Why doesn't he grow a pair and say, not on my watch, you're not going back to school? And if you want to affect change, why are you going into that system with basically the message that you condone what just happened, instead of, I don't know, maybe going on a school strike outside the school? There was a young girl who got very famous striking school. It was about climate change, I believe. It had nothing to do with school, but she got famous for it. What if Christians started striking schools when they discovered content like that? And all you have to do is open a book to find it. Right, Rebecca? And that leads me to this. Recently, Orange County School District sent this letter home to parents advising them there was no opt-out allowed for sex ed. They would not inform you when they were teaching your children about sex, and there was no opt-out allowed. Your children must learn about sex from the school district and from whatever teacher they decide to give your child. Do you feel your loss of freedom yet? Here are some segments from the one sexual health things that they're trying to teach. They're trying to teach improving female satisfaction. Yeah, that seems like reasonable biology fare. Safer sex and lubrication, including instructions on anal sex for grade school. I can't even say this stuff out loud. Safer sex toy use, sex, virginity, and abstinence, including the different ways to have non-sex sex. What the heck? Was that Bill Clinton something? I don't know. And then, of course, there's I Am Jazz, which is a book about a young transgender individual. And they have teaching instructions for the K through 5 classes for this book. By the way, 1, avoid introducing it as a book about a transgender girl. The last thing you want to do is play your hand. Instead, simply say it's a story based on the real-life experience of a girl named Jazz, who's actually a boy. That's hate speech. Goals are to expand the students' perception and understanding of gender and what it means to be transgender using developmentally appropriate language for younger students. How about developmentally appropriate no language and don't speak about this with my child? How about that? Better yet, don't send your kids into the public school environment. Just don't. So there's a story about a study that they did with people. They sat them down, they put them in front of a video, and the video played a white team and a black team, and the two teams were tossing a ball back and forth, and the participants were asked to count the number of times that the ball went back and forth. And in the middle of the video, there's somebody who came onto the stage with the people throwing the ball back and forth in a gorilla costume. And he comes out onto stage, and he does this little dance, and then he goes off camera. And so they asked the people who were counting the balls how many times they counted the ball passing, and did they see the gorilla, and 50% of them didn't see the gorilla. Over 50% of the people did not see the gorilla. Guess what, folks? You're not seeing the gorilla. You've been completely distracted. You've been sold a bill of goods. You've been schooled. So you're all thinking, school? Everybody needs school. Why? Why are you thinking that? Because you've been schooled. So I want to challenge you. Did you know you don't need to graduate high school to go to college? Did you know you do not need to graduate college to go to med school or law school? How could you say that? To go to med school or law school, pass the MCAT or the LCAT. How do you do that? Study. How about that? To go to college, pass the SATs. Or something. You've been schooled. You have these ideas that you think that you know. You don't know. And you've been distracted. And the gorilla's not dancing. The gorilla is devouring your children while you're counting the ball going back and forth. I love this one. Sorry. Didn't spot the dancing gorilla in the famous video. Why people suffer from inattention blindness. They actually have a name for it. It's inattention blindness. You can put that in your notes. And then we have the admission scandal. You think you're getting a college education. You think you're purchasing a college education for your kids. Our entire education system from the top down is completely corrupt at this point. These parents, they just bought their kids' way into college. Well, they'll pay. Yeah, what about all the ones that they didn't catch? I'm just saying, like, the system is broken. And they've done a study now, and I love this, Stacey Dale and Alan Kruger, that graduates of less prestigious colleges who were accepted into the elite schools that cost that much money, but they didn't go. They went to less prestigious schools for whatever reason. They wanted to be closer to home, or they didn't want to spend that much money. Within 5 years, their earning potential is exactly the same. Within 5 years out of school. So you think you need the degree from Harvard, you don't. You don't. Now, maybe if you can't get into Harvard without buying your way into Harvard, then maybe the degree is worth something to you because you couldn't go anyway. All right, so let's talk quickly about college prep and career readiness. College prep and career readiness is the motto, right? It's the mission statement of our schools. Is that what you want for your kids? A career? Oh, I just want my child to have a career. That's funny, because I want my child to be happy. I want my child to be in service. I want my child to be fruitful. I'm not so concerned about the career. And by the way, kids are going to change careers 5 times before they're 30 these days. The world's changing. It's a different place than when we grew up. But they're selling us on college prep and career readiness. So let's examine that for a minute. Career readiness, what's that? You're going to get out of college and you're going to have a career. How's that working out? I don't know. You've seen the headlines, right? So many kids moving back home because they can't get a job. So, okay. Career readiness, not too successful. So let's go back to college prep. What's college prep? What does college prep mean? Well, we're preparing your child to go to college. No, you're brainwashing my child to think that he has to go to college. But I've just shown you, you don't have to go to college necessarily. Bill Gates didn't graduate college. Steve Jobs didn't graduate college. Richard Branson didn't graduate college. So if you don't have to graduate college, why are we so geared to college prep? Why is the school telling our children and our parents, you have to go to college? Can anybody say, moolah, money? You're going to spend a lot of money to maybe get a degree in maybe something that's going to get you enough money to pay back the money that you spent and borrowed. Right? It's called a pyramid scheme. Is that what it's called? Something like that, right? We need to really start thinking about these things. And then we have this. Thanks to the Babylon Bee for this. Because the teachers' unions are now refusing to go back to school. So just a little levity. They're launching the Every Child Left Behind movement. All right. How did we get here? Do you know we didn't always have public schools? Massachusetts passed the first compulsory school laws in 1852. New York followed the next year. But it was only in 1918 that all American children were required to attend at least elementary school. Only in 1918. It hasn't been that long. This represents a chart of the 9 overhauls of our public education system in less than 30 years, each one purporting to fix the problem. And you know what? They all cost a lot of money and they didn't fix the problem. And these are the people educating our children. These are the people educating us. Common Core is the last one up there. Oh my gosh, billions of dollars. Why? Because they wanted to sell new textbooks. And because of Marxist indoctrination. The results of that are disastrous. Test scores are down. Oh, but they said it was going to fix it. What about all the testing that they did for Common Core before they implemented it to prove to us that it was going to work? Oh, wait, no, they didn't test it. They didn't test it. They overhauled all of our children's curriculum on a whim. And we went along with it. Well, I didn't go along with it. But a lot of them did. And by the way, Common Core, because why wouldn't you want your child to be common? Isn't that what we want for all children? I mean, folks, come on, it's in the name. It's in the name. So where does this generate from? Well, the Communist 45. So they put into the congressional record the goals of the communists, which numbered 45. And by the way, if you look it up and you start reading their goals, you'll be like, oh my gosh, check, 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 check. They're checking off all the boxes. This one is number 17, get control of the schools, use them as transmission belts for socialism and communist propaganda, soften the curriculum, get control of the teachers' associations, put the party line in textbooks. It also includes pornography, putting pornography in our schools, yes. Patriotism today is seen as somehow flawed. Have you noticed? That's communism. You've been schooled. Do you know the story of the elephant? When they have a baby elephant, they put a chain on his foot to keep him from wandering. And that's how they train him. And he tugs at the chain and it won't budge. And so he learns that if he has the thing on his foot, that he can't move anywhere. And then as he grows, because a chain's like that's not going to hold a large elephant, you'd think that they'd have to get a bigger chain, right? No, they use a string. Because the elephant's been conditioned to think that if his foot has something around it, he can't move anywhere. So they just have to use a string. They've got a string on your foot. You think you can't educate your children? It's because you have a string on your foot. And they've trained you. You can't fly. And guess what? They want to put a string on your children's feet too. Are you going to let that happen? You think you can't educate a child and you graduated from high school, but you're willing to sacrifice your child into a system that turned out the pathetic thing that you say you are? You think about that in your kids. You want your kids to be like that? Incapable, feeling inadequate? I had a woman sitting in my living room the other day. I said, what is your strongest objection? I know that you're struggling with this decision, with everything that they're doing with our kids. And she burst into tears. She said, I think I'm going to fail. You've been taught that failure's bad. That's what you learned in school. Failure's not bad. Ask Michael Jordan how many times he failed. Failure's what made him great. Your thinking has been affected. Have you noticed that you're seeking fairness instead of healthy competition? What's fair? I'll tell you one thing, life's not fair, so why are we looking at what's fair? Healthy competition makes everybody better. Used to be that was the United States. Remember when we won World War II? And then we went and we built up Germany and we built up Japan, and then we took over and now we own them? No. We built them up into healthy competitors, and it made the world a better place. But these days, think about it. We seek fairness. We want equality, like equality is the best thing going. And that's what our kids are learning in school. And that's why more youth voted for Bernie Sanders in the last election than for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump combined. It's because they've been taught that socialism, the Communist 45, socialism is grandpa with candy, and who better depicts grandpa with candy than Bernie Sanders? Although I'd hate to have him as a grandpa. All right. Have you ever interviewed a teacher for the job? Have you had the opportunity to go to the school and interview? What teacher are you assigning my child? Oh, Mr. Jones? Okay, I'd like to speak with Mr. Jones. You can't do that. You're not allowed to pick who teaches your child. Who signed up for that? That's an outrage, but we're just like, well, that's just the way they run the school, so this is just the way we do it. Stop it. Wake up. Teachers right now, they're asking, in California, they want to defund the police and cancel all charter schools. Why cancel charter schools? It's in the children's best interest. Why defund the police? It's better for learning. What? Come on, folks, this is absurd. Your children are going into these camps that are run by Marxists. They're run by Marxists. There's no way around this. I'm sorry, I wish I could say, oh, but not that public school or not that area or whatever. And you know, you might live in, I don't know, Daisyville, and your public school is entirely Christians, and I don't know what, right? It doesn't matter because it's all in the curriculum. You know teachers are only allowed to teach what they're given. And what are they teaching? They're teaching children that they're accidents of nature and survival of the fittest. And they want to, by the way, the teachers want to defund the police, they want to cancel public schools, they don't cancel charter schools, they don't want to go back to work, and they want full pay and all their benefits. So I don't know, that makes perfect sense to me. Like, what? And now there's a movement to refund the taxpayers, not refund the money to the taxpayers, but take that money and then pay the parents who are going to home educate their children. No, the money should go back to the taxpayers. And the responsibility should be on the parents to educate their children, as parents should be doing from the beginning anyway. You have children, you should take it upon yourself to educate them. And I'll get to the reason why in a little bit. We used to have this is Teddy Roosevelt. A thorough knowledge of the Bible is worth more than a college education. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. We had our school system to teach us morals because they didn't want to force people to go to church, but they did want people to learn good morality. Well, they took that out of the schools shortly after they took the Bible out. You know, they didn't get rid of religion. They just replaced Judeo-Christianity in our schools with secular humanism. It's a different religion with different morals. The morals of, if it's good for me, it's right, and if it's bad for me, I hate you and I can kill you. That's basically the morals. We came from this, the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal. And if you look in my book, I go into detail about how we developed our Declaration of Independence, and that it was initially a big statement against slavery. Our initial declaration was an enormous statement against enslavement of any form. And unfortunately, the slave states said that they wouldn't sign on, and so we had to fight amongst ourselves to tone down the rhetoric so that the slave states could sign on. But this was drafted by Thomas Jefferson, who did not like slavery. You can look it up. But that's not what they're teaching in school. In school today, they're teaching Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UDOR, where everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and of his family, including food, clothing, housing, medical care. Sounds good, right? Okay, define food, define clothing, define housing, define medical care. Yeah, the devil's in the details. And so I want to read you a little bit from my book. This is Jimmy's story. Jimmy, oh, where is it? Okay. Jimmy's taught that clothing and shelter and these things are a human right, but he lives in a cold water walk-up with his mom, who works 2 jobs to make ends meet. And his friend Cooper lives in a nice 3-bedroom house with a swing set. Cooper wears the most popular jeans and sneakers, and Jimmy's going, why does he get all that stuff and I don't? We're equal, we have equality, right? Come on, if you were a kid, you'd be thinking this. We both have the same rights, so we should both have the same clothing and the same homes. They're human rights, we're both entitled to them. I want a nice bedroom, I want nice clothes. Why do we have so much less? My mother must be stupid. Or she got cheated. What do you think? When I grow up, I'm going to make sure the system pays me back with even more for not taking care of us properly now. You have to think, where is this going? And what are we seeing in the streets today, folks? The rioting and the looting, these kids have been taught certain things. They want what's coming to them. How can you blame them? They've been schooled. It's the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. We've lost that, haven't we? Education is the ability to listen to almost anything without losing your temper or your self-confidence. Is that where we are today? No, we have kids who stick their fingers in their ears because they literally can't hear the stuff that you're saying that disagrees with their worldview or their self-worth or whatever. They can't hear it. It is so painful to them. So what more proof do we need that the system's failing? Education should enable us to reason and make sound decisions. Are we in this period right now? Are we reasoning and making sound decisions? You know, I did a video recently about the cost, and it's interesting because I'm actually finding myself on the side of the Marxists today who don't want to open up the schools, and I'm saying, yeah, me neither. Stay home. It's terrible. But I did a video talking about this because they shut everything down without counting the cost, without any attention paid to the consequences of shutting it down. They were focused on one thing only, and have you noticed that that thing has now changed? So we were focused on flattening the curve. But that's not what we're focused on anymore because we did flatten the curve. So they've changed the goal now. The goal is to slow the spread, which is still not the goal that you think it is. What do you think of when I say we're slowing the spread? What do you think of when you talk about the masks and the everything else? What are you thinking? That you're not going to get it, right? That's not the goal. The goal is slow the spread. They haven't changed it enough for you to, you think that the goal is that you're not going to get sick. But that's not what the goal is. And it's also not what they'll achieve anyway. Okay. So the state schools intend to make productive consumers. College prep and career readiness is actually a conflict of interest. You have a conflict of interest with the government educating your children. And the government has no intent to educate your children. So why are you allowing them to do so? Now you have this perfect opportunity. It's the perfect storm for you to take on the education of your children. I love this quote by Oscar Wilde. Nothing that is worth learning can be taught. Think about that for a minute. You need to set your children up to be lifelong learners, to be self-taught, because you self-teach everything anyway. You don't think you do, but when you go home with your homework, you're teaching yourself. Yeah, the instructor can show you a bit, but it's only through doing that you learn it. And frankly, for parents who are like, well, I don't remember that stuff, I'm like, there's a textbook, and it's just right there in the textbook. All you have to do is read the lesson. It's right there. It's right there. This isn't rocket science. And even if it were, it'd be right there. So what's your focus? What's your goal for your children? Education should be the process of learning something well enough to teach it. Number one, you want to nurture your children's innate curiosity and their eagerness to learn. Have you noticed that children are very curious, they're very eager to learn, and then they get to school and they stop? The school is not interested in your child learning that. The school is interested in schooling your child and making them behave. Number two, we're raising members of a new generation. We want to raise children who are able to speak the truth with love and learn anything they set their minds to, and not be limited by the thoughts that the schools are putting in their heads, like you literally you can't do anything unless you've had a teacher. This is the word for bird in French. It's pronounced oiseau. Oiseau. I love that word, actually. It contains every single vowel. It only has 2 syllables. You could say it has vowels coming out the oiseau. Most of us think that there's a difference between math and science. I mean, math, science, and languages, humanities. Did you ever do that when you went to school? It was sort of like you bifurcated. You had the kids who were like the science geeks and the math geeks, and then over on the other side you had the humanities, like the language arts people. And we think that they're different because in school we're taught that all these things are separated into their own compartments. And I'm here to tell you that they're not. I'm really trying to make you to expand your thoughts about education. Math is a foreign language. I love that she laughed. Math is a foreign language. It has its own grammar. It even has its own alphabet, right? Numbers and symbols. But it's just a language. In fact, we even call equations math sentences. Okay, if you think about that for just a moment, then consider that everything is a foreign language. Music is a foreign language, right? It's foreign until you learn it. Then you speak music. And then if you meet somebody who's a musician, you can say, yeah, no, you got the DC Al coda or whatever. I don't speak music, but, right? The G clef, blah, 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 minor, major, all that stuff. It's a foreign language. Even buying a house is a foreign language, folks. When you bought your first house, did you know what you were doing? Did you hire a tutor to teach you how to buy a house or lease a car? Did you go on YouTube and look up how-to videos on how to lease a car or buy a house? No. You said, well, I think I'll need an agent, so you found an agent. And the agent said, well, are you looking at an ARM? And you're like, what's that? It's an adjustable rate mortgage. Oh, gosh, that's a new word for me, right? You learned the new language. And then you learned how to progress. You taught yourself how to buy a house or how to lease a car. You can teach yourself how to teach your children. And in the process of you teaching yourself how to teach your children, you will teach your children how to teach themselves. It's brilliant, which is funny because it's biblical. It's like God knew what he was doing or something when he said, teach your children diligently, right? Let's see. This is a quote in my book that I happen to love. This is Kevin Williamson in National Review Online. And he points out that basically the home educator is the one who is really bucking the system the most. The home educator is the one who's taking it on. And they're the most dangerous because they're the one who is thinking independently. That's what I want for you. I want you to be the one who's thinking independently. I want you to be the one who feels that responsibility and that self-worth, that growth in self-worth of a can-do person who accomplishes things. I know you think you can't, but you don't know education. And that's why I know you can, because you can learn education, and it's not schooling. All right, I want to give you a couple of homeschooling hacks and parenting tips. First of all, don't compare yourself to the school system. The school system's broken. I hope that I've made that point enough for you to understand that they are not your competition. Other homeschoolers are, but that's okay. You can keep up with them. Second, keep your eye on the prize. What is your goal for your child? A well-lived life, right? A giving person. Think about it. Make a list. What is your goal for your child? Don't compare your life to someone else's highlight reel or sizzle reel or, their vacation videos. Homeschooling isn't always pretty. But homeschooling is easy. It's parenting that's hard. Please stop imagining that the school educators know better than you do. I would tell you that God entrusted you with the gift of your children. That's why I have a picture of a gift up there. They are a gift. And what's the first thing you do with a gift? You give it away for someone else to open, right? No. They're for you to open. I put my child back into school. I put 2 of my kids back into school a year and a half after I started home educating. I felt so insecure. I was failing. I knew it. My second grader barely read. He was such a loser. Okay, he was really good at math. In first grade, he finished the first grade math book on Halloween. He was like, Mom, I'm going to do 30 pages today. He loved it, right? But his reading was just abysmal. So I spent all of Christmas break teaching him reading. I got how to teach reading book, and we just went through the book, and they make it really easy for you. The curriculum makes it really easy for the parent to homeschool. Parenting is different, but the homeschooling part, really easy. And I did all of this work with him, and then I still felt like an abject failure, and so I put them in a lovely little Christian school. And it was a hybrid program, so I would homeschool 2 days a week, and then they'd go into class 3 days a week. And then after 6 weeks, I decided to go in to see, back up a minute. So I was dropping them off that day, the first day of school. And the gal said, I want to test him to find out what classes I'm going to put him in. And I said, sure. Just so you know, he's really good at math. Like, he's advanced at math. But he's a remedial reader. What can I do? It's just I did the best I could. I'm a loser. So go ahead and test him. Just know that. She came back and she said, you're right. He's very gifted in math. He was in second grade, and his math was a 4th grade level. I'm like, yes. Not that it had to do with me. He loved math. She said, but he is reading at a 5th grade level. And I said to her, I kid you not, I said, so I'm the one with the problem? And she said, yeah, kind of. And I left them there anyway, because I had convinced myself that that was what I needed to do. And after 6 weeks, I asked for a meeting with the teacher because I wanted to make sure that I was still performing because I was a school student. And they teach you in school that you have to do this and that, and then you get your gold star. And that's what I've done my whole life because I've been schooled, just like all of you. So I went in to meet with the teacher, and we sat down, and for 10 minutes she told me how well behaved my son was. And I'm like, I know he's well behaved. She said, oh no, I mean, I put my worst behaved student next to him to see if he would rub off on him, and it worked. He was better behaved because he sat next to your son Shane. Again, not his job. And I realized she's a behavioral person. Teachers are just behavior modification specialists. She wasn't interested in educating him. I wanted to hear that he was disruptive. I wanted to hear that my son was like, oh, I know the answer to that. Oh, teacher, can I ask a question? I wanted to hear that. I want my children educated. I want them uplifted. I want them inspired. I want their curiosity piqued. And she was telling me how well behaved he was. Do the hard thing. You're already homeschooling your kids because you're doing homework with them, and because if you're a parent, you should be paying attention to what they're learning and making sure that they're learning it. Parenting is hard, not homeschooling. I don't believe that kids belong in an institution, especially boys, not to single out boys. But I think it's a terrible thing to put your boys in an institution every day. Certainly now with COVID, I wouldn't be thinking about putting my kids in that environment. But do the hard thing. And the reason that we do the hard thing is because it's hard. And because in doing the hard thing, we prove to ourselves how capable we are. And it is an amazing thing for you to discover how capable you are. And you can do that if you choose to parent your children. And parenting means educating them. It's hard to determine metrics because you've been so conditioned to follow the school guidelines. It takes years to come out of the having been schooled problem that we have in this country now, because we've all been schooled. But just hopefully remember this slide and understand that your metrics, I thought my child was remedial in reading, and he was reading 3 grades ahead of grade level. So your metrics are skewed. By the way, I had nothing to base that on. I was just like, well, he halts sometimes when he reads. Like, he certainly isn't fluent. He was 2nd grade. What was I thinking? Your metrics are skewed. My metrics were, anyway. Doing the hard thing involves choosing to do it because it's hard. You have to make that, you have to embrace that, embrace it. So Kevin and I just wrote a book called True Faith, Embracing Adversity to Live in God's Light. And part of it is because we realize that if you embrace the adversity, then you learn to enjoy the struggle. And you should enjoy the struggle with your children. We're learning Latin. That's hard. It's not easy, but it's worth it because it's hard and because we come out the other side. If you want to lose weight, you have to learn to like being hungry. It's not easy. It's just what you have to do. Everything is more interesting when you go in depth. Understand that everything becomes more interesting when you go in depth. Learn to enjoy saying no. These are parenting tips. Please, learn to enjoy a simple no. You're the parent. Parent your child. Your child wants to go back to school even though she felt violated? No. I can't believe that he would do that to her. I can't believe a father would do that to his daughter. Okay. Learn to stop saying, okay. We're going to have lunch now, okay? You need to clean up your room, okay? You're asking your child's permission every time you say, okay. Why are you asking your child's permission? You're the parent. Parent your child. Alex is laughing. Bribery works. It's okay to bribe your child. Just don't go overboard. I used to bribe my children with single Skittles. Boy, they would jump through hoops for a Skittle. Discipline works. And I say this in my book. Discipline is as much about the parent as it is about the child. So parents say, I like the discipline to homeschool my child. Maybe you should get some discipline for yourself then, huh? You expect your child to be disciplined and you're refusing to discipline yourself? Always follow through on consequences and make the consequences fit, right? A lot of people believe that home education will require too much discipline. This is from my book. Their concern is twofold. They may not be disciplined enough to hold their children to account, and they are afraid their children will lack the discipline necessary to uphold their own end of the bargain, and they're wrong on both counts. In fact, they miss the point entirely. It's parenting that requires discipline within the parent and the child. And that's why I say homeschooling's not hard. It's the parenting that's hard. I'm having trouble too. So homeschooling helps with that lack of discipline. Homeschooling helps with parenting. Homeschooling helps with the relationship that you have with your child. The institution, the public school, hinders it. You want to set yourself up for failure? Send your children to the institution every day. And then finally, be the hero. If you want to take some time off, take some time off and say, today, we're going to take time off. We're going to go have fun. Oh my gosh, really? Yes, your dad's the hero today. We're going to go do something fun, right? You're driving the train now. That's the fun part. All right, I think the timing got a little bit off, so I think that I need to be finishing up. So think about, how should we define education? What's your goal for your children? My next book, I'm going to write about parenting. I'd like you to sign up for emails. If you go to samsorbo.com, then we'll be doing emails because social media is closing down slowly. And so you can go to samsorbo.com and connect with me, and I'm happy to answer questions. I love getting questions. I do videos to answer parents' questions on home education. I have a ton of videos over there. Understand that it should be about relationship. It should be about the relationship that you have with your child. You ought to understand that your relationship with your child is the greatest example of the relationship of God to you, and you give that to your child so that your child, when he grows up, he has that relationship with God the Father. Education isn't what you think. It's bigger and better than you've been taught, and you can discover it for yourself. Because, by the way, education is available to everybody now. We have the internet. It's right there at your fingertips. So what have I just been teaching you? I've been teaching you about education, right? I've been teaching you about homeschooling, right? What's my accreditation? Did you know that I didn't graduate high school? Did you know that I didn't graduate college? Shh, don't tell anybody. What's my why are you listening to me? And yet I've taught you things today, right? My point is, I didn't go to school for home educators and get some sort of degree to teach home education because I don't need one. Because I learned by doing, and now I know well enough to teach. And that is the education paradigm that we have absolutely lost. We have murdered it in our schools. And so if I've done anything today, I hope that I've shown you that, and that I've somehow imparted an idea for you that you are more powerful as an individual than you think you are, that you are uniquely chosen by God for your children, that you are asked to educate them yourself, and that means directing their education, because you can't teach anybody anything. They have to learn it themselves. You can only bring the horse to water. You can't force it to drink. And you're powerful, despite the fact that you've been schooled. So I hope this talk has empowered you to feel more confident, to put on your armor, to fight for your children. And God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you so much.
I think we have just a little bit of time for a Q&A. If anybody has questions, please come on up and feel free to ask that. I'll start off with one. What was your aha moment to finally pull your kids out for good, and how did you find the curriculum that you use now?
Curricula came to me from various places. I was lucky to find really great resources right off the bat. And then other things that came to me, I joined a co-op. They have a fantastic curriculum. It's Classical Conversations. And I will say that I told the story of putting my kids back into that small Christian school after a year and a half, and they were 6 weeks in. And I'll tell you this, they were 6 weeks in. I had the meeting with the teacher. She had come from public school. She was predominantly focused on behavior. That didn't work for me. I took the kids back out, sat down at the kitchen table to start math, and my son started crying. And he said, "Mommy, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too hard." And my heart broke because I was just like, why? What did they do to him? He was my math whiz. He loved math. And he sat there and he was like, "I can't do it." And so I just sort of gingerly, I took the book away. I'm like, "That's okay. We don't have to do math. Let's do some SNV stuff. Let's do some grammar. Let's do some other stuff." And I let it go for like a week. And for a week, I was like, "Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? My math whiz, and he's broken. They ruined him." And I just let it go for a week because patience is a very important ingredient. By the way, it's a virtue, in case you didn't know it. And so for parents out there who say, "Oh, I don't have the patience," I'm like, well, maybe God gave you your children to teach you patience, okay? We got to learn patience. It's not something that just comes naturally. It's something that's learned. I was patient for a week, and a week later, I put the book in front of him, and we went back into it like not. Well, I backed up a couple chapters, and we went back into it like nothing. And he doesn't even remember. So I don't know what happened. But that was the point where I went, "Oh my gosh, I'm never going to give my kids to someone else that I can't supervise, that I can't know exactly what's happening." They're too precious. Your kids are too precious. Why do you agree to take your child down, a first grader? And I remember doing this, my first grader, and we moved for the school, so we got down there, first day of school, they'd assigned the teacher, and somebody had said to me, Braden got a great teacher. She's awesome. Everybody loves her. You know why they love her? Because she kept a bowl of candy in her classroom. Everybody loved her. I'm serious. And we walked down there, and you're not allowed to change the teacher. They post it the day before class starts so that there are no challenges, so that nobody's coming in saying, "Oh, I want a different teacher." You have no idea who this person is, and you just turn your child over to a complete stranger, and you're like, well, safety in numbers, right? There are 30 kids in the class. It'll be fine. Think you've been schooled. It's my new catchphrase.
Thank you.
I love that.
I love it too. How do you convince parents and people to push back against the lies, liberalism, anti-Americanism? How can they, and are we too far gone?
We're never too far gone. You're an individual. There is a truth. Yes, the left is trying to tell us that there is no truth. Think about that for a minute. That is the line of the left, that there is no truth. If there's no truth, that's a lie. What? Come on. And it's funny because I've just been doing a book study with the C.S. Lewis book, The Abolition of Man. And that, of course, that came out around World War II. This is a fight this is an eternal fight. This is an enduring fight. This is, and it's never too late. As long as you know the truth, you must stand for the truth. And if you decide not to stand for the truth, then you'll have to live with those consequences on a personal level. I think that's the best way I can answer that. I'm not sure how else to answer that.
Thanks, Sam. You know, part of the Marxist agenda was to disintegrate the family or to really damage the family. And so the reality is we have a lot of single parents out there. So I'm wondering if you can give some kind of advice or hope to single parents who might be listening and saying, I really, really, really want to homeschool, but I have to work. Or so is there some kind of a co-op or people in the neighborhood they can join, something they can do so
Absolutely.
that they can.
Well, now, because of COVID, and honestly, if you're somebody who likes to see silver linings, there's a silver lining to COVID. A lot of parents are stuck now because they can't send their kids to school, and so they have to homeschool. And so we have these micro schools, or what are they called? COVID pods, or things like that are sprouting up everywhere. I'm working with some people to try to establish kind of a national database to try to help parents find teachers or find, network. And there are co-ops. Classical Conversations is a co-op. What we have to understand is education is not 8 hours a day. It's not at a blackboard. It's not at a desk. In fact, there's a great YouTube video out there of a young boy, I think he's 13, and he's an astrophysicist or something, and he says, I hacked my education. He just went on YouTube and he learned a bunch of, it's all out there. But we have this pressure on us from having been schooled to think that it has to be a certain way, and it's different than that. And it shouldn't be that way, because that way is the wrong way, demonstrably the wrong way. So for the single parent, you hire a tutor, you hire somebody for your kid, or you join forces with another parent, or you join a co-op, or there's so many different ways to get it done. I had a friend whose wife didn't want to homeschool, so he just hired retired school teachers, and he chose a curriculum, and he hired a teacher for each of his 4 kids. And they came into the house for 4 hours every day, and the mom just cooked and did her thing, whatever that was. And his oldest graduated Harvard, which I wouldn't send my kid to Harvard, but he wanted to, and she's doing very well. So I had a long conversation with a father whose son was failing 7th grade, and they were going to hold him back. And he said, no, you're not going to hold my son back. And I get emotional with this story because I find it so amazing. His wife refused. He was married, but his wife refused. So he worked nights for a year. And every morning he would come home from work and he would educate his son. And they went through 7th grade and 8th grade. And then in 9th grade, they put his son back in school. So it's not that you can't do it. It requires sacrifice. But you know what you get when you sacrifice yourself for your children? You find out who you truly are. And if you're not willing to sacrifice yourself for your children, you find out who you truly, really are.
That's it for the Q&A. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you so much.
So much. Great.
The Second Amendment of the Constitution states, "A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed." The Founding Fathers saw it crucial that free people be able to protect themselves in situations all the way from unlawful intruders such as burglars to more extreme situations like self-protection from an imposing government. Our founders had firsthand experienced combating the tyrannical government rule of Britain. They understood that the abuse of power is part of human nature and history. The Second Amendment was put in place to keep the power in the people's hands to prevent tyranny in America. The Founding Fathers had valid reasons for making this principle one of their top priorities. They understood better than anyone the danger of centralized power and had a vision of freedom and liberty for all. We can thank the American founders and our American veterans for the freedoms that we enjoy today at the cost of many lives lost to tyrannical governments. Without the Second Amendment, the America we know and love would not exist.
I am so pleased to introduce our final speaker. This man's courageous work to defend liberty and expose the harm being done to our children was the inspiration behind this entire event. Alex Newman is an award-winning international journalist, educator, author, and consultant who seeks to glorify God in everything he does. He has written for a wide array of publications in the United States and abroad. He currently serves as a foreign correspondent for the New American Magazine, as a contributor to the Epoch Times, a writer for WND, WorldNet Daily, an education writer for Freedom Project Media, a correspondent for the Law Enforcement Intelligence Brief, and much more. I said earlier that his work inspired this event. Alex wrote a series of articles that were published in the New American Magazine titled Rescuing Our Children. This magazine inspired the woman behind this event, Ronnie Moore, to do something and help spread the word about the dangers our children are faced with. I have also been deeply impacted by Alex Newman. I began working with Florida Citizens Alliance as an intern 3 years ago, and I would repost his articles almost weekly on social media, and I always looked forward to reading the next one. His work has made a huge impact on my decision to get involved in helping K-12 students in Florida find alternatives to public school. Alex Newman digs deep and finds the truth, no matter how unsettling it may be. Please give a warm welcome to Alex Newman.
Thank you all so much for being here. For everybody watching at home through the live stream, thank you. And I normally start my speeches with a joke because that's what they teach you to do at public speaking school, but I just came from a funeral, and it just underscored so much what's at stake here. It was a young relative of mine, and the Bible says that Satan roars around like a lion, seeking whom he may devour. He wants to devour your children, okay? And you've heard at this conference today, yesterday, it's coming through the entertainment industry, it's coming through the public school system. I'm going to show you today what the government school system is doing to our children. And, you know, homeschooling, it's not going to save your children. Jesus Christ saves your children. But it's your job as a parent to protect your children from that evil lion that wants to devour them. And if you don't do it, who's going to do it? You think the politicians are going to do it for you? Of course they won't, right? I'm going to show you what they're doing right now to your children. There we go. Look at these polls. This data is just mind-blowing. 70% of my generation, it's always terribly embarrassing to admit you're a millennial because everybody just looks at you like, oh, you're a dummy. Okay, that's good. But 70% of my generation describes themselves as socialist. Okay, our freedom in this country is not going to survive another generation, folks, and the data proves it. You keep looking here. Millennials, again, the first generation in all of American history where Christians are in the minority. And the next generation after us is even worse. You guys remember when Obama said, whatever we once were, we're no longer a Christian nation. It pains me like you can't imagine to agree with Obama. But he was right. That's the direction we're moving in. We are no longer a Christian nation if this continues. 50% of young Americans today say they don't even know if God exists. And that takes some brainwashing. I'll tell you, they've done studies. Children all over the world understand that they were created by a God who's loving and who's all-powerful. It doesn't matter if their parents are Hindus or Buddhists or atheists. It doesn't matter. They all understand that they were created by a God who's wonderful and powerful and loving. Now, Adolf Hitler, total monster, National Socialist. Speaking of socialists, if you wonder what's coming for us, just look at all the other nations that have fallen to socialism. Hitler was a socialist, and he was wrong about almost everything, but he was right about one thing. And this is one of those real quotes. You know, there's so many fake quotes, but this is a real one. He alone Who owns the youth gains the future. And Curtis talked about that earlier. Right? All the dictators of the 20th century understood if you want to dominate the future, the way to do it is to dominate the minds and the hearts of the children. And this is now a reality in the United States. A lot of people haven't realized yet that this is the direction we're moving in.
We have never invested as much in public education as we should have because we've always had kind of a private notion of children. Your kid is yours and totally your responsibility. We haven't had a very collective notion of these are our children. So part of it is we have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to whole communities. Once it's everybody's responsibility and not just the households, then we start making better investments.
Yeah, kids belong to the whole community, right? Collective child rearing. That's insane, but that's on national television. That's on one of these so-called mainstream networks. They're telling you, your children, they're not yours. God didn't give them to you. God gave them to the whole community, right? And we'll see what happens when the community raises them. Now, this is official federal policy. During the final years of the Obama administration, the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education put out this policy statement. It was still online last time I looked. They said parents get to be equal partners in the new world with the government in the raising of their own children. And that's contingent on mandatory home visits. We want to make sure the home environment is acceptable to the other partner. Of course, parents will be the junior partners before long. And you should read this document. This is where they're going. This was the Secretary of Education under Obama for 7 years. Look at how open they've become.
Home. And there's certain kids we should have 24/7 to really create a safe environment and give them a chance. I think all of our schools should be community centers. Our schools should be open 12, 13, 14 hours a day with a wide variety of after-school.
Yeah, so 8 hours a day is not enough. So we just need some of the kids 24/7 and the others 12, 14 hours a day, right? Maybe you can give them a goodnight hug if you're lucky, right? And Hillary Clinton told us this was coming over 20 years ago, 2 decades ago. She said it takes a village to raise the children, and by village she means government. Right? So the government's going to raise your children. And here's what happens when the government raises your children. I'm from Florida. We had a shooting down there. And these two geniuses appeared on every national media network. And you should have heard them. I mean, I don't know if you watch much TV. I don't, and I don't recommend it. But if you did, you saw these kids on TV, the girl with the communist Cuban patch, said, our parents don't know how to run an effing democracy. Just wait till we're in charge. We're going to disarm everybody. And then we won't have any more school shootings. I guess nobody told them that in the 1930s, a 7-year-old could order a fully automatic machine gun from the Sears catalog, no questions asked, and we had no school shootings. Obviously, the problem is not the accessibility of firearms, right? The problem is what the public schools are force-feeding to our children, and I'm going to show you what that is. Before we do, I do want to point out that they're preparing them for something, okay? This is not an accident. It's not just we woke up one day and suddenly we decided we would dumb down our kids and indoctrinate our kids. There's an agenda here. And because I don't want anybody to have to take my word for anything, that's why I bring these videos, because I know some of this stuff is just so incredible. But I want to let these people speak for themselves. They'll tell you what they're preparing your children for. Listen to this.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
Yeah, so credible United Nations are going to use their peacekeeping role, by which he means their military forces, the child-raping lunatics who have been caught all over the world. 60,000 women and children raped by UN troops just in the last 10 years, according to the group Hear Their Cries. That's based on UN data. They're going to use their peacekeeping troops to enforce the vision of the UN's founders. Isn't that cute? On one side of the table, you had Joseph Stalin, one of the worst butchers to ever walk on this planet. And then on our side of the table, we sent this guy, Alger Hiss, and boy, did they love him. That should have been our first clue that something was wrong, right? They made him the first Secretary General of the United Nations. He was the chairman of the conference that wrote the UN Charter. And then we put him in federal prison because he was a spy of the aforementioned butcher. Okay, he was working for Joseph Stalin. So why would we want to give up the beautiful vision of our founding fathers, the idea that all men are created equal, the idea that all men are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and that we institute government to protect that for the vision of a bunch of mass murdering gangsters? Somebody should have asked Bush. Okay, but it's not just Bush. It's not just a Republican problem. Here is the Communist Party candidate for 2020.
The affirmative task we have now is to actually create a new world order.
Yeah, New World Order. And this has been going on for a while, right? Here's another Democrat.
After 1989, President Bush said, and it's a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
Yeah, so they all agree they need a new world order, right? When Bill Clinton's not hanging out on Pedophile Island with his buddy Jeffrey Epstein, who, by the way, didn't commit suicide, this is what they're doing. They're planning for the New World Order. And what do they mean by New World Order? Well, George Bush told us, right? And actually, they tell us in their own documents. I'm going to walk through a couple of them. And the reason why I'm showing you these documents is because they're just so honest about what they're doing. That's the amazing thing. Sure, they won't tell you on CNN. They won't tell you in the Washington Compost, but they'll tell you in the documents. And if you want to understand it, I mean, you can connect it all right back to this. Everything God teaches us in His Word, you flip it exactly upside down, and then you understand what they're teaching our children and where they're going with their agenda. So God told us that in the beginning, He created. They tell, oh, there's no God. You just came from slime. God told us that He created male and female. Oh, that's bigotry. Now we know there's infinite genders. God told us that marriage is between a man and a woman. Oh, no, that's old-fashioned bigotry. Today we can have like 5 guys, 3 girls, 2 transgenders, and a cat. That'll be a marriage, right? We know that God ordained private property. God said, thou shalt not steal. We know that God told us not to covet. And so what do? They promote Marxism that would completely abolish private property and that exists on a foundation of covetousness. I want what you have, and I'll kill you to get it. Right? God tells us don't murder, so they teach us that you have a right. They found it in the penumbras of the Constitution to murder your unborn children. Okay? God created the nations. So what do they tell us? Nations and borders are racist. Just every single thing God teaches us, flip it upside down and you'll understand where they're going. You can tie everything they're learning right back to that. Now, they've got a couple of international agreements that are guiding this process, Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030. They'll tell you Agenda 21 is a conspiracy theory if you watch too much CNN. Watch this, though. Oh. Wonder if I ran out of battery. Oh. We went too far.
The Earth Summit Environmental Leadership Act, as this is known, presents us with an opportunity to follow up on the important work of the Earth Summit to develop its blueprint, Agenda 21, for global environmental action. HCON Res 353 outlines a comprehensive national strategy for sustainable development in accordance with the principles of Agenda 21 to be coordinated under the leadership of a specific.
So a national plan. Actually, they summarized Agenda 21 for us, the people who wrote it. They said it's an array of actions intended to be implemented by every person on the planet. No exceptions, right? They said that it's going to require a profound reorientation of all human society, unlike anything the world has ever experienced. So they have really big plans, right? And I was going to show you the video of Bush, but we skipped through it accidentally. He's the one who signed it back in 1992. Every government in the world signed on to this, and they've been implementing it. Bill Clinton issued an executive order requiring every federal agency to implement this. And you're thinking, how are they ever going to do that? Right? How are they going to completely reorient all of human civilization? Well, you know, Obama called you guys bitter clingers, right? You guys are the ones who bitterly cling to your guns and your Bibles. Well, they know that. And so they know the path to making this happen runs right through your children and right through the public school system. So they tell you in Chapter 36 of the international document, you can read it on the UN's website, education is critical for promoting the subversive ideology of sustainable development. They say formal and non-formal education are going to be indispensable to changing people's attitudes. There's their strategy. It's indispensable. You want to make this happen, you got to brainwash the kids. Okay, they tell you that it's going to be critical to change the attitudes, values, beliefs, and behavior of the children. It's even got to include spiritual development, and we'll come back to that before we finish today because that's really, really significant. Now, what does it look like in the classroom? This is a book that the United Nations produced. It's called Rescue Mission, Planet Earth, a children's edition of Agenda 21. Doesn't that sound so cute? You should read it. I have one in my office. My friend Pat Markham gave it to me. And this is one page I just chose, but the whole thing is packed with evil. But maybe you can't see it. It's got the Hindu gods. They're sitting up there on a cloud, and they're very upset and distraught because these storks are delivering all these babies. Now, what does God tell us about babies? They're a blessing. They're a heritage from the Lord. God says we should be fruitful and multiply. And so naturally in the schools, they now teach the children that, and I quote from the book, the earth groans every time it registers another birth. It's right in the book. It's what they're teaching the children. Don't have children. Children are bad. Mother Earth is crying every time you have a baby. Global warming. Okay, that's what they're teaching your kids. And so many parents out there wondering, when am I ever going to get grandparents? You know, my daughter's like 40, 45. I don't have any grandbabies yet. What happened? This is what happened. They brainwashed your kids. Okay. I went down to Rio in 2012, 20 years after they signed the Agenda 21. They had the UN Conference on Sustainable Development, and they had conscripted a bunch of little kids to make these posters. You can probably see it's got the doctor and the Earth, and the Earth is very sick, and he's got the thermometer, and the doctor diagnoses the problem. You have humans, okay, humans. You guys are the disease on this planet. But fortunately, the dictators club that is the United Nations will save us from this scourge. Now, Agenda 2030, they signed this in 2015. Thank you, Barack Hussein Obama. The Communist Chinese loved it. As soon as it was signed, they bragged in all their propaganda machines. Oh, we played a crucial role in developing this. The dictator of Zimbabwe, the mass-murdering Marxist, passed away now after a coup. He said, oh, this is going to usher in this wonderful, brave new world. And what they say in the document, it's very short, you can read it. It says, children, your children, are critical agents of change. They're going to use these new goals to create a better world. And isn't that cute? Because we all want a better world, right? But what do they mean by better world? Well, we don't have to speculate because they tell us. In goal number 10, national socialism, Hitler's idea, apparently was not enough. Now we need international socialism. Say we got to reduce inequality within and among countries. It's only going to be possible if we share the wealth. Right? Does that sound like Mugabe? Does that sound like Castro? Does that sound like Mao? Does that sound like Lenin? It's exactly the same language that they used. And what happened? Did we have a nice, wonderful utopia where everybody was happy and sharing and unicorns and rainbows? No, right? We had mass death. We had hundreds of millions of people slaughtered, starved to death, dying from shortages of basic medicine. That's what awaits us if these people get their way. Then you go to goal 4, and again, they tell you how they're going to do it. By 2030, every one of your children needs to be so brainwashed, they won't just passively submit to this agenda, they will promote it. Okay, that's the word they use. And gender equality, which means radical feminism, destroy the family, and human rights, which means the UN's version of human rights, exactly the opposite of what our founders meant when they said God-given rights, right? And you can read the thing, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 29. None of these rights and privileges may ever be used contrary to the purposes and principles of the UN. And if your kids don't like it, then they are not in compliance with all this, right? To get a sense of how big it is, the guy who was leading the UN General Assembly when they adopted this said it was the new master plan for humanity. The head of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, said this was the global declaration of interdependence, and they knew exactly what they were saying, right? Here's a video they produced to emphasize how important education is to bringing this about.
We achieve sustainable development that protects our planet and builds a more inclusive, equal, and peaceful world without education. We can't. Sustainable development begins with education. Put global education first.
Sustainable development begins with education. Are you starting to see the picture? This is them. This is a UNESCO video. This isn't me telling you this. This is them telling you. And they've got a lot of practice on this, by the way. They've been studying this for a century. Okay, Pavlov, all these psychologists, all this quackery, they had a purpose in mind. Now, I want to show you how this works because they've done it on many occasions. They are very effective at completely changing society through the public school system. So in the early 1990s, I would have been, if I'd lived in America, I would have been subjected to this. This was shown to first grade, second grade, and third grade children in 1991, 1992, and 1993. It was a documentary produced by some homosexuals called It's Elementary, talking about gay issues at school. Now, if you were around in the early 1990s, you probably remember that sodomy was still a crime, right? The Supreme Court didn't strike down our sodomy laws until 2000, okay? And yet, they were going for the children. Watch this video that they showed to little kids all over this country in public schools.
Let me tell you quickly the background. Today, the law says that if you're the same sex, 2 men and 2 women, you can't get married. It is against the law. And I thought that it might be kind of fun for us to sort of be pretend judges for a few minutes. What I'm going to give each of you is a sheet that just tells you that some people think that it's wrong for gays to get married, that it's not natural, and that it goes against what a family is. Other people think that the state should not decide these things, that it should just be up to 2 adults to decide what they want to do.
So anyway, that goes on, but you get the point, right? Let's be pretend judges. And then there's those mean old people who don't think people who love each other should be able to get married. And then there's us wonderful, nice homosexuals who think that anyone who loves each other should be able to get married. Well, they asked the people of California at the ballot box, No thanks. We're fine with God's definition of marriage, even in the land of fruits and nuts, right? But they knew they had already prepared an entire generation of young Americans so that the pretend judges on our Supreme Court could strike down our marriage laws across all 50 states, and then they lit up our White House in rainbow colors. Now, here's today, right? Portland Public Schools marching. They're so proud of their sodomy. Here the children are obviously on a field trip, learning some great things at pride parades, right? I'm almost embarrassed to show that. Now, what are they teaching the kids today? Right? What are they preparing the kids for today? And this is going to sound totally crazy to people who maybe went to school prior to like the 2000s, okay? Because we all learned that carbon dioxide is the gas of life, right? Humans exhale about 2 pounds of it every day. Plants use it to do photosynthesis. And in fact, the Earth is starving for more CO2. I've interviewed dozens of the top scientists in the world, including many who work for the UN. They say, oh, the Earth is starving for more CO2. That's why farmers pump it into their greenhouses. It makes the plants grow better. Well, they're teaching the children in government schools all over this country and all over the world that carbon dioxide, the gas you exhale, is actually a toxic pollution that's going to kill us all unless we let the UN tax and regulate everything that produces CO2. And now, from a scientific perspective, it's completely ludicrous. It's idiotic beyond description. But from a totalitarian perspective, it is brilliant because there's nothing that any person can do. Nothing. I mean nothing. You can't sleep. You can't eat. You can't die without CO2 coming out. From a totalitarian perspective, this is brilliant because you can control and tax everything. Okay? Here's what it looks like.
We hope that as many schools as possible will follow examples like this, and we will support them in their efforts. Education is a powerful tool to address climate change and to ensure that the rights and needs of people today and tomorrow.
Yeah, education to address climate change, right? And I want to show you this video of what it looks like in a public school in America. Uh-oh. Went past it, sorry. But yeah, these are public schools in America that I want you to see.
You've heard the reports. The globe's warming. It's our fault, and the consequences will be terrible.
Children are frightened.
I worry. My mom worries. The water might rise and it might flood the whole town. We won't be able to survive for long.
What are you most worried will happen?
We'll all die.
Are there some people who say this isn't true?
Yes. Yes.
Might they be right?
No.
How do you know they're not right?
Well, because the Earth is getting hotter.
Where do you learn this?
Can't you see?
School in my state of Florida. Looks more like a doomsday cult, but you know. Whatever you do, don't drink the Kool-Aid.
One of the main components
So they brainwash them and then a letter for their congressman.
Of global warming is that they're given a letter for their families to sign, and it's this is the congressman or woman.
So you brainwash them and then you get them politically active, right? And here they are standing on the steps of the legislature demanding more climate legislation and more restrictions on the gas of life. Now, Charlotte Iserbyt, I just went to go visit her last weekend. She was Ronald Reagan's senior advisor on education policy, amazing lady. And when she got to the Department of Education, she saw all these documents. She's like, oh my goodness, they're turning America's education system into a replica of the Soviet system. That's a terrible idea. So she starts leaking these documents. Obviously, the powers that be were not pleased. But here's what she says is actually happening in education.
You think the purpose of education is reading, writing, and arithmetic? The purpose of education is to change the thoughts, actions, and feelings of students.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Now here it is from a lady who was involved in writing national standards before most of us even knew we were going to have national standards. So here she is speaking to the National Governors Association in 1989, talking about what's happening in America and in the school system.
Fix up these schools and taking care of them, rather than the issue of understanding that what we're into is a total restructuring of the society.
Total restructuring of the society. Now watch the role of the schools. She's proud of it.
The other function of schools, which sounds paradoxical and yet in a sense is really not, is the fact that we have to prepare students not for today's society, but for a society that's 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road. And so we have to anticipate what the future is and then move back
They use their crystal ball
and
for
figure
that,
out
right?
what it is we need to do today. That's called anticipatory socialization, or the social change function of school.
Social change function of schools. How many parents who send their children to school every day do you think know there's a social change function to the school, that they're bringing about a complete transformation, a total restructuring of our society? My guess is not a lot. Right? And actually, if you dig into this woman's background, it gets really weird, and you'll see this pattern comes up over and over again. She co-wrote this book, The Light Shall Set You Free. She was in communication with these spiritual entities that she described as ascended masters. If you've been reading your Bible, you know they're not ascended anything, okay? Quite the opposite, but it gets really weird, and we'll come back to that later. Now, this total transformation, this total restructuring of our society, what does it look like? Well, I'll give you some anecdotes, and you can put the dots together. In Florida, they decided that we needed girls to be able to go change and shower in the boys' locker room. A little girl decided she was a boy. And so the school administration, instead of maybe trying to get some help for her, talking to her parents, they said, oh, just go in there and change with the boys. And they ordered the male PE teacher to go in and supervise all this. I can't go in there and watch an underage 14-year-old girl get naked. That's crazy. That was a crime last week. I mean, I would have gone to jail. What are you guys talking about? So they actually got the emails later. They were going to make an example of him. They weren't just going to fire him. They wanted to take away his teaching credential so he could never teach again, so that he would serve as an example to teachers everywhere. You comply or it's all over for you. In Minnesota, they got even bolder. You remember the equal partner thing. This little boy decided he was actually a girl. Mom, Dad, can I have a sex change? No, that's crazy. Get on the school bus, please. Well, the other partner knew better, so they took this child to a medical facility to have his genitals surgically removed as part of what they called a sex change surgery. Okay? This is happening. This is now in America. In fact, this was last year. There's a federal lawsuit about it, but it's too late, right? You can't reattach the missing pieces parts. In California, they just throw it right up there on the Department of Education website. They've got a gender transition plan and an individual support plan. And so the student fills this out with the teacher. Do your parents know? Okay, well then we'll keep it secret from them. How soon do you want to begin your puberty blockers? How soon should we start injecting you with testosterone? When should we get you ready for your surgery? All behind your parents' back, mind you. Right? 10 years ago, you couldn't get an aspirin for your students without asking parents' permission. Now, they can take you to have permanent sterilizing mutilation surgery behind your back, okay? And this is on their website. You can read these documents for yourself. 5-year-old children in California under the Health Education Frameworks is one of the books they were recommending. Who are you? There's infinite genders the kids can choose from. They give them 15 to choose from as examples. They got agender, bigender, trigender, new trois, free spirit, weird things I can't even pronounce. Obviously, this is a man in a dress with some demon horns, so you would know where it came from, right, straight from the pit of hell, reading stories to little children. They call it the Drag Queen Story Hour. And they go to public schools all over America, kindergartens, first grade, third grade. They read these horrible stories to these children, trying to normalize perversion. You've got, this is from the NEA that Rebecca was talking about earlier. Watch this. They formed a partnership with the Human Rights Campaign, a radical organization that wants to shut down your church and throw you in jail if you won't agree and bow the knee to their crazy ideology, to their false idols. This is a video they sent out as part of their partnership to teachers all over America. Watch this.
Hi, your name is Emma?
Yeah.
Correct? And my name is Zim. What pronouns do you use?
I use she, they, them.
Cool.
What pronouns do you use?
I use they, them, and also just Z. And so instead of being a boy or girl or something undefined or in the middle, I kind of like just use my name. You know, my name is Zim. So if you just use Z instead of a pronoun, it's like more personalized and like less fitting into a binary. Yeah.
Yeah, and you keep going, and then the one says, like, do you ever have to, like, educate teachers about, you know, your gender stuff and your pronouns? And the guy, oh, no, yeah, every once in a while I have a substitute teacher or something. But no, all the teachers know, right? Unbelievable, okay? This is, and it's working. It's working really, really well, okay? This is very effective. When I was a kid, not that long ago, and I lived in 8 countries on 4 continents. I grew up with kids from every possible background you could imagine. Hindus, Buddhists, Shintos, from everywhere, right? Africans, Indians, Asians, Mexicans, Brazilians, from everywhere. Never once, out of all the thousands of kids I met in my life, never once did I meet a boy who thought he was a girl or a girl who thought she was a boy. It just would have been inconceivable. In fact, the word transgender wasn't even in the dictionary when I was a kid. And now, according to this study out of the UCLA in California, 27% of California's children, 27%, more than 1 out of 4, and this was last year, are now gender nonconforming. So boys who don't accept they're boys, girls who don't accept that they're girls, right? At what point do we say stop? Do we wait until it's 50% or 75%? You think they're gonna have a lot of kids? Do you think our civilization is going to continue if this continues this way? I can assure you that it won't. And people say, oh, I live in a conservative state. That's not going to affect me. I'm in Utah. I'm in South Carolina. I don't have to worry about that. Well, I was in Utah right before the corona craziness hit, and I had some meetings with some education officials there, people on the boards and stuff like that, and I found out, this is data that they gave me, there has been a 10,000% increase in the number of minor girls who are transitioning to a new gender. 10,000% in 5 years. From 2015 to 2020, there was a 10,000% increase in the amount of little girls becoming a new gender, okay? And that's in Utah, one of the most conservative states in America. And it gets even sicker. This was sent to me by a mother in California who now leads a wonderful organization, Informed Parents of California. In California, they passed this LGBT mandate where all the kids had to learn LGBT stuff constantly in history and everything else. And so I actually got the curriculum that they were using in this district. First they teach them about Harvey Milk, oh, how wonderful, a hero of the LGBT movement. No mention of the fact that he was a child rapist and that some of his victims committed suicide. Don't want to tell the kids that, because, Obama named a Navy ship after him. Can't tell the kids that. And then he was murdered by a Democrat. Fun fact, but it's true. Well, after Harvey Milk, they get into the older history of the LGBT movement. They go to ancient Greece and they say, oh, yeah, men used to have lots of sex with boys. And this mom, she goes and she talks to the assistant superintendent of curricula. Her name is Carrie Torres. Why are you teaching my kids pedophilia? And not like, oh, we would never do that. That's horrifying. Where would you get such an idea? Watch what she says.
Answer me why you're teaching pedophilia in school to ninth graders. Teaching what? Pedophilia. Pederasty, right here.
Pederasty, as I discussed with you before, twice in my office, and when you come to view the materials, I've explained to you that this is done because we are talking about historical perspectives of how gender relations and different types of sexual orientations have existed in history. So this is something that's occurred in history, and so this is really important for us to include.
Yeah, it's a sexual orientation that's existed in history. It's really important. We have to teach it to them, right? Well, a lot of people don't realize there's now 26 states, including California, where it is against the law to, quote unquote, discriminate against someone due to their sexual orientation. And they are teaching children in California and other places that raping children is a sexual orientation. So we know that it would be insane to hire a pedophile to run your Sunday school or your school, but what's going to happen when these kids grow up? How dare you discriminate? That's just a sexual orientation. It's against the law. You can't do that. That's what they're preparing the children for. And there's a pattern, right? This is a picture somebody snapped in a classroom in California. You see pedophilia as sexual orientation. That's where they're going, folks. It gets sicker and sicker. And it all goes back to this guy. Why do they have to sexualize the children? Why do they start in kindergarten teaching the kids all these horrors? Well, it all goes back to this man here, Alfred Kinsey, a sicko of the highest order. He was a child rapist, and he was responsible for the rape and sexual torture of hundreds, maybe thousands of little kids. And he documented it all meticulously. You can read his so-called research. They were raping 5-month-old babies. They were raping 4-year-old boys, and under the guise of science. And they'd say, oh, look, they're screaming, and they're hollering, and they're crying, and they're passing out. They're climaxing. They're having an orgasm. That means children are sexual beings from birth, and so we have to get them as early as possible into sex education classes. And all of you are probably thinking, that's the sickest thing I've ever heard. It is. And that's the foundation of sex education in schools in America and all over the world. This guy's so-called sex research, okay? Beyond sick. Now, Obama, of course, pushed the Common Core on us. And again, there is no education going on in the school system. And parents are so confused. They think their kids are getting an education. They put 2 subject matter experts on the Common Core Validation Committee, and only 2. One of them is Dr. Sandra Stotsky. And they asked them to look at these standards and certify that they were acceptable, that they were okay. And these are people who agree with the idea of national standards, who weren't opposed to that. Well, Dr. Sandra Stotsky said, no way. This is going to reduce the critical thinking abilities of children. These were written hastily by people who didn't care how terrible they were. And they're taking out all the great literature and they're replacing it with Obama's executive orders and EPA regulations on roof insulation. Even if the kid could read, who in the world would want to read EPA regulations on roof insulation? It's absurd. So no, she refused to sign off on it. They just took her name off the website, pretended she didn't exist. Then you had this guy here, Dr. James Milgram, mathematician from Stanford University. He said, no, I won't sign off on the standards. He said they are written to reflect very low expectations. They're as non-challenging as possible with extremely serious failings. There are actual errors in the math, okay? They're neither mathematically correct nor especially clear. And so obviously we should mandate them in all 50 states so that we can have a nation of children who don't know how to do anything, right? You wonder why the kid at McDonald's can't count your change. Now you know. Right? And now in Seattle, I don't know if you guys heard, math is officially racist, okay? So I don't know how we build bridges without math, but that'll be fun. Now, the federal government knows the Common Core is dumbing down our children on a massive scale. They funded a study from CSIL. They found that it had significant negative effects during the 7 years after it was implemented, and the magnitude of these negative effects is getting worse over time. Okay, our children are getting dumber and they know it. We've got the next generation pseudoscience standards, 12 years. This is like the Common Core of science, written by the same people, by the way, Achieve Inc. And you can study 12 years, fake science. You will never learn the term, the scientific method. What you will learn at every single stage is humans' emissions of CO2 are causing catastrophic climate change, and we're all going to die unless we let the UN tax and regulate us, and you came from slime over billions of years, and there is no God, and somehow you came from a monkey. Okay? As long as you agree with those things, we'll call you a scientist, even if you don't know anything else. And that's how crazy it is. Now, the fake history is just as bad, right? They're teaching the kids that America invented slavery. My friend and colleague, Dr. Duke Pesta, who worked with us on this Rescuing Our Children project, he gives a survey to his incoming, he's a university professor, surveys his incoming students. It used to be half of them thought that America invented slavery. Now, he says over 80% of his incoming students believe that America invented slavery. Obviously, they haven't read the Bible, or they'd know something, right? I mean, the Jews were slaves in Egypt, right? We all remember that. Slavery has been a scourge that has afflicted humanity from the beginning in almost every culture, almost every civilization. And then along come these guys, and they looked at the Bible, and they said, wait a minute, this is not right. God created us equally, and God endowed us all with inalienable rights. And within 100 years, we ended slavery, not just here, but all over the world. And it took a long time. You could still buy and sell slaves legally in Mauritania until 2007. But in America and countries under the influence of America, we banned that. And instead, you have our kids thinking that America invented slavery. Okay, that's how crazy it is. They don't learn anything about the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. The Second Amendment, so the government can have a militia. Trump is a racist extremist. This is what they're teaching in Common Core aligned textbooks and advanced placement history books, right? Trump was a racist. His supporters were all a bunch of racists. Here they are bowing down to Allah on a field trip. Here's a classroom in Wichita. They got the 5 pillars of Islam, right? They've got the kids writing out the Islamic Shahada, the conversion prayer. Can't mention the 10 Commandments, though, but we will teach them that. This is a U.S. Department of Education funded study on how we get rid of Christian privilege in the schools. And one of the ways, and you're probably wondering what Christian privilege, right? One of the ways was to infuse the curriculum with Islamic thought, funded by your tax dollars. They're doing Buddhism in the classroom. They call it mindfulness education, and the people who do this will tell you it's Buddhism, right? They do yoga in the classroom, which is, of course, Hinduism. So you can do any false religion you want unless it comes from the Bible, in which case it's banned separation of church and state. And that's where they're going. And if you're Christian, in North Carolina, they actually made the little kids come to the front of the class and apologize for their Christian privilege. Right? Can you imagine what those poor little kids felt like? I'm sorry for my Christian privilege, right? These poor little kids. Now, they're gathering more data on your children than you could even begin to imagine. They know more about them than you do. They have hundreds of data points on every child going through the public school system. They know about their dental health, their mental health, their nutrition. They give them surveys. How does your dad talk to mom? What kind of food do you have in your refrigerator? Does anybody drink in your house? How many people smoke in your house? They know everything about you and your family. And they're gathering it for a specific purpose, right? That last slide right there, I pulled that right out of the Department of Education report. They've got a facial expression camera that monitors the facial expressions that children make as they're exposed to different stimuli. So maybe a guy comes in with some demon horns to read some LGBT stories, and your kid makes a face. You say, uh-oh, this one needs an intervention. We got to circle back, make sure he gets the right attitudes, right? That's where they're going with this. And then they tell you in another Department of Education report, this is a copy right out of the report, they're using all this data so that they can predict the future interests and behavior of your children, okay? This is central planning on steroids. Oh, he's a conservative Christian? Oh, you definitely cannot go into law. You definitely cannot go into teaching or journalism, right? Because you might influence somebody. I don't know, can't have that. Okay, they've got values clarification. This one makes me sick to even talk about it, and I remember going through it when I was a kid. Probably you guys do too if you went to school after like the mid-1960s. And this is a handbook that UNESCO produced. They want it all over the world. And you know, the one they gave to me, I'm sure some of you guys remember similar stuff if you're a little bit older. But they told me, so you're on a ship and your ship is sinking. 10 of you pile onto this life raft, and the life raft only has a capacity to hold 9 of you. So you got to get rid of someone, and you got a doctor, and you got a teacher, and you got a lawyer, and who are you going to kill? Who are you going to murder so that the rest of you can survive? It's for the greater good, after all. And you guys already all know the answer. It's lawyer, right, obviously. Just kidding, just kidding. There's great, great lawyers out there, we know. But, you know, what happens in the minds of the kids? Well, my parents taught me we shouldn't murder, and the pastor said we shouldn't murder, and God's 10 Commandments said we shouldn't murder. But obviously, the only moral solution to this problem is for us to murder someone. It's for the greater good. And so what happens? The children's belief in absolute morality and absolute right and wrong is smashed into a million pieces. That's why one of these guys bragged that they could undo what parents had done over 15 years in an hour. Right? They have this psychological research behind them. They know that all the values parents tried to instill in their children over 15 years can be smashed just with a little exercise like that. Because morality is relative. Maybe there is a time and a place to put people in concentration camps, or to get rid of older people, or to kill unborn babies. Morality is relative. It's about the greater good. Maybe there is a time and a place for that, right? That's what happens in the minds of the children. And if they had actually been doing some critical thinking, they would have said, well, wait a minute here. Why don't we just take turns? I'll swim for an hour, and then you swim for an hour, and then we don't have to kill anybody. I mean, that would be sensible, right? But they're not supposed to think in those terms. They have to think in terms of who do we murder. That's the appropriate response. Now, again, back to this education thing. There is no education going on in the schools, and you don't have to take my word for it. The government will proudly tell you that your kids are as dumb as a box of rocks. And I don't mean to sound mean or judgmental, but listen, this is the Deputy Secretary of Education talking about the national scores of our children.
The National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NAEP, which is called America's Report Card, reports that 2/3, get this, 2/3 of American 8th graders are not proficient in any core subject.
All right, 2/3 of America's 8th graders are not proficient in any core subject. Could we have a refund, please? Right? We spent $12,000 to $20,000 per child per year for at least 8 years, maybe 10 if you include kindergarten, and they're not proficient in anything? Nothing? Not even like drawing? They're not proficient in anything? But that's what our own government is telling us. Okay, why don't we get a refund? Can you imagine if a businessman said, I'm going to sell you a product that does X, and it did the opposite of X? You'd take him to court and you'd sue him and you'd say, give me back my money. And yet the public schools say, oh, you just need to give us more money. That's the problem. We just need more money. They always need more money. And your kids are still as dumb as a box of rocks. In fact, they've never been dumber than they are today. And that's just the truth. And that's what the government's numbers show. Even back in the 80s, before I was born, Ronald Reagan put together a commission, the National Commission on Excellence in Education. They said the very future of our nation, our future as a people, is under threat as a result of this so-called education system. They said if a foreign power had imposed it on us, we would have viewed it as an act of war. And we should view it as an act of war. It was. Okay? Americans were once the most highly educated people on this planet. John Adams wrote in a letter to a friend that a native of America who can't read or write is as rare as a comet or an earthquake. Okay, you might see one every great once in a while, but it's like, whoa, look at that, a comet. Everybody would be astounded. Right? Thomas Jefferson used to brag that American farmers were the only ones in the world who read Homer. This was all before we had a government education system. Fancy that. Read the Federalist Papers. Go read them today. Go find yourself some college kids. Say, hey, read these. Huh? I don't get it. Right? No idea. Okay? And yet these were written for average Americans. These were written for farmers and blacksmiths and shopkeepers, not for PhDs in political science. Okay. There was a lot of data on this as well. DuPont de Nemours did a study in 1812, national education in the United States of America. He said most Americans can read, write, and cipher, do math. Not more than 4 in 1,000 are unable to write legibly, even neatly. If you look at the government's numbers for today, almost half of us are functionally illiterate, or so close to it that we might as well lump them together in the same category. Why? Why were Americans so educated back then, and why are they so dumb today? I love this law. This was actually the first education law passed in North America. It was up in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. And they passed this law, and it was called the Old Deluder Satan Act. And they said one of the chief projects of that old deluder Satan is to deny men knowledge of the scriptures. And so we need to make sure everybody in our colony can read. Interesting, right? You wonder, why can't half of Americans read today? I submit to you that this probably has something to do with it, right? There's somebody who doesn't want our children reading the scriptures. Okay, and they were very deliberate about this. Now, I'll give you a very condensed history of the public school system, because a lot of people it's just like as American as apple pie. We've always had public school. What would we do without public school? How would children get educated if the government didn't do it for us? Well, this is a relatively new idea, and in fact, it was incredibly radical less than 200 years ago. This guy here, Robert Owen, is the first guy we can find, other than Plato, the totalitarian who wanted philosopher kings to run your life. Robert Owen was a communist before Karl Marx. He set up this ridiculous colony in Indiana called New Harmony. Total failure. After 2 years, the thing collapsed because communism is ridiculous, because it violates every precept that God has revealed to us in His Word. And yet, he got the wrong idea. The colony didn't fail because communism is ridiculous. The colony failed because the children were too selfish and they hadn't been brainwashed to believe in collectivism and communism. So he wrote these essays. Actually, the ambassador to Prussia got a hold of these essays and took them back to Prussia. And the Prussian dictator said, ooh, I like that idea. I could mold the minds of the children in my principality. Let's do that. Interior minister, set me up a school system and tell parents they better send their children here right away. Now, in America, it took a long time for this idea to catch on. Robert Owen was rather impatient. So he created a secret society. And we know about it because this guy here blew the whistle, Orestes Brownson. He was part of the secret society. He said it was modeled on the Carbonari of Europe. And the goal was to influence public opinion and to get men elected to the legislatures who would be in favor of having the government educate children. Okay, which at the time was pretty much inconceivable. There was a few towns that had, public schools, but they were nothing like what he was talking about. Then Horace Mann came along and he looked at Prussia and he said, ooh, that Prussian idea of government schools, let's do that in Massachusetts. So he got himself selected as the first ever in all of American history Secretary of Education for a state, for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. He's called the father of American public education. He rejected the Bible, which at the time was like, what do you mean, education without the Bible? That's like the dumbest thing I ever heard of. That's not even possible. So he had to be quiet about it, but he said, under the guise of getting rid of sectarianism in the schools, we got to get rid of the Bible. He actually went to Prussia, and he loved what the Prussian dictator was doing. He wanted public schools to equalize all men. So a little socialist in the making, wanted the Bible out. And one of the most destructive things he did was introduce this thing called the whole word method of teaching reading. It was developed by a reverend who was teaching deaf children, so it was really a great idea. Deaf children can't hear sounds, and so if you tell them that a T makes a T sound, that doesn't mean much to a deaf child. So they said, why don't we just teach them to read the whole word as if the word itself were a symbol? So when you see these squiggly lines, that means cat, not k, t. And sound it out. And so for deaf children, this was remarkable. It was a great leap forward, no pun intended, in terms of being able to educate deaf children. But Horace Mann brought this into the public schools that he had created in Boston. And it was such a disaster, it only took a few years for all the schoolmasters, 38 of them, I believe, they put together an essay completely debunking this ridiculous idea. They wrote, they were very proper back then, but they wrote that this change proposed by Mr. Mann is neither called for nor sustained by sound reasoning. And you should read the essay. Actually, Sam Blumenfeld, my friend and late colleague, republished it in his book, The New Illiterates. So you can read that essay there. It's brilliant. It's a total takedown of the whole word method of teaching reading. Well, we didn't hear about it again for another 50 years until this guy came along, John Dewey, a socialist. Rather than looking to Prussia, he looked to the Soviet Union for his inspiration. He actually went there. He wrote all these essays about how wonderful education was in the Soviet Union. They're instilling a collectivistic mentality in all the children. Isn't that great? Now, he wrote an essay called The Primary Education Fetish, and Sam and I, Dr. Blumenfeld, reprinted it in our book, Crimes of the Educators. I've got a few copies if you want to see them. And he wrote in this essay, change must come gradually. To force it unduly would compromise its final success by favoring a violent reaction. So he knew we got to make these changes slowly, or parents and teachers will absolutely lose their minds, and our whole plan will be in ruins. So he went over and got a nice fancy position at the University of Chicago. The Rockefellers gave him $3 million to set up an experimental school, graduated a bunch of kids who couldn't read, couldn't write, couldn't tell right from wrong, and they said, aha, that's perfect. Let's do that nationwide. So he went over to Columbia University, took up a spot at the Teachers College, the most prestigious teacher college in all the world to this day, and started training up an army of little minions to go out across America and brainwash teachers and brainwash students. He resurrected the whole word method. And then it really took off after World War II, because after World War II, all these school districts had all this money. They said, oh, let's buy all these new fancy schmancy textbooks coming out of Columbia University. And John Dewey had prepared these. Now, in 1955, Rudolf Flesch blew the whistle on this. He said the teaching of reading all over the United States, in all the schools and in all the textbooks, is totally wrong and flies in the face of all logic and common sense. And that's putting it mildly, right? The same thing that the schoolmasters in Boston figured out in the 1840s, Rudolf Flesch had figured out in the 1950s. Okay, anybody who thinks that Dewey didn't know what he was doing, I've got some nice beachfront property in Nebraska. See me after. Now we have brain scans. Okay, there's a doctor over in France, Dr. Stanislas Dehaene, who's been doing brain scans on children, and he's been comparing the brains of children who learned how to read with phonics versus the brains of children who've learned with this quackery. What he found was that you can actually see the brain damage in the minds of the children who've been exposed to this quackery. The whole words, they get them memorizing entire words. He says the brain gets wired wrong. That's why they can't read. That's why they hate reading. And so at this point, you probably won't be surprised to know that whole words are mandatory under Common Core. Starting in kindergarten, you start memorizing sight words. And then they say, oh, but we teach phonics too. Yeah, after you scrambled their brains by teaching them a bunch of sight words and you developed a sight word reflex, okay? That's why 50% of American adults struggle with reading. Okay, now UNESCO, the UN Education Agency, wants it taught all over the world. And I want to spend just a minute also on John Dewey's religion, because you can't understand the public education system today unless you understand the religious views of the man who created it. Now, we don't have to speculate about his religious views because he very kindly left an enormous paper trail for us to follow. Now, he wrote the Humanist Manifesto. He co-wrote the Humanist Manifesto with a bunch of other humanists. And the very first tenet gives you everything you need to know. It says, we religious humanists believe that the universe is self-existing and not created. And those of you who've read the very first page of your Bible are probably thinking, wait a minute. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Right? So right off the bat, they're telling you that God stuff, that's silly. Right? The second one, we believe in evolution. And you read the rest of it, it's just warmed over communism. Right? Got to get rid of the profit motive, got to have equitable distribution of the means of life. Now, even if you're not a Bible-believing Christian, and I think you should believe the Bible because it's true, but even if you're not, this has very, very important implications to you and to our country, okay? Our founding fathers didn't think it was a religious statement to say that you were created by God who gave you rights. They said it was a self-evident truth. Okay, it's not even something you debate. It's just so obvious. As God says in Romans 1, he made it plain. His attributes are plain to see. You have to deliberately suppress the truth in your unrighteousness. The founding fathers regarded this as a self-evident truth. But what happens if you believe John Dewey's religion? Well, you can't have God-given rights if there's no God, right? There is no God-given rights at all. Well, you have whatever rights the mob lets you have, and it'll be less and less and less. Now, one of his allies, one of the co-signers of this manifesto, C.F. Potter, he wrote in his book, Humanism, A New Religion, that education would be the way they would spread this religion. 5 days a week? What's your Sunday school 1 hour a week going to do to counteract our 5 days of humanist instruction? Absolutely nothing, right? Absolutely nothing in most cases. Now, this is not a new religion. If you keep reading in Genesis, go to Genesis 3:5, you'll see that we have heard this lie before, the idea that man can be God, the idea that man can decide for himself what's right and wrong. Here you go. God knows that when you eat that fruit, then your eyes will be open and you'll be like God. You'll be able to decide for yourself what's right and wrong, right? This is a satanic lie from the pit of hell, and now it is the established religion of the United States. Thank you, Supreme Court. In 1962, they ruled that we couldn't have prayer in our schools, right? It was a non-sectarian prayer written by Catholics, Protestants, and Jews. God, we acknowledge you. We ask your blessings. Can't have that. Unconstitutional. 1963, can't have Bible reading in school anymore, right? Well, at least one of the justices recognized what was going on here. Because, they cited the First Amendment. They said the First Amendment requires that. Well, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law. The state of New York is not Congress. My local school district is not Congress. Okay? But this justice here, Justice Potter Stewart, he knew what was happening. And he actually wrote in his dissent that what happened here was not the realization of a state of neutrality with respect to religion, but rather the establishment of a religion of secularism or humanism, as John Dewey would have called it. And this is now the official religion of the United States, taught to all of our children at taxpayer expense in every one of our schools. That's exactly what the founders wanted to prevent, right? The federal government forcing a religion and forcing us to support it with our tax dollars. Now, the idea that the First Amendment prohibited religion in school would have been absolutely ludicrous, right? Most of the states, when the First Amendment was written, actually had established churches. So obviously, the founders didn't mean to exclude any religion from any public body or any public function. But what they did, the Supreme Court did, was exactly what the founders intended to prevent, right? But they said Congress. They never imagined in a million years that the Supreme Court would establish a religion, but they did. And now we're close to the end of the presentation, but I want to show you this is now going global, right? The UN now has this master plan to brainwash all kids all over the world with the same garbage. After World War II, they set up UNESCO, the UN's education agency, And they were very open right at the beginning, right? The guy who actually led it at first, Julian Huxley, Aldous Huxley's brother, was the head of the Humanist Society. And he was the head of the Eugenics Society, these kooks who believed that certain races were superior. I mean, they believed Darwin's lies, that certain races were superior, that we should selectively breed people to get rid of, as Margaret Sanger would have called them, human weeds. Okay, this is the first guy who ran UNESCO. A humanist who believed in scientific racism or pseudo-scientific racism. Now, if you read their documents, they said right at the beginning, we've got to get God out of the schools. We've got to get the family influence out of the children's minds. And then in 1990, they got really bold. They got a global agreement on education called Education for All in Thailand. And they just came out and said it. All children should learn from the same standards, and it's now a responsibility of all humanity, right? It's a common responsibility to come up with these standards, not your school board, your family, your legislature, none of those things. In 2000, they came out completely out of the closet. They just said, hey, education's got to change the attitudes, values, and beliefs of your children. Directly in the text, right? No more beating around the bush, okay? And they're very serious about this, right? Here's the Secretary General of the UN in 2015 talking about what education should do.
Education must do more than produce individuals who can read, write, and count. It must nurture global citizens who can rise to the challenges of the 21st century.
All right, quick show of hands. How many people here sent their kids to school so they'd become good global citizens? Still none. Okay, so I've given this talk to many thousands of people, and never once has anyone said, I do, right? Because people don't send their children to school to become good global citizens, right? Far from it. But they're very bold now. In 2016, the UN had a global action plan, and they said now education needs to shape the spirituality of your children too. And they have a big plan. This was the head of UNESCO at the time, Irina Bokova. She's an actual member of the Bulgarian Communist Party. Her dad was on the Politburo. She served as a foreign minister to this mass-murdering dictatorship. They slaughtered about 250,000 people out of a population of about 7 million, mostly Christians and people who didn't like communism. And she hates me with a passion, which just makes me smile from ear to ear. But a true story. She sent out this press release while she was running UNESCO, and she said, we have the collective duty to make sure that all the children have the right values to shape the future as responsible global citizens. They're telling you to your face, this is what they're doing. Okay, here's a UN video bragging about what they're doing.
The Education 2030 Agenda is our roadmap to inclusive and quality education for all. UNESCO, the UN's specialized agency for education, is leading the global and regional coordination of this ambitious goal, responding to cutting-edge global challenges, supporting countries to build better education systems, and monitoring progress to make sure the world stays on course.
Helping countries to build better education systems, and they're monitoring progress to make sure the world stays on course. And with that fancy British accent, I mean, how could you disagree? They sound so smart, right? Incredible. But I mean, they're not talking about America, right? I mean, they're not going to help us build a better, they're not going to monitor our progress, are they? Oh, yes, they are. Okay? You guys remember Arne Duncan from the beginning. Well, he spent 7 years as Secretary of Education. He gave this speech to UNESCO in 2010. He said, you guys are our global partner in global education reform. He bragged that we're turning your children into green global citizens. He said we're infusing sustainability into every element of the curriculum. He quoted a communist terrorist, and I won't tell you which one because we'd need another presentation, but he said education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. How many of you guys knew education was a weapon? Right? And they're not kidding. It's a weapon, all right. They said it's a global public good, unconstrained by national boundaries. So we've got a global education system. And they're dead serious about this, okay? This guy here on the screen is Robert Mueller. He was the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. And if you read his writings, he was a wackadoodle of the highest order. He said the UN was the body of Christ. Okay. He also said that we need to steer children toward this new order. And he wrote the UN's World Core Curriculum. And to his credit, he was pretty honest about what he was doing. You can go down to your local library, get a copy of the teacher's manual for the World Core Curriculum. And in the foreword, you'll find this, signed Robert Mueller. He said the underlying philosophy which this is based on will be found in the books of Alice Bailey by the Tibetan teacher Djwhal Khul. And to almost all people in America and around the world, that means nothing. Alice Bailey, who, right? Well, everybody who runs the UN knows who she is. She actually designed their little prayer room. And I'll give you a hint. She founded the Lucifer Publishing Company. True story. And this Tibetan teacher that was referenced is not actually Tibetan, is not actually a teacher, and is not even a human being. He was an ascended master. Alice Bailey claimed to be in communication with these spiritual entities that she also described as ascended masters. If you've read your Bible, you know we're obviously talking about demons. But these ascended masters, according to Alice Bailey, would take over her body and write these books. And the World Core Curriculum that the UN says should be taught in every school on the planet was inspired by Alice Bailey and her ascended masters. Well, here's what she wrote, or her demons wrote, in Education in the New Age, okay? If we want to know what the new education system is going to look like, we ought to read her books if they're based on her teachings. They said that world citizenship should be the goal of the enlightened, with a world federation and a world brain, which kind of takes on a new meaning in the age of the internet, doesn't it? Our problem is to attain the kind of overall synthesis that Marxism and neo-scholasticism provide for their followers, but to get this by the freely chosen cooperative methods that John Dewey advocated. Okay, so we're back full circle to Dewey. Now in 2015, the UN put out this report on education for all, looking at their progress. They said when they started, there was only 12 countries in the world that had national education systems with national tests. By the time this report came out, there was over 100. In America, we call that system Common Core. Now Bill Gates, you know, everybody knows Bill Gates funded Common Core, $2.4 billion of his own money. What less people know is that in 2004, he went over to UNESCO headquarters in Paris and signed an agreement with UNESCO. Phyllis Schlafly actually got the document and posted it on the internet. They agreed they were going to create a global master syllabus, global master teacher training program, global standards, global curricula, global technological programs, so all the kids in the world could learn the same garbage. Now, they're not kidding, right? Here's a propaganda video produced by the people who brought you Common Core explaining exactly what's going on here.
Up until now, it's been pretty hard to tell how well kids are competing in school and how well they're going to do when they get out of school. Is a girl in your neighborhood being taught as much as her friend over in the next one? Is a graduating senior in, say, St. Louis as prepared to get a job as the graduate in Shanghai? Well, it turns out the answer to both of these questions is no. Because
Shanghai,
years,
right? That's a weird choice.
States have been setting different standards for what students should know and be able to do at each grade level. What we really need are clear goals. That's where the Common Core state standards come in. The standards are consistent from school to school, and they match up against international standards.
They match up against international standards, and there you have Seattle, Chicago, Shanghai, and Paris.
So even though local communities will still design their own curriculum, with the same rules, everybody can compete on the same kind of staircase.
Should our children in America be learning from the same standards that the victims of mass murdering communist Chinese dictators learn from? I would hope not, right? And they say, oh, we have shared values. Oh, I wonder what shared values those might be, okay? Now, all of this is really bad news, and I know for some of you who've never seen this stuff, it's probably overwhelming and incredibly depressing. But there are solutions, and there is some good news. One of the really good pieces of great news is that 7 out of 10 Americans want their children out of the public school system. Right? They would not send their children there if they didn't believe they had to. The problem is they don't recognize how urgent this situation is. Right? It's like the building's on fire, and they don't realize. Okay, so talking about solutions, you know, what can we do about this? Can we reform this system? Well, I would say no, you can't. It's doing, you know, people say it's broken. It's not broken. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do. It's making your kids dumber, more indoctrinated, more hateful, more anti-American. They reject the Word of God. Why? Because that's what the people who created it wanted it to do. So you can't fix it if it's not broken. I argue, well, actually, the humanists argue, this was interesting. They said the classroom is going to become the arena of conflict between the rotting corpse of Christianity, is what they say, right, in this book, in the Humanist magazine in 1983, and the new faith, humanism. Okay, and they're not kidding. Orestes Brownson, remember the guy who blew the whistle on the secret society that Robert Owen set up, he said their goal was to destroy Christianity. And the way they were going to do it was to create a government school system where they were going to exclude all religion. So this is what it was intended to do from the beginning. Now, if we can't fix it, what can we do? Well, we've got to get our children out as quickly as possible in as large a numbers as possible. And I know you're thinking, oh, we're not going to be able to get all of them out. That's probably true. Okay, but if we can get 30% of them out, we'll have a much better chance of protecting our families, protecting our liberty, protecting our nation than if we leave 87% of them in this indoctrination system. So we need to think, as my good friend Ray Moore says, in terms of Dunkirk, right? And for those of you who went to public school, a quick refresher, the British Army was stuck on the beaches at Dunkirk, completely surrounded by Adolf Hitler's National Socialists. They were on the verge of being totally annihilated. And so the British people got on their knees and they prayed and they said, God, we really need your help, please. And then they got to work, right? Everything everything that could float went across the English Channel, picked up as many fighting men as possible, and took them back. Fishing boats, commercial vessels, shipping boats, Navy ships, yachts, whatever it was. And guess what? They're not speaking German in the British Isles today, thank goodness. They may be speaking Arabic soon, but we'll leave that subject for another day. But that's what we need now, right? We need a Dunkirk operation to rescue our children. We've got churches all across America. They're sitting empty now 7 days a week, right, with coronavirus. Those could all be schools. There's plenty of resources in the body of Christ to get our children out of this system. So parents, I probably don't even need to say it, but just to be crystal clear, you've got to get your children out. Okay, you've got to get them out. And, I don't blame you. I don't judge you. You didn't know this was going on, but you've got to get them out. Grandparents, talk to your children. Get your grandchildren out. You saw what they're doing to them, right? And think about it as a fire, okay? The school building is on fire. Only it's worse than a fire because a fire only hurts your children physically. Right now, the schools are destroying your children mentally, academically, spiritually, morally, and physically, right? For goodness gracious, they're actually mutilating your children under the guise of giving them sex changes. What more do you need? The school building is on fire. We're not going to set up a committee. We're not going to have a petition. We're not going to go do a protest. We're going to run inside the building, grab our children, and run out that door as quickly as we can, and then sound the alarm so that everybody else can get their children out. That's the terms we need to be thinking in. Now, pastors, I know there's more and more pastors who now are doing the right thing. You have got to tell your congregation about this, right? The devil is like a lion, and he's trying to devour the children in your congregation. You're supposed to be the shepherd. You're supposed to be keeping the sheep safe. If you don't tell them what's going on in the public schools, you're not doing your job. And now you know. Now you can't unlearn it. So go tell your congregation, right? Rabbis, priests, whatever it is. You got to tell them. Help provide alternatives. You could set up a school right in your church. And as always, we need to go back to the Word of God so we can understand what is the purpose of an education. And God says it's so that you can have a good job and then buy a nice car and then go retire in Florida. No, right? And who should be in charge? Well, if you open your Bible, Caesar should be in charge. Wait, no, right? Caesar shouldn't be in charge. And the purpose of education is not to get you a good job. This is what God says about education. He says, you, parents, should train up the child in the way that he should go, and even when he's old, he will not depart from it. He's not talking to Caesar. He's talking to you, mom, you, dad. In Deuteronomy 11:19. You shall teach them to your children, talking of them when you are sitting in your house, when you're walking by the way, when you wake up, when you lie down. There's no time. It doesn't say whenever Caesar doesn't have them, right? It's like all the time you need to be teaching your children. That's what homeschoolers do, and that's what you should be doing. We also know about education. God's word teaches us a lot about education. You go to Proverbs 9:10, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Proverbs 1:7, God tells us that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. And here we are sending our kids off to school where we know they can't even mention the name of the Lord, much less teach the kids the fear of the Lord, and we think they're going to get knowledge and wisdom. Okay, we need to go back to our Bible, right? They're not going to get any knowledge. They're not going to get any wisdom. It's a fraud. It's a counterfeit. It's a failure. There's no knowledge in the public school system. And what happens when you don't have knowledge? Well, God tells us again, right? Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. In Isaiah, God tells us his people go into captivity for lack of knowledge. Sound familiar, guys? We're going into captivity. We're on the verge of being destroyed because we don't have any knowledge, because we sent our kids to be educated in schools where you can't even mention the Lord, okay? Harvard was a good school at one time, true story. This is what they said was the purpose of education. The main end of the student's life and studies is to know God and Jesus Christ, which is eternal life. That's the main end of life, right? That is the purpose of education, and Harvard understood that once. We were blessed to be born in a free country where we have self-government, and that means there's a secondary purpose to education. That is to be able to govern ourselves. Okay, God told us the purpose of government, Romans 13, is to punish evil. How are you going to govern yourselves and punish evil if we don't even know what God says is evil? God says murder is evil. God says thievery is evil. God says rape is evil. So all these things, that's how we know how to govern ourselves. We need God's word. And, homeschooling is a lot of fun. There's a picture of my family. You guys probably saw them running around somewhere. They're here. But we're in really good company, right? These men here were all primarily educated at home by their parents, by their siblings, by their grandparents, and sometimes by private tutors. And guess what? They went on to create the greatest, freest, most prosperous nation in all of human history. Okay, so if they could do it, we can do it too. Lots of great encouraging data on homeschooling. This corona crisis is probably going to add millions more to our ranks, but we've got millions of children being homeschooled now. They are running circles around the victims of the government schools, even on the government's own tests, right? They're like 30 to 40 percentile points higher on the government standardized academic achievement tests. There's also a lot of good private schools for parents who maybe don't feel like they can do it. I think you can, but if you're under a court order or something, there's a lot of good private schools. There's also a lot of bad ones, so do your due diligence. You wouldn't trust a random stranger to come into your house and teach your children. Don't just hand them to any random stranger. Do your due diligence. Freedom Project Academy is an online K-12 Christian school that I work with. Great choice for those who want some help. Public School Exit is a ministry that we founded recently, my friend Ray Moore and I, and also Dran Reese and Dr. Duke Pesta. We're the 4 founding members. We've got an incredible advisory board, including a lot of the wonderful people here, Sam Sorbo, Rebecca Friedrichs, Kim Fletcher, wonderful, wonderful people involved with this. And our goal is to rescue as many children as humanly possible from the indoctrination, the dumbing down, and the sexualization. We've got some cards. It's publicschoolexit.com. We want to knock down every possible barrier. You can't afford it. We'll find a way to get you a scholarship. We'll find a partner school where you can get the kid in. Anything we need to do to get your children out, we're ready to help do it. Now, the UN is coming for us, right? They passed a resolution in 2015. They said, you can't have all these unregulated private schools teaching whatever they want. You got to have the government overseeing them, enforcing the same standards. And it's already happening in America, right? Here in New York, they're now threatening the yeshivas. Say, oh, you're not teaching them enough government mandates, so we're going to shut down all your Jewish schools. Well, they're coming for the Christian schools, too. In Florida now, they're all writing all these in all the newspapers, oh, they're the LGBT discrimination, and they're teaching the kids that the Bible is true. How dare they? Right, so they're coming for our private schools. They're coming for the homeschoolers. We need to be aware of that. And just a refresher, they're indoctrinating, they're sexualizing your children, they're dumbing them down at an unbelievable scale. And, a lot of us who love America, who love liberty, well, I've got the Second Amendment, right? They'll never take my freedom. I got my gun. And, I'm all about the Second Amendment, too. I'm a huge Second Amendment supporter. But guess what, guys? They don't need your guns. They've got your kids, okay? What are you going to do with your guns when your kids are the ones who show up to take them? The answer is absolutely nothing. You're going to hand them over. Okay, so with the kids, they don't need our guns. They'll come for those when they're good and ready. Now, Hitler put it like this. He said, when an opponent declares, I will not come over to your side, I just calmly say, your child belongs to us already. You will pass on. Your descendants, however, now stand firmly in the new camp. In a short time, they will know nothing else but this new community. And folks, that's where we are now. Talk to your average victim of a government school. Ask them about our history. Ask them about the Bible. They know nothing. They know climate change. They know gender ideology. They know transgenderism. They know all that. But they don't know anything about anything that matters. We're there now, folks. We have a massive project ahead of us if we're going to turn this around. So as Ray says, we need an exodus from the government school system. You probably all got a copy of this magazine as you walked in. For those of you watching at home on Roku, on the Tekken Network, and on Livestream and all that, get a copy of this. Go to thenewamerican.com/rescuingourchildren. It's a special report that we did. Ray, Dr. Duke, Israel Wayne, a whole bunch of amazing people collaborated to make this happen. You can also get the DVD of one version of this talk and help get the word out. Give it to your pastor. I want to close with a scripture because I don't want anybody to think that if we just go vote the right way or if we just go have a protest or something or even just get our kids out of the public school that everything's going to be okay. It's not a political battle. It's not an economic battle. It's not even an educational battle. It's a spiritual battle, and God makes that very clear to us in His Word. I love Ephesians 6:12 because there's just no way of getting around it. You can't misinterpret it. God just tells you in plain English what's going on here. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, and against spiritual wickedness in high places. The devil wants your kids and your grandkids. And if you don't protect them, nobody else is going to do it for you. Thank you guys so much. God bless you, and God bless America.
We got one from online. By the way, we got kicked off Facebook, which means we're doing something right.
Woohoo!
All right. Let's see. Where is this? How does the International Baccalaureate program fit into the UN goal?
Great question. And I actually went to international schools all my life, and that was always a big thing, the International Baccalaureate. Oh, we're so sophisticated, we're so worldly. Well, the IB program is a project of the United Nations, and it is designed to brainwash children into the ideology of globalism. Now, God tells us that He's the one who created the nations. In fact, He says that multiple times in His Word. God created the nations. globalism is evil by definition. In fact, the last time they tried to create a global government, they built this big tower, and God was so upset he came down and confused their languages, right? So God doesn't like globalism, but the IB program is specifically designed to train up a managerial class of brainwashed globalists who will run the global system. And, you know, I grew up in this world, so I'm very familiar with it. The kids involved in this, they actually believe this stuff. They believe that they're doing good. They believe that if we get rid of nation states, we can get rid of war, and we can all live in peace, happiness, harmony, and we can sing Kumbaya, right? But God tells us what happens when they say, oh, peace, safety. Yeah, right, we're not going to get that. So the IB program is very, very dangerous. It is specifically designed to instill globalism in the minds of the children who they think will be not the real elite, but the kind of wannabe elite, right? The managers who will oversee the globalist system. Very, very dangerous program, and I would advise parents to stay away from it, and children.
Thank you. Again, I invite anybody to ask a question if you have any. I have one. So when was the point when, I mean, your research is so extensive, it's amazing. What was the point where you really realized what was going on and wanted to dig deeper?
Well, good question. Thank you very much. You know, I never experienced the American public school system. It's kind of a weird story. I grew up outside of the United States, and then I didn't even finish high school either, like Sam. I was expelled in like 10th grade and never went back because I thought it was dumb. So, you know, all I knew was that I didn't like school, that it was stupid, that it was boring, but, you know, other kids seemed to do okay. So, but then as I started journalism, I think it was in 2010 or 2011, I came across a little blurb in my local newspaper about these national standards. I was like, that's interesting, national standards. I thought we lived in a constitutional republic where the 10th Amendment says all powers not delegated to the United States were reserved to the states and the people. Who's making national standards? That's weird. So I started digging into it, and I came across Common Core. I started writing about Common Core. And that kind of opened up the whole box of worms. And so I wrote a lot of articles about Common Core, and then I got a call, I think in 2013, from Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld in WND Publishing, asking if I wanted to collaborate with Dr. Blumenfeld on a book about education. I was like, really? I would love to. That would be amazing. So I worked with Dr. Blumenfeld for a year, and I had to go read all his books that he'd been writing books on education since the 60s, 70s. I think he wrote 12 or 13 overall. And that was like, 100 years worth of research and education condensed into a year. So that was incredible. And it was when I was working with Dr. Blumenfeld that it hit me. All these other things that we're fighting for, the unborn babies, to rein in the government, to stop the United Nations, to stop the communism, all these other things, we're going to lose on every single one of these issues if we don't address the education crisis, because that's their primary weapon. And so that's why, after writing that book with Dr. Blumenfeld, I said, I've really got to focus on this like a laser, because this is the battle where all the other battles are going to be fought and won or lost. And so that's kind of what brought me to that realization, and I've been on that mission ever since, and I don't intend to stop as long as the Lord gives me breath.
I have another question. So once we all leave here today and we go on with our busy lives, can you give us some advice? Like what are some, what's some action that we can take here forward? How can we spread the word about the public school exit and talk to people about this issue?
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. So, I think the most important thing for parents, the most important thing you can do for your children and for your family and for your country is to get your children out of the schools. Okay, and after you're done with that, then we still need you, right? Your job's not over. I know homeschooling is a big task, but we still need you. And so help us get the word out there. Your average parent, they know something's wrong. They want their children out, but they don't know how bad it is. And the same is true with a lot of pastors. So we need to educate the opinion molders in our communities, the pastors, the rabbis, the radio hosts, the business people in our community, because they can help us get the word out. And so we've got a lot of resources and tools for that. The Rescuing Our Children magazine is one. We've got the second edition, so order 100 of those and give them to the elders at your church, and give them to public school teachers, your neighbors, your children, whoever it is, so that they understand what's going on here. Publicschoolexit.com is our website. Lots and lots of resources there. If you need help, we're partnering with Christian schools all across America to help put children in there. And we've got things you can print out. If you want to talk to your pastor, we've got a flyer you can print out on the biblical reasons why children should not be with Caesar all day. So those are the types of resources that we hope people will use. That's why we're creating them. We hope people will use these resources to educate others in their community, and then we can rescue as many children as possible.
Yeah, Alex, thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. I have a question for you. As you know, I have a radio program in Spanish and for the Latino community. The Latino community is very, very clueless about what's going on in the education arena, and I intend to expose what's happening. Would you be willing, I know you speak Spanish, would you be willing to be one of my guests soon in the next couple of weeks?
I would absolutely love to, Lizzie. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you're doing. And you're right. You know, the Hispanic community in America and all communities in America are really oblivious as to what's going on. And I would like nothing more than the opportunity to speak to people about that. I grew up in Latin America, and so I'm very passionate about reaching the Hispanic community in America, and I would be honored, and it would be a great pleasure if I could come on. So thank you, Lizzie.
Great. I'll give you a call.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, so much.
Thank
Again,
you.
a round of applause for Alex. That was just amazing. Please stay tuned. We have an amazing panel of all the speakers. You can send your questions. Now is the time to send your questions to the live chat, as well as our audience here. Come up with some questions. We have a few minutes of a break.
There is nothing in this world more precious than a child. We treasure the immeasurable value and undeserved gift of children. God calls on all of us to protect the minds of our children from those who regard them as commodities. Marxist indoctrination, sex trafficking, and the enticement of the pop culture industry are crimes being committed against our children even as we speak. And that's why we are here. Would you join us in an effort to rescue them? Text the word rescuing to 50155 to donate any amount. Thank you.
Well, again, thank you for being with us. Our hope and prayer is that you have really received an education in what is going on in our schools, how precious your children are, and how you as a parent are the one that is responsible for the outcome of the education they receive. I started as the first speaker yesterday, and I quoted the verse from Psalm 127, "Except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it." I hope that's been clear to you. If we don't do things God's way and for His purposes and the way He's instructed us to do them, it's not going to work. It doesn't matter how much effort has gone into it. It doesn't matter how much we believe we are right, we will fail. And so we hope that you now, just from Alex Newman, the last talk that you just heard, just from that one alone, that content that you should share with everyone you know, you should realize now, I have to get my children out. There's no option of keeping them in. It is a cesspool, but it was designed to be a cesspool. There's no fix because, like he said, it's accomplishing exactly what it was designed to accomplish. And now that you understand that, and maybe you didn't before, that's why your children were in there, you'll start to realize, oh my goodness, no wonder it's so bad. Yes, it's meant to be, and it will never change because they will not allow it to change because they have an agenda. And they know exactly what they are doing, and they want a dumbed down, immoral, submissive person to control. And those type of people that are not like that, that have a good education, you can't control them like that. And that's what they're looking for. So we hope you understand that. I know it's probably been an overload, and it might have been disturbing, but it's true. That's the only reason all of us came here to talk to you, is because it's true. And we care about your children also, as you do as well. It's something that as Christians we need to think of also in the fact that we will give an account one day. We do believe there is a God. And when we die, we will stand before Him. And I know this, as I've traveled the country now for 10 years full time, and all the families I've met that didn't maybe know about this, and so their kids were in the school system, but they have lived to regret it, and their life is misery. And when you know you're going to regret something in the future, if you go ahead and do it today, that's not being very wise. To instill virtue and wisdom is the point of education. Thomas Jefferson even said that. And the Bible tells us to get character, values, morality, it's the process of becoming wise. And in Proverbs in the Bible it says, "Happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her." Wisdom is more valuable than everything. And they are getting the opposite of that in the schools. They're getting an indoctrination to teach them that black is white and white is black. A complete perversion of truth, of morality, of everything. And we have to say, no more, no more. You get these videos and you spread them to everyone you know and get them out. And you can homeschool. Just like Sam Sorbo was talking about, you can do it. Okay? It's very simple. There are so many resources today, it's not that big a deal. And as you train your children to teach themselves, which is a great skill for them to have in life, you'll realize you have very little work to even do. You're just checking up on them, and you see them on their own just flourishing because they're motivated, because they don't have to sit in that seat for 8 hours regardless of whether they're done or not, which is teaching them to be lazy and pathetic. But I just want to end with this. There's no substitute for time. There's no shortcuts. You as a parent, if you are not investing time daily into your children to talk, to play games together, to read books out loud, to just get to know them, all your hopes and dreams and prayers won't amount to anything, because God has asked us to do that. We have to spend the time. And if we don't, we will reap what we have sown. And it's, let me tell you, if you don't realize it yet, it's heartbreak. It's just, it's horrible. I've had so many parents come up to me crying, we lost all our kids. And we don't want that for you. So as we're going into the question time now, again, we're thankful you were here. We hope you will do something with this information. Spread it, listen to it, and get a plan for your family, how you're going to do things differently, how you're going to improve the way you're doing things, because your children are worth it. It's the future of our country. And we're so thankful, again, that you were with us.
Thank you. Before we get started, we did get a question from an audience member saying, will there be a way to take individual talks from this conference and email them to friends and family? These individual talks will be on demand on the Taken TV network on Roku. That's as much as I know. Thank you. Oh, and YouTube. They will be on YouTube. So yes, you can share them with your friends and family, and we encourage you to do so. The other thing is, for all of you up here, because of germs, coronavirus, everything, we've got these mics, so please just stand up and come to the mic instead of passing it around. So we have some questions from the audience. What is the best way to get this information into the hands of teachers?
I guess that's me, right? It's such a great question, because I would say 90% of the teachers in the public schools have no idea that this is going on. It's happening to them. They are not involved in it. They are trapped in a corrupt system, and well, let's just take my story. I was 12 years old. I knew I wanted to be a teacher. I was in 6th grade. I always knew I wanted to be a teacher. My husband was the same way. He knew he wanted to be a teacher when he was 10, I think. We just wanted to teach children, and we're patriotic. And we got into this profession to do a great job. And we both did a great job in very difficult surroundings. And it's gotten worse and worse and worse as years have gone on. So teachers are very confused right now. When we sued the teachers' unions, the whole reason was because teachers were forced to fund this nightmare since the 1970s. Couldn't have a job unless you paid the unions, even if you weren't a member. So they're now free not to pay, but they don't know that. Or they know it and they're too terrified to leave because of the mafia tactics. So what we came up with, which I shared briefly, was an Adopt a Teacher program. But we also believe you should adopt school board members, adopt parents, please adopt pastors, adopt a legislator. Everyone needs to be adopted. And what does that mean? You put your arm around them, you love on them. We push the 6 E's: embrace, educate. So now you have all these videos you can show them. I wrote an entire book specifically for teachers called Standing Up to Goliath. It tells the stories of about 48 different teachers who share their testimony so that teachers won't say, come on, this is all a big lie, or just picking on us, because the teachers' unions have told teachers not to trust any of these folks or me. They call me the spawn of Satan.
Congratulations.
Thank you. They call me that at teacher union conferences. So I guess that's my intro music as the spawn of Satan. So teachers truly are in the dark, but so are parents, so are pastors, so are legislators. Our whole community's in the dark. So that's why I'm going to answer the question for everybody. So it's adopt them, embrace them, educate them. You have these talks. You have my book for the teachers, for anybody, really. Once you've educated, it's real important you empathize. The unions and all these, the Marxism, they've taught us to divide. Everybody's divided. We're all supposed to hate each other. Kelly and I aren't supposed to be friends because we have different colors skin. I love Kelly. She's my roommate this week. I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss her when we both go home. They want to divide us. So it's real important that we embrace and that we then empathize. I'm really, really sorry that you've been funding the demise of your own beliefs, of your own students, of your own family. Don't point a finger at anyone because they don't know. They just didn't know. And so then you empower them. Stand with them. You can't send a teacher back into the war without anybody behind them. That's what I did. I stood alone, and it was scary. And these teachers are terrified, and they just want to pay their bills, and they just want to feed their kids, and their entire life is caught up because even their pension's tied to all of this. So they're scared. They just don't want to leave. They don't know what to do. So help them to understand. They can be a part of the homeschool co-ops. They can make money that way. We need teachers in these homeschool co-ops, good teachers, loving teachers, educated teachers. So stand with them. That's the best thing you could do. We can't leave them alone. They need support. And then, as part of the empowerment, don't make a teacher go stand at the school board by him or herself. Don't make them go speak to the principal by him or herself. Don't make them even resign from their position alone. Go with them. Stand with them. You know what? Be Jonathan to that David. Stand with them. That's my best advice.
I'd just like to address that a little bit because you brought in sort of the entire community. This is a community effort. This isn't an individual effort. And one thing that I have found very successful is invite people to your house and watch a video. Have a night, invite some people over, watch the video, and then discuss it. You'll have a lovely social time, and maybe you'll turn some people's minds. Maybe you'll open their minds a little bit. And these have been phenomenal talks to allow you a glimpse into things that perhaps you didn't know. Hopefully you didn't know, and now that you know, maybe you can do something about it. And so I would encourage you to use it as a social engagement tool in order to spread the word.
I was just going to add, I really am I'm pro getting this information out to the masses as fast as possible because the building is burning, our country is on fire from the inside out. So whatever your gifting is, if it's writing, write about something you've seen here today, or write 20 articles about what you've seen today. If you have connections with radio stations, get on a radio program, talk about what we talked about. If you can go to, I'm sure the teachers union, I'm sure they have different conferences or conventions throughout the year, go picket in front of it, or nicely, instead of picket, pass out flyers about the content. Grab a bunch of her books, Rebecca's books, and give them to the people walking in. But we have to put, besides prayer, which is definitely the number one thing that we have to do, use creative tactics on what you can do with the information you are now presented the last 48 hours to get the information out to the masses as fast as possible. Start a website, start your own YouTube channel, share our content, create your own content. Like I said, the radio program, the event, Bible studies, but just get that information out to the masses before we have no freedom of the press, as in all websites are taken down, all social media platforms are taken down, because that is right around the corner. So when we still have it, TikTok, I mean, use it for the next 3 hours before it's gone for life to spread the message about what is going on and what you just heard today. Hopefully, while you're watching this event online right now or through Roku, you are able to blast out short little pieces about what we said. And if you can help us out to get the word out, share the content you heard from each speaker that really opened your eyes, and lead them to our website, lead them to our blog, our book, a YouTube channel, whatever you can do to let people see in your fan arena what we have been presenting. That would help us get the word out there faster as well.
I'd like to echo play off a comment you made, Rebecca. There are lots and lots of parents that are afraid to send their kids back to in this COVID environment, and they're looking for answers. There are some really good teachers out there, and many within the community know who those good teachers are. Embrace them and get them involved in building your pod or your co-op.
So this question is specifically for Braden, but I think that actually a lot of people can kind of hit this at a different angle. So how do you talk at your age? How do you talk to your friends about this? And you kind of talked about, bringing people to watch a movie or something like that. How does a teenager talk to their friends about this? And I was talking to a young lady out in the hallway that she was saying when she was young, her and her friends used to talk about, I want to get married, I want to find the love of my life, I want this, whatever. Now they're in high school and she doesn't know anybody who still has their virginity. She doesn't know anybody who will talk about their faith, these kinds of things. How can you engage in those conversations, not only with friends, maybe with your kids, and also as an adult, how do you talk to other parents?
The mic is a little short for me, but it really just depends on the situation. As any sort of conversation goes, it's timing more than anything. I've found that I've been able to have really great conversations with some friends in person, whereas over text, they're incredibly dry and the conversation goes nowhere. So it depends on the person. You can't kind of, as annoying as it is, you can't just rope the people into like the same arena and figure if I talk to everybody this way, then they're all going to perceive it the same. I have some friends that react better when we're just playing video games together, and in between the rounds, I'll be like, you hear about this? That's crazy. What do you think? And then they'll say their thoughts, which are just off the top of their head, and I'll say, oh yeah, no, I see where that's coming from, and then I'll say my thoughts, and then we just go from there, and it works amazingly. Then there are times where you're just hanging out with friends at a mall. And I've really found that the phone tactic of just bringing it up, whoa, did you see this? This just popped up on my feed, is a really good way of getting people's initial genuine thoughts. Because if you come to them with a prepared question, then they think you're trying to get something out of them. If you come to someone and say, hey, I wanted to know your opinion on this, they're going to think about it, they're going to formulate something, and they're going to really just go really, really hard at you with this, thinking that there might be some sort of argument going on with the topic. But if you were rather just to spontaneously bring it up, that person is much more open to the idea of just saying, oh, they genuinely want to hear my thought, I guess I'll just tell them what's coming off the top of my head. And so that's just what I found to be most effective when it comes to generating conversation on topics that you might disagree with people on.
Hi again. All right. You've been schooled. The schools have taught you that they're going to talk to your kids about everything and that you don't have to have a conversation with your children ever again. You can just talk about the weather or the price of clothing today, but that you don't have to have the serious conversations because the education happens in the building. So you send your kids to the building and that's where all the education happens. And that's a lie. And you know it's a lie. But parents have been cowed away from having the difficult discussions with their children. I've talked to my kids about politics their entire lives. their entire lives. And I used that tactic too. Oh my gosh, did you hear about this? What do you think about that? When he was were you 13, 12? The sequester came out. And, right, 2012? Yeah. Yes. Right before 2012, so in 2010 or something, Obama made the deal for the sequester. And they said, we're going to put off making these decisions. And if we can't get the budget in line, then in 2012, we will put down the hammer, the axe will come down, it'll be the sequester. So I had just been talking about it on the radio. It was 2012, and Obama was saying how bad the sequester was, and it was a terrible thing. And my point was, he came up with it. And this kid goes, but Mom, he didn't know he was going to be elected. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's brilliant. I hadn't actually thought of that. You can learn things from your children. When I was tutoring 7th grade, I put up on the board patience, because patience is a virtue, right? I harp on this word because so few people have it. Patience is a virtue. And so we workshop the word. What does it mean? And it's hard to describe patience. Long-suffering, how do you describe it when you're calm? So I said, okay, what's the opposite? And of course, all the kids said impatience. And I'm like, you're not allowed to define a word with itself. So what's the opposite of impatience? Okay, we didn't have another word. What does it look like? Well, it looks like your face turns red, you grit your teeth. Looks a lot like anger. So you don't have the patience to teach your kids? Maybe you have an anger issue, because the opposite of patience is anger. And I learned that from kids. When you open yourself up and become your child's educator, you grow so much as a person. You learn so much as an individual. You will be blessed 1,000-fold. And you know you can't put them back into government schools. And if you feel incapable, there's help out there. So get help. Get some assistance. Talk to a teacher. Hire a retired school teacher, or hire a teacher who's now displaced by COVID. Oh, is that a new term, COVID displaced? They're out there. People need to come together on a different bandwidth and get the job done. But education isn't what you think because you've been schooled. So you have to think about it all. It's all new. So, okay.
I want to address it with a story. Because story is the best way to learn, and music. But when my younger son was in high school, he and his buddies were just hanging out at the house. And they liked hanging out at our house because we talked to them all the time. Kids are dying to have conversation with their parents and with their friends' parents. And so the topic of abortion came up, and these were all boys, young men. And my sons are staunchly against abortion because they've been taught the truth. Well, all these other young men were pro-abortion. And I said, how come? And they said, because the woman has a right to choose, it's her body. And I said, oh, what about the baby's body? And they went, ooh. I mean, all it took was that one question. What about the baby? That's a human life. And we sat and had a long conversation. And those boys were interested. And they had never heard the other side of the story. Great education is, I'm going to give you this idea and this idea and this idea and this idea, and we're going to use the God-given brain that God gave us and the truth, and we're going to weigh all those ideas, and we're going to come up with truth. And you might choose to believe a lie. Well, you're going to know you're believing a lie. These boys had never heard the other side. My question in my heart was, why not? Where were their parents? One of the boys' mom was a stay-at-home mom. Where was she? Why wasn't she talking to her son? So they want to hear from us. Second thing, I taught for 28 years, but I raised 2 sons. The raising the boys was much more important and much harder than teaching. But I can tell you 95% of a great teacher's job. Boundaries. having a structure where the children know when they come in what they're going to do. And each day is kind of predictable in that way, the structure. Children need structure. They need us. They need the discipline. They need the truth. They're starving for it. Why are their children killing themselves? Because they don't know the truth. They don't know they're made in the image of God. They don't know they're loved. They don't know that they were created by a loving God, and they have a calling on their lives that no one else can do. Not one other human can do their calling. And if they die, their calling doesn't get done. When they know that, when your daughter knows, I'm a daughter of the King of Kings, or your son knows, I'm a son of the King of Kings, I'm a prince, I'm a royal priesthood, why would they want to kill themselves? They want to stand up and they want to fight. So talk to them and tell them the truth.
All right. This is a question actually from yesterday that we didn't get to address. How do we speak to the church to form support groups to create positive pathways to engage communities, therefore create family wholeness?
I just want to add an extra little problem that I've seen from whoever wants to answer that question, and my little added issue. For me personally, for the last 20 years of trying to get churches to wake up, I've been asked to speak in a lot of churches, but here's a scenario. I'll go to a church, be ready to share the pop culture message. Youth pastors there, a couple thousand kids, and they have Eminem, Marshall Mathers, graphic violent music playing in the background, and the youth pastors are like, oh, you talking about these 5 video games? Because I play these shoot-'em-up video games. I said, just so you know, I'm going to be talking about Marshall Mathers tonight, as I told you on the phone ahead of time, and I'm going to be talking about the video games that you currently play. Are you okay with that? Yeah, as long as it's not me, go for it. I'm like, so you're realizing I'm going to basically say everything you've been teaching the kids and being an example of is going to be something that I don't promote, and I share. And so the frustration part of it is the leadership in the church, and I'm not saying I'm perfect either. Every time I'm up on stage, God's like, you're saying that, but you got these 3 things to worry about and to work on, so make sure you got that down when you get off stage. None of us are perfect. I like sharing this message because it also convicts myself. I like going to a church feeling convicted when I leave. That's what we need in America. Church doors would blow open with people off the street and lost if they came and heard a message that was life-changing and that addressed issues they want addressed. Wall Builders Ministry. What's that guy's name? David Barton. Too much information in my head. That guy is phenomenal. And the couple of talks that David Barton has given explains that the top 7 to 10 topics in churches that people want in America addressed are hardly ever addressed. Marriage, abortion, LGBT. So the pastors, we have to embrace and encourage and give a high five and a hug and a thank you to those pastors that are willing to talk about the issues that our youth want. That's why there's only 4% of teens now in churches today. They're flying out of here. Why? Because we're not addressing the issues and topics that they want addressed. So I think a big problem in our country is because pastors are being pathetic. Most of them. Absolute pansy, pathetic pastors in our country. Doors should be open during this situation. We should be having people coming into our churches. We should have pastors that are addressing these topics. Now, for the ones that are doing the right thing, yay, go God, keep speaking the truth. If there's pastors in America today that have gone through the last 4 or 5 months and God's been emboldening them to say, we've got little time left, get the church doors open and talk about these topics, I guarantee you God will bless your church. Amen. And if he comes back, which he could, during the time of you giving one of those messages, yay. If he comes back and you've got your church doors closed or you're sitting here thinking, well, we're going to talk about, and you really don't have an in-depth topic, not a good situation. So my question to add to the question that you've had is, when we try to get conferences like this in a church, I've had 17 years of 90% of the time the pastor's saying, well, we don't want to convict the people in there. Well, we're afraid they're not going to come. Well, what if we start
ruffling some feathers. Well, those topics really aren't major topics for me to be talking about. Well, I don't want my offering plate to get smaller. Well, I don't want to lose my 501c3 status. Forget government. Be 100%, 110% sold out to God. The funding will come in. The people off the street will come in, and we'll be doing exactly what God has wanted us to do for the last couple hundred years if we had this country open. So how do we get pastors to answer a phone call, return an email, when I'm still working on some large churches in Nashville where I have to wait a year and a half, 2022, till I can finally get an appointment with a big pastor in town? Multiply that by 10 churches that I'm currently trying to call to say, yo, we've got some issues, let's start talking about these topics. Well, they'll get back to you, and it's 14 emails later, 3 months later. If anyone can help me out with that question along with what you've just said, that'd be awesome.
I say, since I'm the pastor, or the one minister on the stage, I think it's ordained, maybe I should address it. And one thing you need to consider is a possibility, and we can't know the numbers, but perhaps 25% of these men who occupy pulpits are not called men. Can't know that. You can't look at them and tell, but sometimes it's just a job. In John 10, it said, the scripture in John 10 talks about the shepherd and the hireling, and the hireling will flee when the wolf comes. Normally, parents will sacrifice their lives for their children. And one of the main callings of a shepherd, a pastor, is he lays down his life for the sheep. He's supposed to be alerting the sheep, warning the sheep, protecting the sheep. And I think children in our churches are part of the flock. Now, having said that, a lot of them are fearful. I've been in the ministry 45 years, and I've been struggling with this for 25 years since I started the Exodus Mandate Ministry. And they tell me they're afraid. Now, they don't admit it to their lay people sometimes, but that's what you need to know. In the back of your heart, you can know that a lot of them are not acting because they're afraid of losing the flock. Well, interesting thing has happened, and often God works suddenly, and I like to say that he's flipped a switch in March, and suddenly there are 55 million children at home. So the whole dynamics for what we're encouraging and hoping to happen has changed, and suddenly they've got thousands of children sitting in their churches, and they're not in public school now. They're not in any school. What are they going to do about it? And so that's something you might want to consider. If you're a faithful member of a church and tithing member, you can sometimes talk to your pastor one-on-one and say, Pastor, I really am disappointed that we don't have a Christian school or we don't have a homeschool co-op. And I believe, Pastor, that it's your obligation to lead this. You can say it very kindly and very lovingly, because I know that's what you believe. And you got to be honest with him. Now, just in the last several months, we've seen some big changes. There's a church in San Diego, and I don't remember the name of it, but the pastor's wife was on a call with Sam and Alex and I and Dran Reese on Public School Exit just a week or so ago. It's a church of 7,000, big church. She and her husband have been homeschooling their kids through their entire career. They are very committed. The pastor and his wife, who was on our program, is a very committed homeschool family. And they have a strong contingency of homeschoolers in the church because of the example that the pastor and his wife were setting. They have made a decision as a congregation, the elders, that pulling the whole church out of the public school system. Not only that, they're working with maybe a dozen other pastors in San Diego that now seem to be willing to take that drastic step. We're seeing this all over the country. And so I think we're in a new day. And God's Spirit works suddenly sometimes in ways, you're working your heart out and nothing's happening, and suddenly there's an explosion of some kind. And the Holy Spirit, I think, is working now. Jesus said in John 9:4, it said, work while it is today, for the night comes when no man can work. And we're in a kairos moment.
We're in a once-in-a-100-year moment in history where Christian education and homeschooling can grow in ways that you would never have believed. So you must work now and take the moment. And the pastors will, some of them will find their way here, and I believe many will. Now, making a comment, this has been mentioned several times, you need tools and weapons of mass instruction. And this is the best tool that's available that can be used in a large scale right now. And we thank our brother Alex Newman, because he wrote half the articles and really is the one who designed it. Yours truly does have an interview in here, but I actually wrote the interview. So I'm happy to say that this is one of the best tools, so don't ask what you can do. You can purchase these, buy 100 or 50 or 25 and give them out in your community and give them to the pastors. They might be ready for this message, whereas 6 months ago they wouldn't have listened to you.
They say that politicians are actors on a stage performing a play written by the public. Politicians always go to polls and find out what the polls believe before they'll share what their opinion is. Unfortunately, we have a number of pastors now who are more politician than pastor, and we're not holding them accountable. It's on the church. I know the church thinks, oh, the pastor's here to lead me. It's on the church to also lead the pastor. It's on the church to say, Pastor, this is what we need from you. That's why I love what Ray said. Bring them that rescuing our children and say, why aren't we doing something for the families of our church? We could start a co-op. We could do something here. We could offer support for families. We could put together. And by the way, your pastor has no time to do that, so you're elected. But you can join with your pastor, and you can help hold him accountable. And we all need accountability. So I encourage you to do that. Our old pastor, when we lived in California, ran for public office as a social conservative. The Republican Party put up $1 million to defeat him. Then he won. Then he lost in the general because, well, it's California. He's having church services. And they're singing. Shh, but they are, even though it's illegal. We have to stand up. You have to stand for your beliefs, or you'll fall for anything.
I was actually going to include something. Our pastor likes to say he preaches his congregation down to a manageable size, which is something that most pastors should be looking towards doing nowadays. But I just realized we're basically turning into Beyonce. We're adopting teachers, now we have to adopt pastors. We're adopting everybody. That's all.
I want to add to this too, please. Because I'm a third-generation Californian, and twice this week I heard the same thing, and I've heard this at least 1,000 times. Oh, I'm praying that there'll be a big earthquake and California will fall off into the ocean and we'll just get rid of you guys. And my response was, I understand from a distance you think we're all crazy. We have a whole lot of Christians in California who've been on our knees begging God for years. All of us separately found out we've been praying 2 Chronicles 7:14, and that's an if-then statement. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, and it's wicked to ignore evil, then I will hear from heaven, forgive their sin and heal their land. So we've been, in California, we've been praying that a lot and fasting. And so I started with that because I want to tell you, like their pastor that was in California, it wasn't Rob McCoy, was it? Oh, I know Rob.
He's dangerous.
He's very dangerous. And when there was a shooting in the town, he was the first one on the scene because he was a mayor. We got a Gideon's army growing up in California, and they're pastors. And do you want to know how it started? A bunch of us little girls, mamas, went and told them about the sex ed. I've been speaking to those pastors for several years in California, and there's some other mamas, and we're just nobodies. We're just people who love the Lord and love children. And we started telling the pastors what was going on. And yeah, a lot of them were afraid. And just like teachers are too afraid to speak out, and the pastors are too afraid. But when we started telling them what was going on, and there's one pastor in particular who stood up super brave. Rob McCoy is one of them. But Pastor Hibbs, Jack Hibbs of Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills, right in the middle of the nightmare of California, stood up. And we're watching from home. He's an hour and a half from us, but that's our church. We're watching a couple weeks ago, and here's how he started the sermon. Hey, y'all, we got to recall Gavin Newsom. Yeah. During church. Why did he say that during church? And he said, I'm sure they're going to sue me over that, but we're lawyered up. He said, it's the church's job to be involved in politics and to vote. And that pastor just told us we couldn't sing in church. And by the way, we all sang. And I want pastors to hear this, because when I spoke to pastors about the sex ed, and I asked them honestly, I was in a room, all pastors and me. And I said, pastors, there's something wrong here. I'm a woman. And I just said things to you, like I apologized to all you men this morning before I shared my story, what the unions are doing and the Marxists are doing to our kids. I shared with them the stories you heard this morning. And I said, what's wrong with this picture? I'm a woman. I never should have had to say that to any of you. And this shouldn't be happening to our kids. Please be honest with me. And they were. One of them told me, I'm terrified if I speak about these things, everyone's going to leave my church and I'm not going to have any tithes. And I told him honestly, I said, my husband and I left a church because it was irrelevant. And we took our tithes with us. And I told him we couldn't find a good church, so we sent our tithes to Pregnancy Resource Center and other places that were doing God's work. And so if we can tell our pastors those things in love, and we can show them a sermon by Pastor Jack Hibbs in California, or Pastor Rob McCoy, or these other brave pastors. I just learned about this other one in San Diego. I spoke to a group of San Diego pastors like 3 years ago about sex ed. Praise God. It's a Spanish-speaking pastor? All right. Okay, so all we got to do is let them know what's going on. They'll be horrified. Let them see the leadership of the pastors in California. We've been trained under a heavier weight than y'all, because we've been dealing with this longer. And when you're trained under a heavier weight, you come out stronger and you win the Olympics. Please don't cut California off. We're God's people and we're going to lead this battle. And so if you can let your pastors watch one of those sermons, because I have learned, and this is biblical, men don't follow women. I can't convince a pastor to follow me. And our small group insisted on being part of a church that was irrelevant. And I said to my husband, could we please share with our small group Pastor Jack Hibbs? And he said, yeah, let's do it. And we did it. The first time those men in that small group watched Pastor Jack Hibbs, they went from wimpy to warriors. One sermon. One. We need men leading. Show your pastors guys like Jack Hibbs. Yeah.
So this question originally was for Rebecca, but I'm going to kind of expand it. So how do we get good, loving teachers to push back? Aren't they afraid of losing their job? And I kind of thought, well, really, it's not just teachers afraid of losing their job. We're working on reaching out to business owners in Naples because they're all afraid to put up a Trump flag or to talk about their beliefs because they might lose their job or their business. How do we combat that?
Well, last summer, I went on a tour of the whole country, and we call it the Rescuing Our Children Tour. And I talked to people, I think, in 40 states at something like 100 events, and I talked to more teachers than I can even count. And I heard that so often. I know that's going on. It's horrible. I don't like it. I want to do something. But they're scared. if they lose their job, then how are they going to pay their mortgage? And so the question is, how can we convince teachers to speak out? It's very difficult because, how are they going to feed their family? I think what really needs to happen is kind of a sea change in society. And I don't think it's going to start with the teachers, because even though a lot of teachers don't like what's happening, it's such a serious issue for them that they could lose everything, that they need their community to speak out. And once the people in the town or come to the local school board and speak out, then they can step up and say, yeah, that's right, and we're uncomfortable with that. God bless the teachers who have been speaking out, but right now the system is rigged in such a way that it's almost impossible. If you do speak out, they will do everything possible to eliminate you from your job. And I've seen it happen. In fact, a very good friend of ours was a public school teacher, became very uncomfortable with what was going on as far as the LGBT stuff, and the only option for him was to leave the teaching profession, to leave the public schools at least. And so I think, they were talking about the pastors. It just brought joy to my heart, and that's what we need. We need pastors, and we need the community to stand up and give cover to those teachers. And it's not just the teachers who are dealing with this. I mean, the fake news has most Americans believing that everybody else believes this nonsense. And it's not true. If you actually go talk to your neighbors, if you talk to the people in your community, you realize, mainstream opinion is not represented on the television. But until the communities stand up, until the pastors stand up, until the parents stand up, it's going to be very difficult for the teachers. So I pray for the teachers, and I think the first step is to show them this information, but the whole community needs to rise up if we want our teachers to rise up. And maybe Rebecca has some more to add to that since she was there, so thank you.
Except I feel like a hog. I keep coming up to the microphone. I apologize. I'm opinionated because I'm a middle child. You're the oldest, right? You got some good opinions, too. I'm going to miss Finn. The whole reason I wrote the book I wrote is because I know teachers. I know good and loving teachers would never stand for this nightmare if they knew it was happening. I know it's hard for you to understand that a teacher who's actually in the public school system doesn't know that this is going on. You're probably thinking, how could they possibly not know it's going on? Let me explain. I taught kindergarten through 4th grade, self-contained classroom. All I was in was my classroom. Okay, I knew that they were beating me up during teacher trainings. I knew the union was beating me up. I knew everybody was beating me up, but boy, that classroom was my sanctuary, and when that door was shut, nobody knew what was going on in my classroom. I loved on those kids. I taught them truth. I would never have taught them this radical agenda. Never. And they start with the large school districts. The Marxists can't control everything all at once. They start with large school districts. So teachers like me, we only had 4 elementary schools. A lot of the teachers I worked with probably still aren't impacted by this so much. LA Unified is, San Diego Unified is, large districts out here, I don't know the districts out here, they're impacted. So there's a lot of teachers that, honest to God, they don't know. I wrote that book to help them to know. And when I wrote it, I asked the Lord to show me what topics do they need to know, and they're all covered. Because you would go to talk to a teacher, and you'd say, but this, and this, and they'd come back with, but I this. Oh, but blah, 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 oh, but blah, blah, blah. You can't possibly know all the questions they're going to ask. I do, because I lived their life. The number one best thing you can say to a teacher to get them to listen to you so that they will read the book or listen to our presentations is this. Did you know that your pension might not be there for you when you retire? Say that one sentence. They'll listen. They're terrified. What? When I'm old, I'm not going to have anything? They don't know their pension's unfunded by trillions of dollars. They don't know if we go communism, that money's not going to go to them. They don't know. Ask them that question. Then start educating, loving on them, that whole process. And then they will listen. It'll be hard. They will push back. You will have to buy them dinner. You will have to read the first 3 chapters, then let's have a conversation. You're going to have to walk them through it. They've been indoctrinated more than your kids for decades. Be gracious with them. But I am telling you, We're creating a documentary right now. And our prayer is to show it in churches and to live stream it. Why? Because we know if we can get to Christian teachers who teach in public schools, a lot of this can end. They're the key. And then the last thing I just want to say is God is not the author of fear. That's Satan. And so we just have to quit being afraid. Talk to him. Talk to the teachers.
Thank you so much.
Are we out of time?
Yeah, just one quick comment if you'd like to make that.
Okay, well, you opened the door on businesses. Many of the pastors have a significant number of business men and women in their congregations. I'm reminded of several weeks ago listening to Attorney General Barr discuss with Maria Bartiromo why so many large businesses in this country seem to be following the wrong path. In Naples, we have a businessman who is a farmer, and he provides vegetables to the schools. When this whole Black Lives Matter thing blew up, he put on his Facebook that all lives matter, and this coronavirus is a hoax. It was his personal opinion. The Lee County School Board canceled his contract. Now he's standing up and he's suing the school in federal court. Find champions, find business champions in your communities and support them.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for joining us this weekend, and thank you all for being here. Alex, if you would join us or end us with a closing prayer.
Thank you all for being here, for watching at home. It's been a tremendous honor and a privilege to be able to speak to you and to speak alongside these incredible men and women. There's so many scriptures in my head that I want to share with you. I know we're limited on time, but I'll start with the cliche because it's so important. 2 Chronicles 7:14. God told us what we need to do if we want to turn this mess around. And he's not talking to America. He's not talking to the LGBT movement. He's not talking to the country as a whole. He's talking to his people, his church. He says we need to repent, humble ourselves, turn from our wicked ways, and pray. And then he'll heal our land. So it's pretty simple instructions, and as the church, that's what we need to be doing. It's what we need to be encouraging other brothers and sisters to do. And I know the information that was presented today can be absolutely overwhelming. It's a lot to take in. The odds don't look good. In fact, they look absolutely terrible. But God has a long track record of looking at situations like this and laughing. Actually, Psalm 2:2. Which is one that I love. And a lot of people say, can it really be that bad? Can the government really be brainwashing our kids in this way? And it's happening all over the world. How can that be? Well, in Psalm 2:2, God actually addresses this head on. He says, the kings of the earth conspire against the Lord and his anointed. Did the kings of the earth are conspiring against the Lord and his anointed? Yeah, they are. That's what God said. So we should not be surprised when these incredibly powerful, at least on the surface of things, they seem incredibly powerful, are conspiring against God. And then there's really good news. You just flip one verse later into Psalm 2:4. God tells us how he reacts to this. He laughs at them. The one enthroned in heaven laughs. So if God can laugh at these people, we can as well. They're not nearly as powerful as they think they are. They're not nearly as scary as they think they are. I love what Rebecca just said, right? The Lord has not given us a spirit of fear. We should not be fearful in these times. We should be courageous and we should be bold. And we can look to Scripture again. The odds might not look good, but guess what? They didn't look good for Gideon either. And I mean, if you look at that from the outside and you think, wait a minute, you're telling me to send people away? Send the cowards away? What? And you're going to whittle my army down to 300 men and we're going to go against this massive force that's come against us? But God did that deliberately so he could show his power, so his name could be glorified. So we don't need to get 50 million kids out of the public school system. It'd be nice. It'd be wonderful. And that would be my goal. But we just need to do what God has told us to do, and we need to trust him with the results. I can promise you that if you do what God has told you to do, and that includes raising and discipling your children, that includes Ephesians 5:11, exposing and reproving darkness and evil, taking care of your family. If you do the things that God has called us to do, he will bless you. And we can take courage in that. So I just want to thank you all once again for being here, and I'm going to close us in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for everybody who's here in person. Thank you for all these speakers. Thank you for everybody who's watching us at home. Thank you for all the families that have been impacted by this. Father, we're going to trust you with the results. We know that you can take nobodies like us and use us as instruments if you choose to. And we pray that our work here today would be honoring to you and that it would have eternal consequences. We pray that parents would make better decisions. We pray that children would see more clearly what's going on. We pray that pastors would be impacted, that they would find courage, that they would find strength, that they would quit being fearful and do what you have called them to do. Protect the flock. We know the devil is going around looking to devour us, but we also know from your word, Father, that if we resist the devil, he will flee from us. So help us to resist him. Help us to honor you, to glorify your name, to protect our children. Help us to rescue our children, protect them from this evil that seems to be all around us. We put it all in your hands, and we rely completely and totally on you. We bless your name, and we pray that you would continue to be with us, protect all the parents watching this and their children. In the name of Jesus Christ and for his sake, amen.